In our lead story today, we're going to bring you to the sky above Lebanon, where the thunder and bellow of Israeli air attacks has grown louder and louder in recent days. Israel has spent months prosecuting a brutal offensive in the Palestinian territory of Gaza, working to root out the militant terror group Hamas. But for most of that time, Israel has also withstood nagging rocket attacks and skirmishes from a close Hamas ally. That ally, Lebanon's political and militant organization Hezbollah, has spent recent weeks escalating violence with Israel, and now Israel has responded with the beginnings of a larger air campaign in sovereign Lebanese territory. The latest rounds of back-and-forth strikes between Israel and Hezbollah began on the morning of Wednesday, the 14th of February, when Hezbollah launched a large barrage of rockets towards Israel. Their primary target was a military base in the town of Safed, approximately 14 kilometers, that's 9 miles, south of the Lebanese border in Israel. Multiple rockets struck the base, killing one Israeli soldier, Staff Sergeant Omer Sarah Benjo. It wounded 7 others. Another rocket landed close to the entrance of a local hospital in Safed, while still others threatened the border villages of Netua and Manara, although no civilian targets are known to have been hit. Hezbollah took credit for the attack shortly afterward, claiming it as part of Hezbollah's ongoing operations in support of the Hamas resistance in Gaza. Israel would retaliate on the same day. In a series of attacks carried out by fighter aircraft of the Israeli Defense Forces, or IDF, Israel hit alleged Hezbollah targets in several southern Lebanese towns and villages. Their targets ranged from military compounds to control rooms to so-called terror infrastructure, largely belonging to Hezbollah's elite Radwan commando units, whose well-trained operatives have been leading Hezbollah's charge along its border frontier with Israel. The airstrikes are believed to have killed a minimum of 3 Hezbollah fighters, including a prominent commander, Ali al-Debs, his deputy, and a third Hezbollah member. But these casualties wouldn't be the only ones. In the Lebanese village of Suaneh, a Syrian woman named Rawa al-Muhammad was killed, alongside her 2 young sons, Hassan and Amir Mohsen. Video from the village showed at least 1 burned-out car and a destroyed building. Also killed were 7 civilians of the city Nabatea, all of them thought to be from the same extended family as the killed Hezbollah commander al-Debs. 3 of the deceased were children. In the wake of the Israeli airstrikes, Hezbollah leaders called for larger-scale retaliation, while one source interviewed by Reuters explains that while the attack and its civilian casualties still did fall within the unofficial, unwritten rules of engagement that have dictated Hezbollah's border violence with Israel, they nonetheless did constitute a significant escalation, which in turn would demand either a proportional response or an escalation by Hezbollah in return. For their part, Israeli officials expressed a similar sentiment that even these rather wide-ranging airstrikes represent only an incremental escalation in the violence. Said Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, quoting, "Hezbollah has gone up by half a click, and we have gone up by 1 step. But that is 1 step out of 10. And said Israeli government spokesperson Avi Hyman, the, quote, "message to Hezbollah has been and always will be, don't try us." As Defense Minister Gallant said at the beginning of the war, "We will copy and paste what we've done in Gaza to Hamas in Lebanon." But although both Israel and Hezbollah seem to agree that all-out war is not ideal, neither side has showed any intent to step down their hostilities the following day. On Thursday the 15th, Israel launched a second round of airstrikes across dozens of Hezbollah targets spread across the Lebanese southern reaches. Hezbollah would report 5 of their fighters killed in the strikes. Coming back the opposite way, Hezbollah would claim an attack on the Israeli city of Kiryat Shmona using what it said were dozens of rockets in a direct response to the Wednesday attacks. Alongside the continued attacks coming from both directions, international war observers noted how atypical it was that a city like Nabatea, where the 3 Hezbollah fighters and 7 civilians were killed, would be struck at all. Nabatea is not particularly close to the Israeli border, where most strikes and skirmishes have been contained, and it's not the first time that Israel has struck deep into Lebanese territory to kill a Hezbollah commander. In Lebanon, at least 200 people have died as a result of Hezbollah's ongoing violence with Israel, including 170 Hezbollah fighters, while a dozen IDF troops and several Israeli civilians have been killed. As the fighting gets worse, more and more people have been forced to flee both sides of the border, amidst widespread and justified fears in both Israel and Lebanon over what may come next. While it would certainly be unrealistic to expect that either Israel or Hezbollah would actively put a halt to their strikes while the other party appears to be escalating, it's important to emphasize that both sides are currently signaling an active interest in keeping the conflict going, if not escalating it even further. Said IDF Chief of Staff Herzi Halevi, "There are great achievements striking Hezbollah in Lebanon, but we continue to operate. This is not the time to stop. We are intensifying strikes all the time, and Hezbollah are paying an increasingly heavy price." Hezbollah's leader, Hassan Nasrallah, seemed to agree in his own statement, "To those who threaten us with a widening of the war, if you widen, we will too. Those who think the resistance might be afraid are very mistaken." Most concerning of all is the prospect that Israel might begin to target not just Hezbollah fighters and infrastructure, but Lebanon's national military as well. Until recently, that was more of a theoretical concern than an immediate one. The sort of thing that just about everybody agreed would be a problem, but close to nobody seemed to believe was at the top of the priority list. But, well, that all changed in the direct aftermath of the February 14th airstrikes, with a statement from Israeli Emergency War Cabinet member Benny Gantz, quoting, "It is important we be clear. The one responsible for the fire from Lebanon is not only Hezbollah or the terrorist elements that carry it out, but also the government of Lebanon and the Lebanese state that allows the shooting from its territory. There is no target or military infrastructure in the area of the north and Lebanon that is not in our sights." As for why Israel would want to strike Lebanon beyond just the Hezbollah organization, it's important to understand a key point here. While Hezbollah, like the Gazan organization Hamas, is a non-state militant organization that gets a whole lot of funding and operational support from Iran, it's not like Hamas in the way that Hamas is basically isolated within its own territory. Hezbollah, unlike Hamas, plays an active role in the politics of the sovereign nation that claims its territory. Hezbollah holds 15 of Lebanon's 128 parliamentary seats, and it's widely understood to hold a controlling influence in Lebanese politics as a critical member of the governing coalition. It also directly controls much of Lebanon's territory, and it's seen by many Shia Muslims in Lebanon as their rightful defender from Israel. While the Lebanese military is a largely Christian organization, known for its own tiffs with Hezbollah, it's nonetheless under the control of a political majority in which Hezbollah plays a major part. Whether Israel may suspect that the two groups share closer links than is publicly known, or may seek to launch a preemptive strike to prevent the more dangerous equipment of the Lebanese military from being useful in a potential war, is harder to say. And as for whether Israel could sustain a second front, in addition to its ongoing war against Hamas in Gaza, at least on paper, the answer does appear to be yes. Even with the full force of the Lebanese military behind it, Hezbollah would be outmatched in a direct confrontation with Israel, regardless of whether it's facing the entire IDF or the forces left over after Israel's troops in and around Gaza are factored out. Israel proved in both 1982 and 2006 that while attaining long-term military objectives in Lebanon might be difficult, it's far less of a challenge to deal with Lebanon's armored vehicles, troop columns, artillery, and that sort of thing. In fact, the military imbalance between the two nations has gotten even greater since then. Just for example, Lebanon has a total of 9 combat-capable propeller planes ready to fight off an Israeli air campaign involving hundreds of advanced F-15 and F-16 fighter aircraft and several dozen 5th-generation F-35s. Simply engaging in head-to-head battles, Israel would be at a massive advantage even against a combined Lebanese and Hezbollah assault. But far less likely is the prospect that Israel could just strike the Lebanese military with impunity or with any expectation that a large-scale attack wouldn't draw Lebanon proper into the war. The problem with that comes not from the early battles, but from the quagmire it would create inside Lebanon. Despite the fact that they're regarded by Israel and much of the Western world as terrorists, Hezbollah does have broad support inside Lebanon, especially in its southern reaches where the bulk of the fighting would take place. A war would likely see Israel drawn into the same sort of staggered, progressive counteroffensive it's wrapped up in inside Gaza, fighting a popular insurgency with ample resources, extensive contingency plans, and support by the locals. But this time, if Israel forces a fight with the Lebanese military, it would functionally multiply the number of fighters Israel would have to wage asymmetric urban warfare against. It would also mean that those fighters would have weapons at their disposal that far eclipse anything Hamas can leverage inside Gaza. And worse yet is the impact that an Israeli offensive would likely have on Lebanon's future. Lebanon has been teetering on the brink of failed state status for the better part of 5 years amidst a desperate financial crisis, human rights abuses, and widespread corruption by the country's ruling elite. The nation isn't just unprepared to win a war against Israel, it's not likely to survive one. That, on its face, might seem like an assured victory for Israel, but the trouble is, Hamas is much better equipped to survive a war than the Lebanese government. Israel's war in Gaza is struggling to root out Hamas, and most experts agree that it'll be functionally impossible to actually dismantle Hamas entirely. Hezbollah is not only larger, better organized, better equipped, but it's got far more territory to retreat to inside Lebanon and a supportive population with significantly more resources and means to help Hezbollah oppose Israel. Short of a complete, years-long occupation of Lebanon and a systematic extermination of the Hezbollah movement, Israel is unlikely to wage a war in Lebanon without some vestige of Hezbollah surviving. And when the Lebanese government basically ceases to exist, that'll leave Hezbollah as the most powerful organization in what is essentially a power vacuum. Thus, an Israeli offensive against the Lebanese military that's anything short of a years-long total war risks empowering Hezbollah to take over Lebanon entirely when that Israeli offensive ends. In the days since February the 15th, Hezbollah and Israel have showed no sign that they might seek to avoid such a path. A French proposal to de-escalate hostilities, while not completely dead in the water, is badly stalled nonetheless, while the Netanyahu government is facing increased calls from its own political coalition and from displaced people in northern Israel to take direct military action. Israeli opposition leaders have accused Israel of surrendering in the face of Hezbollah rocket attacks, even despite Israel's retaliation. Inside Israel and around the world, analysts and commentators have been increasingly bold in suggesting that Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu and his close allies would benefit directly from a prolonged war in order to prolong his time in office. And certainly a war with Lebanon would align with that objective if indeed it is the outcome that Netanyahu is after. And Hezbollah, as we described, would stand to gain in the long term from a war that eviscerates the remnants of the Lebanese government. As expected, the violence has only continued. On February the 19th, Israel struck what it claimed were weapons depots in the coastal Lebanese town of Gaza near the city of Sidon, a full 60 kilometers, 37 miles north of the Israeli border. 14 people, mostly Syrian workers, were reported injured according to Lebanese security forces. That strike too was a response to a Hezbollah drone that had flown into Israel and exploded, and on the same day, Hezbollah claimed responsibility for attacks on 2 Israeli outposts near the border. And on Wednesday the 21st, Israel launched attacks on Hezbollah command centers and infiltrated border regions, while Hezbollah conducted rocket attacks on Israeli settlements and ordered a cell phone blackout among its own personnel to hide the whereabouts of key leaders and commanders. Of course, all sides continue to insist that the escalation is several steps short of an all-out war, but their actions increasingly tell a different story. And now, let's talk about Ukraine entering Sudan's civil war. Now, with the landscape not so completely different, you could be forgiven for thinking that you were watching footage from the Ukraine war. After all, the videos have the hallmarks of kamikaze drone attacks published by both Kiev and Moscow. The grainy footage shot from on high, the way the camera moves across a shattered landscape before diving toward its target. The cutaway to a remote image of said target exploding. But rather than being filmed on the chilly plains of the Donbass, these images were taken far to the south, over 3,600 kilometers to the south to be precise, in the heart of Sudan's civil war. Only, they aren't evidence that Sudan's warring factions are copying Ukrainian tactics. Instead, if recent reporting is to be believed, these drone attack videos are evidence of something far more consequential: the presence of Ukrainian special forces fighting in Sudan's conflict. Kicking off in April 2023, the Sudanese civil war is currently one of our planet's great underreported conflicts. While Ukraine and Gaza, and even smaller conflicts like the gang war in Ecuador, fill headlines, you can peruse the media for literally weeks without seeing anything about Sudan. This is in spite of the war's sheer brutality. With up to 15,000 dead and over 10 million displaced, the conflict ranks among the worst in the world. At its heart lies a power struggle between 2 factions: the Sudanese Armed Forces, SAF, under General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan, and the Paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, or RSF, under a commander known as Hemedti. If you want more details, we did a full video on the war's backgrounds and lack of media coverage all the way back in November. For today, though, we want to zero in on the unlikely appearance of Ukrainian special forces in that conflict. An appearance that is mostly visible thanks to videos posted online. Oftentimes, these videos take the form of first-person views of drone attacks. First emerging in September of 2023, these videos have since evolved on social media into a tiny subgenre, one in which cars are chased through desert landscapes before being spectacularly destroyed, or viewers are given a tour of Khartoum's skyline before the camera smashes into a building. But it's not only drone videos that suggest a Ukrainian presence in Sudan. There are videos out there of pale-skinned snipers taking shots, of commandos directing fire against distant buildings. And then there's the prisoner video. If you've heard about this story before, it's likely due to this one 82-second clip. Published by the Kiev Post on February the 5th, it shows a soldier with Ukrainian patches talking to 3 captured kneeling men. 2 of the prisoners are dark-skinned and describe themselves as locals, but one is a white man speaking Russian. As the camera rolls, he identifies himself as a member of PMC Wagner. That's the same Wagner group that captured the city of Bakhmut last May, the same one that then tried to march on Moscow, shooting down Russian aircraft along the way. Since the death of its leader, Yevgeny Prigozhin, the group has faded into the shadows somewhat. Its role in the Ukraine war effectively ended. But it's still out there, far from Europe, running operations in places like Africa to protect Russian interests. And it's here that we get to the reasons why Kiev's forces are in Sudan. From all available evidence, it seems they are in the process of hunting down Wagner mercenaries. Now, to be clear, not everyone agrees that this is what's happening. Speaking to World Crunch analyst Hagar Ali from the German Institute for Global and Area Studies, claims that the presence of Ukrainian special forces in Sudan cannot be authenticated beyond doubt. On their Telegram channel, Wagner likewise deny operating in the country. Privately, though, Western officials have told publications like The Economist that at least some of the videos are real, that a small team of Ukrainians are targeting Wagner and RSF positions in the heart of this sprawling civil war. If that's the case, then the question becomes, well, why are they there? And we'll focus on the Ukrainian answer to that in a moment. For now, though, we want to briefly turn our attention to what the Sudanese might be getting out of it, and why the Sudanese armed forces and General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan likely invited them in the first place. One major reason may well be that the war has so far gone badly for the SAF. Despite having, as Sudan's official army, heavier weaponry than the RSF, the SAF has been chased out of former strongholds and lost control of 80% of the capital. Part of this is due to superior tactics in the RSF, but some of it is also due to supplies of foreign weapons the group has been getting. Last year, an anonymous Sudanese official briefed CNN that the RSF had been given badly needed surface-to-air missiles by Wagner. So, by some estimates, the group may even have supplied up to 90% of the RSF's specialized weaponry. Now, that is most likely an overstatement, but it does demonstrate how dangerous the SAF thinks cooperation between Wagner and the RSF is. Remember, the SAF are guys who know Wagner intimately. As a legacy of the former regime overthrown in 2019, the Sudanese armed forces were there when Wagner first arrived in Sudan in 2017 as hired goons for former President Omar al-Bashir. They've seen the group up close and they know how it operates, and the fact Wagner aligned with the RSF once civil war broke out clearly scares them. This may be why General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan reportedly met Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky last September. According to Zelensky, the two, quote, discussed our common security challenges, in particular the activities of illegal armed groups financed by Russia. Shortly after, the first videos of kamikaze drone strikes began appearing online. Now, that's not to suggest that the SAF has hired the Ukrainians as mercenaries. More likely, the two are working in lockstep to disrupt what they perceive as a common problem: the Wagner Group's plundering of Sudan's gold. Since arriving in Sudan, Wagner have set up a vast, sophisticated gold smuggling operation. In a post on Substack, defense reporter Preston Stewart estimated that the group made around $1.9 billion smuggling nearly 33 tons of gold bullion in the first year of the Ukraine war alone. Prior to Sudan's collapse, that gold smuggling was used to pay off the Kremlin for the weapons it shipped to both the SAF and the RSF. But it was also a way to circumvent Western sanctions slapped on Moscow in spring of 2022. After leaving Sudan, Wagner's gold is reportedly taken to the United Arab Emirates, which then ships it on to Russia, although we should note that the UAE denies this. Whatever the truth, there's no doubt that it's a lucrative business. Aside from helping Russia avoid Western sanctions, the smuggling also enriches both Wagner and the guys who control the gold mines, the RSF. According to Africa Defense Forum, quote, gold smuggling via the UAE has made the RSF commander General Mohammed Hamdan Hameti Dagalo one of Sudan's richest men and enabled him to finance the RSF's battle for supremacy. In other words, both Ukraine and the Sudanese armed forces would benefit from any disruption to this trade. And disruption seems to be exactly what Kiev is aiming for. While the raids special forces are executing seem to be small scale, damaging this trade will rob Russia of a valuable source of income, while also damaging the RSF's ability to fund itself. As such, it's easy to see why Zelensky and General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan may have agreed to work together. Yet there are likely other things Kiev hopes to achieve in Sudan. Things that are both practical, but also psychological. On the practical side, Ukraine may be using Sudan as a place to source or move weapons. With the US aid package at time of writing still stuck in Congress, Kiev is desperately short of everything from shells to artillery pieces to air defenses. Sudan could therefore be an ideal place for gun running. While the SAF is too busy with its own fight to supply shells, it's not inconceivable that other nations are clandestinely shipping Ukraine arms amid the fog of the civil war. Useful as this is, though, is probably the psychological side that Kyiv most cares about, a side that sends a message to mercenaries working with Russia. Kirilo Budanov is Ukraine's head of military intelligence, a 38-year-old with a penchant for propaganda and pulling off spectacular stunts behind the lines. It's Budanov's people who were behind the destruction of Russian aircraft on air bases hundreds of kilometers from Ukraine, likely Budanov who directed the bombing of the Kerch Strait Bridge in 2022. In short, his remit is to conduct asymmetric attacks that embarrass or weaken Russia far from the battlefield. Hence the close attention paid to his statement in May of 2023, quote, "We will eliminate all Russian war criminals in the world, no matter where they are." By publishing videos of Ukrainian special forces killing Wagner members and destroying their infrastructure in Sudan, Budanov is sending a message. One designed to put the fear of God into anyone helping the Kremlin from abroad. A message that simply says, you are not safe. Such tactics are not unusual. Israel's Mossad routinely assassinates enemies abroad. Just this week, Russia seemed to have organized the killing of a defector who'd fled to Spain. Still, just because others are doing it doesn't mean it's not effective. And Kyiv will be hoping that the psychological impact of its operations in Sudan spills over into other African nations Wagner are operating in. One such example is the Central African Republic, where over 1,000 Wagner members are exploiting diamond mines and acting as personal protection for President Faustin Archange Touadéra. But it also includes countries such as Mali and Libya, where the mercenaries have a more limited presence. The hope might be that other African governments flirting with the idea of employing Wagner start to think twice. After all, for all the setbacks Ukraine's army may be suffering on the ground, its special forces and intelligence agencies remain capable of carrying out spectacular acts of assassination and sabotage. Still, we shouldn't oversell this. While it's both useful for the SAF and unnerving for Wagner that Kyiv has entered the Sudan conflict, we shouldn't expect it to alter the outcome of either war. As great as disrupting the flow of gold to Russia is, the Kremlin still has other ways of circumnavigating sanctions. Depriving it of this income will have benefits around the margins, but it won't change what's happening in Ukraine. Likewise, while the RSF benefits from its Wagner connections, it's not being propped up by the group. Even if Kyiv succeeded in eliminating every single Russian mercenary in Sudan, the conflict would keep grinding on. Nonetheless, there is one major way in which Ukraine's actions now may benefit it in the long run. Kyiv currently has few friends on the African continent compared to Russia, many that aren't actively pro-Putin and neutral or half-heartedly support Ukraine mainly to stay on America and Europe's good side. If the SAF win this current conflict, though, Kyiv may find itself with an extremely friendly government sat in Khartoum, a government that controls one of Africa's largest, most strategically located countries. Such an outcome is far from certain. For most of the war so far, the RSF has been making major gains at the SAF's expense. Just a month or so ago, a victory for Hemedti appeared all but inevitable. But that all changed on February the 19th, when the SAF broke the siege of Omdurman. That's Sudan's largest city. According to the Sudan War Monitor, such a victory could mark the arrival of a new phase in the nearly year-old war. To quote, "This latest development raises the army's hopes of retaking the entire capital using the same tactics of slow, grinding urban warfare." And to be clear, this isn't something that you should be celebrating. Both the RSF and the SAF are run by bad dudes who overthrew a civilian-led government and are both guilty of horrific war crimes, and in the case of Hemedti, orchestrating the Darfur genocide. In the cold logic of diplomatic relations, though, an SAF victory may give Ukraine a new and much welcome ally in Africa. It may not be likely to change the course of either war, but Ukrainian operations in Sudan may yet help shape the eventual peace. And now, let's pivot to the Democratic Republic of the Congo, where fears around a neither free nor fair 2023 election cycle have given way to larger concerns of a likely void of foreign personnel in the country as a beleaguered United Nations mission picks up and heads home. In recent weeks, news broke that South Africa would be stepping in to fill the gap with a detachment of troops several thousand strong in order to try and keep the peace. The trouble is, South Africa's current force in the DRC is already raising questions about whether the country can keep them safe, and this week, those questions got a whole lot more dire. The incident in question came on February the 15th, when the South African military announced that 2 of its soldiers were killed and another 3 were wounded when a mortar bomb landed inside a foreign military base housing South Africa and other regional forces. The troops at the base were deployed as part of a mission by the regional bloc SADC, the South African Development Community, which includes Zimbabwe, Angola, Tanzania, and other members alongside South Africa, basically including everybody south of the DRC itself. The South African casualties on February the 15th were deployed to the eastern regions of the country as part of a peacekeeping effort to rein in one of the DRC's 120-plus armed militias, a particularly powerful, particularly violent one called M23. The South African deaths were the first after South Africa began taking part in the SADC's deployments in the nation. No matter the context, the deaths of South African troops on a mission where no troops had yet perished would come as difficult news for the nation, but it was made all the more relevant by an announcement just 2 days earlier, made on the 13th of February by South African President Cyril Ramaphosa. According to Ramaphosa, via a press release, South Africa has made plans to deploy a contingent of 2,900 additional soldiers from its own military to the Congo to aid in the fight against rebel groups in the east. Those soldiers are expected to travel to the Congo very soon, although they weren't believed to be present yet when the 15th of February attack took place, and they're scheduled to remain in the DRC through the end of 2024. They'll be joined by troops from Malawi and Tanzania in hopes that the combined force can bolster the SADC's current deployment and lock down the violence in the country's east. When they arrive, the South African troops will take over for the UN's 17,000-strong peacekeeping force, known as MONUSCO. This included some 12,300 troops and 3,000 civilians, and have been ongoing in the Congo since 2010. The Congolese government had been working to push MONUSCO out for a few months, calling out its failure to protect civilians from the Congo's ongoing rebellions and armed conflicts. Just a year later, 56 people were killed in the country's east during government crackdowns against a violent anti-UN demonstration. South Africa will also attempt to assume the duties of East African Community Regional Force, a short-lived intervention by the East African Community Regional Bloc, which includes Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, and a handful of other nations. That operation lasted all of 18 months, and it's likely to be pushed out soon, owing to its lack of willingness to engage in any offensive operations against the DRC's militias and rebellions. So, by now, it should be plainly obvious that South Africa's troop deployment, no matter the circumstances, will be swimming against the tide in the Congo. The SADC, and South Africa in particular, are making their best attempt to accomplish a mission that's foiled both the UN and their African compatriots from the EAC. Not only that, but they'll be fighting an uphill battle against popular sentiment in a country where people are weary of foreign intervention and are well aware by now that foreigners are present not to protect the public, but to protect the Congo's resources so they can be continually exploited. This is a place where violence escalates despite international intervention, and often in direct response to it. So for South Africa's announcement of an increased troop presence to be followed just days later with the deaths of South Africans on their military bases in the eastern DRC is a bad omen whichever way you slice it. And according to broad sections of the South African opposition, it's not an omen at all. Deployment and lock down the violence in the country's east. When they arrive, the South African troops will take over for the UN's 17,000-strong of the African continent compared to Russia. Many that aren't actively pro-Putin and neutral or half-heartedly support Ukraine, mainly to stay on America and Europe's good side. If the SAF win this current conflict, though, Kiev may find itself with an extremely friendly government sat in Khartoum, a government that controls one of Africa's largest, most strategically located countries. Such an outcome is far from certain. For most of the war so far, the RSF has been making major gains at the SAF's expense. Just a month or so ago, a victory for Hemedti appeared all but inevitable. But that all changed on February the 19th, when the SAF broke the siege of Omdurman. That's Sudan's largest city. According to the Sudan War Monitor, such a victory could mark the arrival of a new phase in the nearly year-old war. To quote, "This latest development raises the army's hopes of retaking the entire capital using the same tactics of slow, grinding urban warfare." And to be clear, this isn't something that you should be celebrating. Both the RSF and the SAF are run by bad dudes who overthrew a civilian-led government and are both guilty of horrific war crimes, and in the case of Hemedti, orchestrating the Darfur genocide. In the cold logic of diplomatic relations, though, an SAF victory may give Ukraine a new and much welcome ally in Africa. It may not be likely to change the course of either war, but Ukrainian operations in Sudan may yet help shape the eventual peace. And now, let's pivot to the Democratic Republic of the Congo, where fears around a neither free nor fair 2023 election cycle have given way to larger concerns of a likely void of foreign personnel in the country as a beleaguered United Nations mission picks up and heads home. In recent weeks, news broke that South Africa would be stepping in to fill the gap with a detachment of troops several thousand strong in order to try and keep the peace. The trouble is, South Africa's current force in the DRC is already raising questions about whether the country can keep them safe, and this week, those questions got a whole lot more dire. The incident in question came on February the 15th, when the South African military announced that 2 of its soldiers were killed and another 3 were wounded when a mortar bomb landed inside a foreign military base housing South Africa and other regional forces. The troops at the base were deployed as part of a mission by the regional bloc SADC, the South African Development Community, which includes Zimbabwe, Angola, Tanzania, and other members alongside South Africa, basically including everybody south of the DRC itself. The South African casualties on February the 15th were deployed to the eastern regions of the country as part of a peacekeeping effort to rein in one of the DRC's 120-plus armed militias, a particularly powerful, particularly violent one called M23. The South African deaths were the first after South Africa began taking part in the SADC's deployments in the nation. No matter the context, the deaths of South African troops on a mission where no troops had yet perished would come as difficult news for the nation, but it was made all the more relevant by an announcement just 2 days earlier, made on the 13th of February by South African President Cyril Ramaphosa. According to Ramaphosa, via a press release, South Africa has made plans to deploy a contingent of 2,900 additional soldiers from its own military to the Congo to aid in the fight against rebel groups in the east. Those soldiers are expected to travel to the Congo very soon, although they weren't believed to be present yet when the 15th of February attack took place, and they're scheduled to remain in the DRC through the end of 2024. They'll be joined by troops from Malawi and Tanzania in hopes that the combined force can bolster the SADC's current deployment and lock down the violence in the country's east. When they arrive, the South African troops will take over for the UN's 17,000-strong peacekeeping force, known as MONUSCO. This included some 12,300 troops and 3,000 civilians, and had been ongoing in the Congo since 2010. The Congolese government had been working to push MONUSCO out for a few months, calling out its failure to protect civilians from the Congo's ongoing rebellions and armed conflicts. Just a year later, 56 people were killed in the country's east during government crackdowns against a violent anti-UN demonstration. South Africa will also attempt to assume the duties of East African Community Regional Force, a short-lived intervention by the East African Community Regional Bloc, which includes Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, and a handful of other nations. That operation lasted all of 18 months, and it's likely to be pushed out soon, owing to its lack of willingness to engage in any offensive operations against the DRC's militias and rebellions. So, by now, it should be plainly obvious that South Africa's troop deployment, no matter the circumstances, will be swimming against the tide in the Congo. The SADC, and South Africa in particular, are making their best attempt to accomplish a mission that's foiled both the UN and their African compatriots from the EAC. Not only that, but they'll be fighting an uphill battle against popular sentiment in a country where people are weary of foreign intervention and are well aware by now that foreigners are present not to protect the public, but to protect the Congo's resources so they can be continually exploited. This is a place where violence escalates despite international intervention, and often in direct response to it. So for South Africa's announcement of an increased troop presence to be followed just days later with the deaths of South Africans on the military bases in the eastern DRC is a bad omen whichever way you slice it. And according to broad sections of the South African opposition, it's not an omen at all. The criticism in question comes from the Democratic Alliance Party, South Africa's main political opposition party. According to them, the Ramaphosa government has not just placed its troops in harm's way, but has sent South Africa's currently deployed soldiers into the Congo unprepared. Said the party in a statement immediately after the South African troops were killed, referencing Ramaphosa's announcement of increased deployment just 2 days prior, quoting, "2 days ago, we warned him against deploying more troops in the eastern DRC for the simple reason that the SANDF does not have the capacity to effectively pursue an anti-insurgency campaign against the M23 rebels, and neither does it have the prime mission equipment to support the ground forces." Putting that simply, according to the Democratic Alliance, South Africa is not ready to run this counterinsurgency, and the government's support for its soldiers thus far has been inadequate, even before the increased pressures and demands of a larger deployment. Ramaphosa has since pushed back against the allegations, stating that South Africa does, quote, "have the military hardware to engage in military operations such as those we are finding in eastern DRC." But Ramaphosa's claims haven't just failed to prevent the opposition from rallying against the planned troop deployments. Instead, they've been met with Democratic Alliance demands to pull South African troops out of the Congo entirely. While we aren't going to endeavor to take sides in the political elements of South Africa's internal debate, we do want to emphasize that if these South African troops are indeed not quite ready to conduct an effective counterinsurgency, then that's going to become a major problem very quickly. As we've said, South Africa's broader deployment comes as the Congo is reckoning with the failure of the East African community's intervention, specifically because they refuse to take part in offensive operations. The idea that South Africa would be willing to strike out militarily in large-scale offensives against the Congo's rebels is almost certainly going to be a prerequisite if they're going to be deployed there. Although we can't say for sure, it seems highly unlikely that the Congolese government would have accepted news of South Africa's new deployment without at least some expectation that South Africa will attempt a counterinsurgency, meaning that the Ramaphosa's government's claims of readiness will be put to the test sooner than later. In regard to the soldiers killed on February the 15th, their bodies have since been returned to South Africa, a process that has only swelled the controversy of the last few days. The soldiers themselves have been identified, but the group responsible for their deaths, even a week after the mortar strike, well, South Africa has been unable to ascertain whether the mortar had come from M23 or another militia or rebel group nearby. Critical details about South Africa's deployments, like how many troops were already present in the Congo or when this new wave of 2,900 is scheduled to arrive, are still missing. Opposition calls for restraint are only growing, with leaders now raising additional concerns that South Africa's troops are improperly trained, that a lack of air power in the deployment will leave troops vulnerable, and that the deaths of the 2 men killed in the mortar strike last week were avoidable. Beyond South Africa, the deteriorating situation in the DRC has involved rapidly intensifying violence in the country's eastern regions. On the same day that the South African troops were killed, another 12 people were killed and 16 kidnapped at a gold mine. The attacker, in that case, wasn't M23, but another group called CODECO, a loose alliance of ethnic Lendu militias that frequently targets mineral and gold-rich areas of the country. M23 is believed to be stepping up its offensive too, and setting its sights on the city of Goma, a major population center that it's held in the past. And the Congo's regional violence is taking place in very close proximity to South Africa's troops. The 3 troops injured on the 15th of February were taken to hospitals in Goma for urgent treatment. With unrest growing across the Congo and a rapidly intensifying battle over the rich deposits of copper, cobalt, gold, diamonds, and other precious metals overflowing across the country, more and more local militias are realizing that this is the moment to make some noise or otherwise to ready themselves for greater violence in the coming months. All the while, the ordinary people of the Congo are caught in between. Before 2024, the number of displaced people in the Congo was generally estimated somewhere around 6.9 million, but over the last 3 months, that figure has likely crested to over 8 million. And while those civilians, and the 2 million plus who may soon be surrounded in the city of Goma, stand to possibly have their lives saved by an effective foreign intervention, we've also got to emphasize just who South Africa will be supporting here. The latest South African deployment, as well as the SADC's broader mission in the Congo, is generally supportive to the DRC's government in Kinshasa. Led by President Felix Tshisekedi, who recently cruised to a re-election in December, marred by a whole range of major problems, the DRC's government is regularly accused of major human rights violations, deep corruption, and inaction on a starvation crisis facing much of the nation's displaced population. However, Tshisekedi's government is still seen as the best and most effective stabilizing force for the DRC. Most of the world seems to hope that Tshisekedi, with a little help from foreign troops, can do reasonably well in securing the Congo's incredible natural resources, which of course are in demand all around the world. Consistent access to those resources has long taken priority over addressing the countless abuses of the Congolese government, and that fact is unlikely to change whether it's the UN, the SADC, South Africa itself, or anyone else helping to prop up that same government for the years to come. And in our final story today, we're going to turn to the troubled waters of the Red Sea, where Yemen's Iran-backed Houthi rebel organization continues to launch attacks against commercial and military vessels alike. Their goal, like that of the Hezbollah organization in Lebanon, is to increase pressure on Israel and its Western allies and to end Israel's military campaign against Hamas in Gaza. But while a US-led Western coalition on the high seas has been largely able to slow down the Houthi assault, the Houthis notched a major achievement this week, a direct hit on a cargo ship in what may have been the single most effective strike of their entire campaign against global maritime trade. The target? a Belize-flagged, British-owned cargo ship called the Ruby Mar. Operated by a Lebanese company, it belongs to Southampton's Golden Adventure Shipping. On board, it was carrying roughly 22 metric tons of fertilizer that, in the event of a missile strike, could present an extreme risk to the survival of those on board. The ship's crew included 24 members hailing from Syria, Egypt, India, and the Philippines on a voyage en route from Saudi Arabia to Belarus. In the late hours of the evening on February the 18th, the Ruby Mar was targeted by 2 Houthi-launched anti-ship ballistic missiles. Both of the missiles would strike the ship, with one scoring a direct hit that caused significant damage to the hull close to the engine room and the other hitting the ship's deck. After a distress call went out, a merchant vessel and a Western Coalition warship were able to respond to the Ruby Mar's position, evacuating all hands and getting them out of harm's way. They've since been repatriated by the Djibouti Port Authority. But for the Ruby Mar, and for the Western Coalition, that is where the good news ends. After the crew abandoned the ship, Ruby Mar was observed to be taken on water. A maritime advisory put out in the following hours urged other vessels to keep their distance for fear that the Ruby Mar might sink before long. For their part, the Houthis claimed on February the 19th that the Ruby Mar had already sunk, although the video they showed was actually of a completely unrelated ship being scuttled in Brazil. As of Wednesday the 21st, the BBC has released new images of the Ruby Mar not yet sunk, but with its stern hanging low in the water and seemingly on track to be swallowed by the waves sometime soon. The ship's owners have confirmed that while there are plans to tow the Ruby Mar to port in Djibouti, it may still sink before the intervention begins or on the way, and that's before we consider that the Houthis may choose to attempt another strike on the ship while it's vulnerable, finishing the job and notching their first land-to-sea destruction of a vessel since their attacks against Red Sea shipping began. And those aren't the only successes the Houthis have claimed in recent days. Alongside the strike on the Ruby Mar, the Houthis took credit for attacks on 2 US-owned cargo ships in the Gulf of Aden, the Sea Champion and the Navis Fortuna. According to Greece's shipping ministry, providing information to Reuters, the Sea Champion wasn't hit directly, but each of the 2 missiles launched at it exploded between 10 and 15 meters away from the ship, causing minor damage. The Navis Fortuna was struck by a one-way attack drone, although it reported only minor damage and no onboard injuries, enabling it to continue its journey. Even that wasn't all. Alongside the news of the 3 ship strikes, the Houthis claimed that their land-based air defense systems had shot down a US MQ-9 Reaper drone while the drone was, quote, carrying out hostile missions against our country. That is, the Houthis' country of Yemen. Per US officials, the Reaper was shot down by a surface-to-air missile while most likely being used to collect intelligence. And finally, there's one more piece of Houthi news to cover. Not a successful strike or even an attempted one, but a new capability added to their arsenal. In a series of strikes against 5 Houthi targets in Yemen on Saturday, the US claimed that it had struck and destroyed an unmanned underwater vessel, or UUV, and an unmanned surface vessel, or USV. Basically, it's a submarine drone and a remotely piloted boat. While the destruction of these 2 unmanned vessels is certainly a small win for the Western Coalition, they confirm a potential next step by the Houthis that global analysts have feared might be coming for some time now. Once thought to be a rather niche, minimally relevant piece of tech, maritime drones have gained a devastating reputation during the ongoing Russian invasion of Ukraine, where Ukraine's surface and subsurface naval drones have wrought havoc across Russia's Black Sea fleet. In the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden, they've been viewed as an increasingly obvious next step for the Houthis to take, and one that could well be within their reach if they chose to make an attempt to use them. And even if the US could hypothetically confirm that the USV and UUV it destroyed were the only ones in the Houthi arsenal so far, which, by the way, they can't, then it would still indicate that the Houthis are moving to change their strategy and adopt what could be an even more lethal weapon. If the Houthis do manage to build or come into possession of a fleet of sea drones, be they surface vessels or underwater ones, the risks the Houthis would pose to maritime trade and military targets would grow significantly. While modern militaries are well equipped with the technology needed to identify and intercept ballistic missiles and aerial drones, they're much less equipped to deal with naval drones. Even the surface vessels typically have a very low profile in the water, are harder to spot on radar, and are painted so that when they attack at night, they're practically invisible. Subsurface drones are even harder to deal with. Packed with explosives, these sorts of drones are far better equipped than aerial drones or missiles to rip a hole through a ship's hull at or below the waterline, which in turn dramatically raises the risk that these ships could sink. They're easier to launch in swarm attacks or send out into open water to be allowed to drift even for days before they're reactivated just in time to blow up a passing vessel. All these tactics and techniques, Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps are believed to be more than able to help the Houthis figure out. Broadly speaking, The situation in the Red Sea is not looking good for the Western coalition trying to rein the Houthis in, and least of all for the United States, who've led the charge on a retaliatory air campaign that was supposed to knock out the Houthis' capabilities. On Tuesday the 20th, US Central Command announced that the US had intercepted a total of 15 Houthi missiles and drones in the prior 24 hours, a clear indicator that the Houthis have more than enough of both to keep launching them at high rates. The direct hit on the Ruby Mar is now a clear confirmation that direct and heavily damaging hits on cargo ships are possible, even to the extent that they could be at risk of sinking. That new precedent will likely lead to even more ships avoiding the Red Sea, while the insurance costs for companies that do send their ships through are likely to grow even beyond the crippling costs they've already skyrocketed toward. The help coming from the European Union is limited at best, as evidenced by the EU's most recent mission to help out, a total of just 4 military vessels, one each from France, Italy, Germany, and Belgium. All the while, the Houthis continue to gain clout among their own community in Iran's broader network of support, and they continue to gain unofficial but very real recognition from the international community as the force that really runs Yemen. The last few rounds of US strikes against the Houthis, while certainly not nothing, are of the same scale that has thus far proven not to be enough to affect change on the ground, and yet there appears to be no sign of either a more direct intervention against the Houthis on the ground or an effort to draw down hostilities without further violence. As the Houthi strikes continue to rock the Red Sea, the region appears to be settling into a new status quo, one in which rebel attacks on ships certainly aren't preferred, but they're increasingly weathered as the price of doing business. Without significant action in any direction from the US, Europe, India, the Gulf states, or anybody else in and around the Red Sea, it's the Houthis who will continue to have the initiative, pushing the envelope so that once ships really do start sinking, a couple of intercepted missiles each day will simply begin to seem normal. Add new Houthi capabilities to that equation, and the table is set in the Red Sea for increasingly devastating attacks which now appear to be imminent unless the global West can take action and prove otherwise. In the coming weeks and months, we're going to return to more news on the Houthi strikes in the Red Sea as they happen, and we'll update you with news of the Western intervention to stop them. We'll continue to report on the prospect of an Israeli war against Lebanon, the fascinating involvement of Ukrainian special forces in Sudan's civil conflict, and the status of South Africa's controversial intervention in the DRC, alongside all the other wars and flashpoints across the globe. Until then, signing off, and thanks for being here.
Now, we watched the storm continue to move in from offshore with some gusty conditions, too. I mentioned it earlier, we're under that wind advisory, but we could see wind speeds anywhere from around 40 to 50 miles per hour in this afternoon. That's in our inland
Business decisions made in the interest of maximizing shareholder value have caused mass layoffs, environmental catastrophes, an endless list of corporate frauds, and record inequality in the workplace. The very same CEO who made millions of dollars by being the first champion of maximizing shareholder value in the 60s called it the dumbest idea in the world, and something that could rot capitalism to its core. But worst of all, maximizing shareholder value isn't even good for the shareholders.
Indeed, managers, the CEO, have a fiduciary duty to their shareholders to be concerned only with the bottom line. We think this is wrong, a serious mistake.
But continue to create the capacity to be able to reward our shareholders as we have done in 2023 and as we hope to continue to do in 2024.
Roundtable today sparking a debate about the purpose of a corporation and why maximizing shareholder returns is no longer the main goal.
If you hate your job, here is a history lesson for you that might make it start to make sense. In 1916, the Ford Motor Company had revolutionized the automobile industry with the Ford Model T. Henry Ford, the founder and majority stockholder of the company, wanted to use the surplus cash they had accumulated to build additional plants and hire even more workers to build even more cars. Ford had also famously and controversially raised factory worker wages significantly and offered benefits like the 40-hour work week. In press interviews, Ford spoke about his plans for the company. "My ambition is to employ still more men, to spread the benefits of the industrial system to the greatest possible number, to help them build up their lives and their homes. To do this, we are putting the greatest share of our profits back into the business." This angered minority shareholders in the company that just wanted him to lower wages again, raise the price of the Model T, and keep paying them a regular dividend. Since Ford was the majority shareholder in the company, though, their options were limited. So they took him to court. But the court sided with the minority shareholders. Ford was forced to consider the best interests of shareholders above his other business ambitions. This was the case that set the precedent for shareholder primacy in America, meaning the board of directors and executives in a company must always try to maximize shareholder value to the best of their ability. Some have mistaken this ruling to mean that CEOs and the boards that appoint them have a legal mandate to maximize shareholder value, but the reality is that this simply isn't true. The case was awarded in favor of the minority shareholders, but it upheld the business judgment rule, which means that executives can do what they believe is in the best interest of the company, even if it doesn't make the number on a stock chart go up. Ford himself wasn't paying his workers more and making new jobs because he wanted to be nice. He was a ruthless businessman who wanted to control a larger share of the growing automobile market. By paying his workers better and offering them higher wages, he was just denying his competitors a workforce. And by pricing his Model Ts just above cost, he made it almost impossible for any other manufacturer to sell a profitable budget automobile. The biggest irony of all of this is the minority shareholders that took Ford to court were John and Horace Dodge. They owned about 10% of the company and used their special dividends to fund growth of their own company, Dodge, a car maker that would eventually become one of Ford Motors' biggest rivals. So this court ruling was bad for the company's leaders, bad for workers, bad for the country, and bad for the shareholders in Ford who sacrificed market dominance for a quick payday. But there are 3 reasons why people still believe in maximizing shareholder value, and 3 reasons why companies that operate this way are almost guaranteed to fail. So it's time to learn how money works to find out how the worst idea in business history became the new normal for corporate America. This week's lesson is sponsored by Delete Me. Did you know that your personal data is sold online by data brokers? You have the right to your privacy and to protect your personal data. When data brokers sell your data, it puts you at risk, including the risk of identity theft and being stalked. Delete Me helps you keep your personal info private. I personally use Delete Me, and it's pulled my information away from a variety of data brokers. And the process is easy. It's a hands-free subscription service that removes your personal information that's being sold online, including your phone number and home address. Simply submit your info, let the experts find it, and get it removed from the internet. And afterwards, it monitors sites and repeats removal as needed, all on autopilot during the length of your subscription. Get 20% off your Delete Me plan when you go to joindeleteme.com/HMW and use promo code HMW at checkout. That's joindeleteme.com/HMW, code HMW. Corporate America didn't always have the dangerous obsession with shareholder value that it does today. And even after the landmark Dodge versus Ford case in 1919, companies were slow to change. Between the mid-1960s and 1970s, American stock markets traded mostly sideways. Corporate CEOs still had a duty to do what was best for the company, but they were paid a normal salary and a small bonus just like every other normal employee. According to the Economic Policy Institute and the National Bureau of Labor Statistics, CEOs at this time made around 20 times as much as the average employee of their company. So they were still rich, but not so rich that they could retire after one good year. Their motivation was primarily to keep the company running safely so they could maintain their well-paid jobs for as long as possible. By the 1990s, a small group of financiers got the idea that in order to grow to get better returns from their companies, they should align the interests of their CEO with their own interests of getting the stock price as high as possible. They did this by paying the CEOs a smaller cash salary, but added stock options that directly tied CEO bonuses to stock performance. In the 1990s, CEO compensation went from 60 times average worker pay to 380 times average worker pay. My friend Patrick Boyle did a great video on how this small change in corporate norms eventually led to people like Elon Musk demanding $50 billion in compensation for 1 year's work. Now that there was so much money to be made, CEOs and other senior executives were happy to go along with the lie that it was their legal duty to maximize shareholder value, even if it would destroy their companies in the long term. The first strategy they used was picking up pennies in front of a steamroller. It won't surprise you that some of the biggest companies in the world have taken dumb risks. We have seen some of the biggest corporate bankruptcies in history happen in just the past 24 months, and it's becoming more common. If you are a CEO with a multi-million-dollar bonus package on the table, you are going to do everything in your power to tick the boxes you need for the board to grant you that bonus. A top priority for you as the CEO is going to be to increase your company stock price, pay a big dividend, or both. Most bonuses are awarded year to year, and according to Fortune magazine, the average tenure of a Fortune 500 CEO is now only 7 years. For you, big projects that could pay off over decades are effectively useless, unless their announcement could drive up your stock price. But even that's unlikely. Investors rarely care about long-term business strategies because they so rarely come true anyway. Your best strategy is to control bad publicity and focus on next quarter's financials. An easy place to cut expenses is in areas like security, auditing, risk management, safety controls, long-term development, and training. If you cut these enough, you might even increase revenue at the same time, because sales staff and revenue centers can operate more freely without pesky compliance departments making sure things aren't being done illegally. Silicon Valley Bank, one of the largest bank failures in American history, had a risk management department that regulators described as terrible. That's about the harshest thing that financial regulators say about anything. Lehman Brothers went bankrupt because it couldn't say no to the revenue it was making from subprime mortgage bonds. Boeing's repeated string of airline failures has been blamed on a push to get new planes into the air by cutting down on safety controls and testing. HSBC, one of the biggest banks in the world, made billions of dollars in revenue by providing financial services to international criminals. People have lost their jobs, lost savings, and lost their lives in these scandals. But worse than all of that, the shareholders lost billions of dollars from scandals like these and others that are too numerous to list. But the CEOs that ultimately oversaw the companies making these terrible risk trade-offs already made their enormous bonuses, and some of them even got a golden parachute on the way out. Business departments like risk management and cybersecurity have tough jobs. If everything is going well, people question what good they are doing for the business. If things are going badly, people question what good they are doing for the business. You can make a little money by picking up pennies in front of a steamroller, but if something goes wrong, you get smushed all for a few dollars. The short-sighted nature of CEOs mandated to maximize shareholder value is also the second reason it's one of the worst ideas in the history of business. It guarantees that businesses become worse. Jack Welch was the chairman and CEO of General Electric from 1981 to 2001. He worked his way up in the company from an entry-level position, but upon stepping into the top job, he radically reshaped the company in the name of the shareholders. Welch made 72,000 of GE's 400,000 employees redundant. He sold off entire company divisions, and he invested heavily in financial and media arms of the business. GE Capital became the primary focus of an engineering company that made consumer appliances, commercial machinery, and aerospace parts. Welch also pioneered outsourcing, and bragged about it on CNBC, a news network he created to focus on business news after GE acquired NBC. His ruthless strategy worked, and during his 20 years as CEO, GE's stock price rose from $6 a share to a high of almost $370 a share a year before being asked to walk away from the company. He did, but not before being awarded an exit package estimated at $417 million. Other CEOs who were now getting paid mainly with stock options saw this maverick CEO talking about his strategies on his own news network, and they figured they couldn't argue with the results. According to data from the Economic Policy Institute, the year that Jack Welch took over as the CEO of General Electric was the last year when increases in worker productivity kept pace with increases in wages. Make of that what you would. Welch's focus on shareholder above every other stakeholder in the business worked well for a long time. But since he was pushed out of the company, the stock price of GE has fallen by roughly 70% from its all-time high, even during a record bull run where the market is up by 400%. GE used to make high-quality products that customers were highly loyal to. GE's outsourcing delivered worse products to the market, leading customers to buy from other brands. GE used to be one of the most attractive companies to work for because they were stable, paid well, and let employees, like Jack Welch himself, work their way up the corporate ladder. GE's CEO proudly boasting about mass layoffs and firing the bottom 10% of staff every year meant it became one of the least desirable companies to work for, so top talent went elsewhere. By sacrificing customers and employees to appease shareholders, they made it worse for them too. Welch himself even said in an interview that maximizing shareholder value was stupid. A high stock price is the result of doing everything else correctly. Why didn't he follow his own advice? Well, because he made too much money by keeping the people that paid him happy. During Welch's tenure as CEO, GE was almost suspiciously good at meeting financial goals. Roger Martin, the dean of the Rotman School of Business at the University of Toronto, said in an interview with Forbes that GE met or beat analyst forecasts in 46 of 48 quarters between December 31st, 1989 and September 30th, 2001, a 96% hit rate. Even more impressive, in 41 of those 46 quarters, GE hit the analyst forecast to the exact penny, 89% perfection. Of course, this wasn't amazing management. It was good old-fashioned creative accounting, a practice that got GE in hot water with the SEC and was part of the reason why Welch was eventually asked to nicely leave the company. Despite his tarnished record, Welch's business practices are still common in a lot of corporate boardrooms across the world. Okay, so you might ask, if encouraging CEOs to pursue short-term gains has shown to be bad for everyone, including the shareholders who appoint the board, who employ the CEO, why are companies still doing this? Well, that's because the third reason why maximizing shareholder value is a terrible idea for everyone. The short term is all that matters. According to data from the largest stock exchanges in America, the average holding period for stocks has been consistently declining for decades. In 1975, investors held onto stocks for an average of 5 years. In 2021, they held onto them for less than 1 year. Electronic brokerages have made buying and selling shares much easier. And people are generally in financial situations that are much less secure where selling shares becomes a way to cover an unexpected expense. That's not how long-term investing should be done, but staying ahead financially these days is hard. The largest dips in shareholder holding periods happened in 2001 and 2008, during down markets and job losses where people were probably selling at a loss on their holdings but needed to cover their expenses one way or another. Long-term capital gains tax laws also encourage people to seek profits from buying and selling year to year rather than a dividend strategy which can be less tax efficient. The result is that if people are holding onto shares for less time, then they also only care about short-term wins. So a CEO that delivers a profitable fourth quarter will be more popular than a CEO who reinvests company earnings into training, R&D, or safety that won't pay off for years. This kind of short-term thinking is not sustainable, but that's another shareholder and CEO's problem. But this isn't the only way. I am going to write an op-ed on business and leadership teams that I have worked with in the real world that are doing things a little bit differently to great success on my totally free email newsletter Compounded Daily. For free articles like this, and to get access to these videos a day early, sign up for that in the description below. If you want to see just how bad things can get in the name of shareholder value, go and watch my video on the deadly monetization of nursing homes to find out how this exact business strategy has caused the death of tens of thousands of vulnerable Americans. And don't forget to like and subscribe to keep on learning how money works. Adam Neumann, the eccentric CEO of WeWork, presided over the bankruptcy of a company that was worth almost $47 billion. He was kicked out of the crumbling company he founded, but not before making $1.7 billion from a company that never figured out how to even make a single penny in profit. Dennis Muilenburg, the disgraced former CEO of Boeing, was fired from his position after his mishandling of the 737 MAX disaster that led to the death of 346 people. He walked away with a $62 million exit package, and he is now the CEO of a new aerospace investment company. Why the fuck does it seem like no matter how badly top executives fuck up, they can only fail upwards?
Of Moderna recently received a golden parachute of some $800 million.
He could walk away from the company with $60 million.
The former CEO of McDonald's could get a $70 million payout after he was fired for having a relationship with a colleague.
Heinz is in for a big golden parachute if the company gets sold, and he gets the boot. Heinz stands to get more than $55 million if he sells the struggling smartphone company.
If it seems to you like once you hit a certain level in the corporate world, it's almost impossible to fall back down, you would be kind of right. There are endless stories about CEOs that have bankrupted their companies only to be paid millions of dollars as an exit package before any of that money gets to investors, lenders, or even regular workers. The reason this happens so often is because it's designed to happen, and there are 3 reasons why even after these failures, most senior executives only seem to fail upwards. The first reason is corporate America's dangerous obsession with experience. You all know about companies demanding 3 years experience for an entry-level job, or 10 years experience coding in a language that has only existed for 5 years. But experience is an important metric to gauge someone's ability to perform their job effectively. If you have been working as a welder for 30 years, you are probably going to weld faster and cleaner than any apprentice with a few months on the job. The same goes for everybody all the way up the corporate chain, but not by as much. The only way to gain experience as a welder is to be a welder. Likewise, the only way to gain experience as a CEO is to be a CEO. But nobody is giving out those jobs. A report by the Harvard Business Review surveyed C-suite executives and hiring boards and found that their individual technical skills have become a lot less important than the business acumen and soft leadership skills. These are not skills that normal people can acquire by climbing the corporate ladder the old-fashioned way, which is why more C-suite executives in Fortune 500 companies than ever came from backgrounds like private equity, investment banking, or corporate consulting. A survey by the workplace intelligence company On Deck compiled a list of CEOs of America's largest companies and found that most of them worked for management consulting firms before becoming the CEOs, and very few worked their way up within a firm. 7.1% of CEOs in the report had worked at McKinsey & Company before securing a position as a CEO in another company. Bain, BCG, Kearney, and Oliver Wyman, all management consulting firms, took 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th place. When CEOs are being selected from such a small pool of people that all know each other, then even if they fuck up royally, they are still placed above most other candidates. It doesn't make it any better when one of the most common tasks that management consulting firms get hired to consult on is who should be a new CEO. A team of McKinsey consultants picking an ex-McKinsey consultant to be the CEO of a company that hires McKinsey consultants happens all the time. This would be okay if these McKinsey clones made for the best CEOs. After all, a job should go to the most qualified candidate. But a study conducted by the Harvard Business Review found the opposite. The research looked at 3 metrics to rank the performance of CEOs: the total industry-adjusted shareholder returns produced, the total country-adjusted shareholder returns, and the total increase in market capitalization. The best CEOs were typically those from an engineering background with real skills in the field that their company operated in. Experience in general is overvalued by companies because a lot of valuable workplace skills haven't been around for long enough for experience to matter, which is why you have probably had to help your boss export a document as a PDF at least once in your career. But hiring a CEO is one of the biggest decisions a company will make. New CEO announcements have moved stock values up or down by double digits, so investors and the boards that represent them sometimes pick the safest option over the best option. And that's just the first reason why lousy performers with experience get opportunities that untested experts do not. So it's time to learn how money works to find out why workers beyond a certain level only ever fail up. This week's lesson was sponsored by Opera, the desktop browser that simply makes your life easier. I've been using Opera's desktop browser for a month now, and I gotta say, I don't know why other browsers aren't built this way. Opera offers Aria, an AI assistant directly in the sidebar of your browser. You can simply ask it a question, and it provides you an answer with real-time information in seconds. Aria helps me streamline my research by helping me pull data and pointing me to where I can verify it. Additionally, there's a completely free VPN built into your browser, so you don't have to worry about using a bunch of third-party applications just so you can browse the internet with a VPN. With Player, you can listen to Spotify, Apple Music, Deezer, Tidal, and more directly in the sidebar of your browser. Gone are the days of doing things out of multiple applications. And my favorite feature, Lucid Mode. It allows you to sharpen blurred videos in just one click. Simply hover over any video and click the Lucid Mode button to enable it, and adjust the levels of sharpness in the settings and check the before and after directly on the video. In fact, you should be watching this video right now in Lucid Mode. I've been using Opera browser for a while now, and I love it. I know that if you give it a shot, you will too. To get Opera browser, simply use my link in the description. Make your life easier, and put everything in one place with Opera. If you make an honest mistake in your job, a good workplace shouldn't fire you immediately, especially if you have a track record of being a good employee. Sometimes this doesn't happen, and regular people are fired for stupid reasons. But it happens even more at the very top of the corporate totem pole. The turnover rate for Fortune 500 CEOs is about 10% every year. According to Fortune magazine, that number is on the rise, with a 12.2% turnover rate in 2023. According to the Harvard Business Review, the number one reason why CEOs leave their position is because they get fired, with over 70% of surveyed CEOs stepping down from the top job because they were told to by their board of directors. The same study found that the average tenure of a Fortune 500 CEO was less than 5 years, so there is clearly a lot less room for these men and women to make any mistakes. Now, they are paid a lot of fucking money, so their performance expectations should be higher than a regular employee. But another reason this happens so often is by design. The role of senior managers in a company is to set the overall direction and priorities of a company. Adam Neumann of WeWork clearly wanted to make his company prioritize attracting young alternative businesses that didn't ask silly questions like, how is this going to make money? Dennis Muhlenberg of Boeing was famous amongst staff and investors for being the CEO that got projects off the drawing board and into the sky. When the strategies of these CEOs were not met with consequences, one of the clearest ways to signal to investors that a company is going to do things differently is to get rid of the person who is responsible for overseeing the way things are done. The CEO of Boeing was not directly responsible for programming the fly-by-wire system of the 737 MAX, and if the issue had been caught in testing, he could still be the CEO of Boeing today, but he was a clear figurehead that the board could use to signal a turnaround to the market. CEOs at this level know that they will eventually be blamed for a scandal that they didn't have direct control over, and they also know that their reputation can be worth a lot to investors, so they can negotiate very hard. If you are a senior executive and you have been offered the position of a CEO at 2 different companies offering a base salary of $1 million and an options package of up to $5 million, which one would you pick? One job is at a safe, stable company, and the other is with a new company with a thin balance sheet in a risky business. You should pick the safe company because you are more likely to keep your job for long enough to make that bag. This creates an incentive for the most talented CEOs to only work in the safest companies, even though their skills would be better applied to the riskier companies that need effective leadership the most. So, if that risky company really needs you as their CEO, you can pre-negotiate an exit package before you agree to work for them. If you negotiate a $20 million exit package and you raise the company's market cap by $200 million, then that's a good deal for shareholders, and at the end of the day, it is their company. A golden parachute also protects CEOs in the case their company gets acquired. If one company buys another company, then they won't need 2 CEOs. If a CEO is going to lose their job if an acquisition goes through, they would naturally resist it, which could result in investors missing out on a lucrative deal. If the CEO of Twitter didn't have a golden parachute, he could have made it really hard for Elon Musk to purchase the company so he could keep his own job. Instead, he made it really hard for Musk to not purchase Twitter because he was in line for a $42 million payday. Musk reportedly overpaid for Twitter by around $19 billion, so that exit package for the CEO that was doing a pretty bad job of running the company was still money well spent by the shareholders. With so much security, this creates a bit of selection bias amongst disgraced former CEOs. Apart from the ones that end up in jail for criminal conspiracy or fraud, most of them have enough financial security to be very picky with their next job. If they don't get an amazing opportunity that looks like an upwards failure, it doesn't matter, because most of them have enough money that they will never need to work again, so they don't need to take a job that would be a step down. Now, if you think CEOs and other C-suite executives have a powerful negotiating position on entering and exiting the top job, then that's nothing on what they can do whilst they are CEO. Just last week, Elon Musk stunned investors by demanding that the board of Tesla give him shares worth more than $80 billion if it wants him to develop artificial intelligence within the company. These additional shares in Tesla would bring his total ownership in the company to 25%. Musk explained his demands in a post on Twitter, or X. "I am uncomfortable growing Tesla to be a leader in AI and robotics without having roughly 25% control. Enough to be influential, but not so much that I can't be overturned." Musk went on to explain that unless his demands were met, he would prefer to develop AI programs outside of the company, which is something he actually already does with xAI, which is one of the 6 companies he is the head of. Musk's demands put Tesla's board and shareholders in a difficult position. The New York Times reported on this issue that the company's stock market valuation of almost $700 billion, more than twice as much as Toyota Motor, the world's largest automaker by annual car sales, is predicated in part on investors' belief that the company will lead the rest of the industry in developing cars that can drive from place to place without human intervention. Investors are also betting that advanced automation will allow Tesla to manufacture cars much more efficiently and profitably than rivals. So, if Musk publicly halts the development of AI in Tesla, the value of the company could tank, because it would be the death nail in the coffin of full self-driving and fully automated production. So, that gives investors 2 other options. The first option is to just give in. If the Tesla board does award Musk an additional 12% ownership stake in the company, that will dilute every other shareholder in the company by an equal 12%. That sucks for regular investors, but it could also be worse than just a 12% instant loss because future investors will be wary of buying stock in a company that could be diluted next time the CEO throws a tantrum on Twitter. The second option is to fire Musk as CEO, which is possible since he is only a minority shareholder in the company. But the value of Tesla is propped up just as much by Musk's cult of personality as it is by its technology. So if the board took the nuclear option, then shareholders could lose a lot more than 12% of their holdings. So there's a decent chance that Musk will get what he wants, because the power of an incumbent CEO makes him very hard to get rid of unless they are given a nice exit package or a better opportunity in exchange for quietly and amicably giving up their position. Musk has taken this power to the extreme, but even a regular CEO being dismissed instantly sends bad signals to the market. Now, if you think failing upwards is just a trick reserved for senior executives with market-moving leverage, you'd be wrong. I've written a full list of highly effective and totally unethical tactics that people have used in their career to fail upwards as well, over on my free email newsletter Compounded Daily linked below. If you still don't understand why people care about CEOs so much, go and watch this video to find out what the fuck CEOs actually do, and make sure to like and subscribe to keep on learning how money works. There are institutions operating in America today that are responsible for over 20,000 premature deaths, all in the name of profit. They make their money by housing vulnerable people and cutting costs wherever they can, often breaking the law in the process. These might sound like for-profit prisons, but I am actually talking about nursing homes. Although maybe that's no coincidence, because a lot of these places are owned and operated by the same people.
Every nursing home across the country. According to a recent survey, 87% of providers are facing staffing shortages.
You trust in nursing homes to take care of your loved ones, but 2 News investigates found several in our area have received below average rankings.
And exposed insulation in the bathroom.
Nobody should have to live like this.
If you are an investor with a lot of cash and good connections, aged living is an attractive business opportunity. The aging population means that you will have an ever-growing number of customers. Revenue can be sourced from insurance companies, individuals, and the government. And once you have residents in your homes, it's unlikely that they will ever check out until, well, they check out. According to research done by the National Bureau of Economic Research, elderly Americans are also less financially literate, which means they won't know if they are getting a good deal or not. The investment potential gets even better the more of these businesses you own, because overhead like administration, sales, and contracting can be shared across multiple locations. Consistent cash flow, a growing customer base, and synergies at scale has made nursing homes one of the most targeted alternative asset classes in America. Investors can now gain exposure to the aged care market through direct investment, private equity, and even exchange-listed real estate investment trusts that can be purchased by anybody with a Robinhood account and $90. But the reality of this business is razor-thin margins, distorted incentive structures, and a race to the bottom on quality and safety. Aged care is a broken business model that smart money investors need to squeeze incredibly hard to get any kind of returns for 3 reasons. And there are 3 terrible ways this squeezing is getting done. The first reason is that the profit does not come from looking after the elderly. The National Bureau of Economic Research published a report on the effect of private equity investments into nursing homes, which is one of the most damning things I have ever read. The only reason why it isn't getting more attention is because the report is 30,000 words long, so I have gone ahead and read it so you don't have to. The paper outlines the damage that the private equity business model has done to patient care, but before it even gets to that, it outlines just how broken the aged care business is. Not all senior living is made equal, and the business is operated off 3 classifications that have different requirements and qualify for different subsidies. The first classification is an independent living facility. These are for seniors who are largely independent but want to live in an environment where they have the community of other seniors, the convenience of having meals, transports, and social events organized for them, and the peace of mind of care facilities being close by if they need them. These kinds of facilities are common in lifestyle retirement states like Florida, and some of them offer luxurious accommodations and amenities to the residents. These aged care facilities are usually privately funded and operate not too differently from a gated community that only allows people above a certain age to live there. Investors in these kinds of facilities make their money by selling or leasing homes directly to residents, leasing commercial properties to businesses that want to operate within the facility, and from charging management fees on top of the fees to maintain grounds, organize activities, and upkeep amenities. Since residents pay out of their own pocket to live in these facilities, the operating companies can charge as much as people are able to pay. A luxury home at The Villages, the largest independent living facility in the country, is currently listed for just under $2.4 million. That is separate from the ongoing fees to stay in the community. More modest offerings for a smaller independent living facility run about $5,000 a month for combined rent and services fees on a 1-bedroom apartment. Most retirees fund their stay at these living facilities by selling their homes. So as homes have become more expensive, the prices of these facilities has kept up at almost exactly the same pace. Independent living is, in a way, an indirect way to profit both off the aging population and increasing home prices. So if you are waiting for an inheritance to finally own your own home, I'm sorry to tell you, but these guys are the first in line. Now, these facilities are made for people that are mentally and physically fit enough to live by themselves, so nobody is being forced into these homes, but it starts to get a lot worse at the next level up. Assisted living facilities provide more personal care than independent living facilities. Accommodations in these types of aged care establishments are much smaller than the regular apartments of freestanding homes in ILFs. Typically, they are single ensuite rooms that connect directly to communal facilities like food halls and on-site medical facilities. These homes support residents with daily activities like bathing, dressing, and medication management, but they still let their elderly clients maintain as much independence as possible with planned shopping trips, leaving to go to see friends and family, and even vacations if it's deemed appropriate. These types of facilities are still mostly paid out of pocket by residents, but since they are a blend of a home and a care facility, insurance companies will cover part or some of all of the fees to stay in these homes if the residents have coverage. In very rare cases, residents can also receive funding from Medicaid if it's determined that they need the support of one of these homes and they have no other way of paying for it. At this level of care, there are two problems that arise that lead to bad outcomes for both residents and staff. The first problem is that insurance providers have much more negotiating power on their pricing, so investors in these facilities can't increase their margins by charging more. Instead, they turn a profit by lowering their standards of care. The National Bureau of Economic Research study found that since for-profit assisted living facilities had no required staffing levels, the headcount of on-site nurses and nursing assistants fell to dangerous levels. The basic functions that these facilities report to offer to patients like bathing, regular medical checkups, and even providing food have been missed because of inadequate funding. A report by the Associated Press listed hundreds of incidents of residents in these facilities simply starving to death. Another report by the Washington Post found that just dozens of elderly patients in the care of these homes died after they simply walked away without being noticed by the skeleton staff running these homes. If a long history of deadly negligence wasn't bad enough, this business model gets even worse since a large share of these residents in these homes were placed there against their will. So it's time to learn how money works to find out just how broken the aged care industry is. This week's lesson is sponsored by Ground News. It's important for me to stay up to date on news to prepare for my videos, but it's hard to get the facts of a story nowadays because it seems like everything has some sort of political bias or opinion. Ground News helps you cut through those biases, and I feel like partnering with them is a duty to all of you. Their app and website gathers related articles from around the world in one place, so you can compare coverage, instead of just reading one source and believing it to be true. For example, they analyzed nearly 100 sources reporting on President Biden implementing nursing home staffing regulations for the first time ever. Up top, I get a summary of the issue from different perspectives, and it's interesting to see the opposition from the nursing home industry, which cites staffing shortages as one of the key challenges in meeting the new regulations. Down below, I can compare every article on the topic, including the White House press release with tags showing me the bias, reliability, and ownership of the source. And I can see most of the coverage is coming from center and left-leaning sources, creating a potential blind spot for readers that consume more right-leaning news. Ground News has an entire feed dedicated to stories like this that are receiving lopsided coverage, and it's interesting to see the types of stories that each side of the political spectrum tends to focus on. Getting access to multiple perspectives is key to making informed decisions, and it's why I love using Ground News. So go to ground.news/howmoneyworks to try it out. Sign up today for just $1 a month or use my link and you'll get 30% off their unlimited Vantage plan, the same one I use to see the full picture and cut through media bias. The aged care advocacy group My Elder recently published a story about Max Kaplan, an 80-year-old man who in 2011 went into a hospital to receive a minor surgical procedure, which led him to never seeing his home again. According to the report, the hospital told Max that for them to discharge him back to his home, he would have to agree to allow a social worker to visit his home and determine if it was safe for him to return. The social worker determined his own home was not good enough and put him into the custody of Adult Protective Services, which checked him into an assisted living facility to provide him with care that he was living without before his ill-fated hospital visit. Kaplan was later appointed a legal guardian by a New York court who sold his home and furniture, cashed out his retirement savings, and used the money in addition to his pension and Social Security to pay for his continued care in an assisted living facility. Kaplan is only allowed $50 a month of his own money to pay for incidentals. As of September 2023, when this article was published, Max is not allowed to leave the building for any reason. No one can sign him out, and his guardian was not responsive to requests for comment. Now, you might be thinking this sounds a lot like the movie I Care a Lot, something that sounds like an overdramatic work of fiction. But guardianship abuse happens all the time, especially to elders who have had a lifetime to amass assets worth siphoning off. With a literally captive market, assisted living facilities have very little business pressure to increase their quality of care, because the residents seldom have the ability to leave and find a better provider. The price of assisted living facilities has also grown as facilities have started to offer additional amenities, nicer food, bigger rooms, and more activities to residents that have better insurance coverage or money from retirement savings and home sales to pay out of pocket. These are mostly high-margin items that can be charged at a premium within assisted living facilities to increase revenue because residents have nowhere else to spend their money. It's easier and more lucrative for operators to upsell these services rather than charge more money for what is really needed, which is more staff. And that's the second reason why senior living care is a broken business. It's getting squeezed from all angles. In 2021, a group of Florida healthcare providers urged the FTC for assistance with anti-competitive pricing coming from staffing agencies. So the operators that have been accused of ripping off residents were themselves complaining about being ripped off by service providers. According to data from Salary.com, ZipRecruiter, and Indeed, the average salary for a full-time elderly caregiver here in California is between $12.34 and $18.27 an hour, or $28,000 to $39,000 a year. That is a terrible income for such a demanding job. So when demand for essential staff peaked during COVID-19, the companies that provided staff to facilities that didn't hire their own staff started charging more, which made it unprofitable to run assisted living facilities. Insurance companies won't pay more, Medicaid has a fixed reimbursement that hasn't been adjusted to keep up with inflation, and facilities are already milking as much as they can out of residents with means to pay for additional services. That's why a survey conducted by the Florida Healthcare Association found that 59% of assisted living facilities were operating at a loss or negative total margin. And if you thought that was bad, then it only gets worse for the third type of aged care facility. Skilled nursing facilities offer the highest level of care to residents with serious health conditions that require constant supervision. These homes are a blend of living accommodations and a hospital, and are funded through fixed Medicare payments or health insurance. Some of the largest aged care communities in America will have independent living, assisted living, and skilled nursing facilities all on a single property, so residents can move between them as their need for care increases as they age. Normally, residents don't spend very long in skilled nursing facilities before they are either moved back to assisted living if their health improves, or the morgue if it doesn't. The regulatory requirements around minimum staffing to run these facilities is very high, but revenue is even lower since by the time most of the population gets to a skilled nursing facility, they don't have any personal assets or insurance coverage left, so providers have to make do with Medicaid, which isn't enough. Since most providers are still run for profit, it's taken some very creative business practices to get money out of these facilities, which is the third reason why everything about aged care has gotten so bad. There is still a lot of money in aged care. It's just not in the operating homes. The National Bureau of Economics research paper outlined one highly controversial practice that private equity firms have been using to extract business value out of all three types of these facilities. Private equity funds are motivated by capital gains, so if they can acquire a struggling aged care company and turn it around, they can make large profits. And even if they can't turn it around, they still have some tricks up their sleeves. So if you're a cunning private equity manager who wants to cash in on the misery, here is what you have to do. You need to find a nursing home that is struggling with profitability, but still has a strong asset base. Some nursing homes own their own facilities, and these are a great target. Since the company is barely profitable, you should be able to buy it for not very much money. And once you can take ownership, immediately sell whatever assets you can and then lease them back to the companies you sold them from. The aged care real estate investment trusts that you can buy on a public market get most of their properties from buying and leasing back properties like this. With this pile of new cash, you can pay back your firm a good amount of the money that they spent on the acquisition in the first place. After this, you should buy more properties and then use your market dominance to drive down expenses wherever you can and squeeze out a profit. Once you have made a profit, you can use this to get the aged care facility to take out a loan and then use that money to pay back your firm even more. The ongoing expenses of aged care facilities are now strained by rent and loan repayments, but even if they end up bankrupt, your firm still has made most of its money back. Leveraged buyouts like this have been responsible for 20,000 premature deaths in facilities across the country as the quality of service is slashed in the name of turning a profit. But without the liquidity provided by private equity, there would probably be an even bigger shortage of aged care providers. Private equity isn't moving into aged care because it's a great business. They are moving in because it's a struggling business. Other firms have found that there is more profit in buying up companies that provide third-party services to these homes. In 2018, HIG Capital acquired Reliant Rehabilitation, one of the largest providers of contract healthcare services in America, providing nursing staff on a contract basis to hundreds of assisted living and skilled nursing facilities across the country. This complemented their portfolio nicely, as they were able to share administrative overhead with WellPath, another healthcare service provider they acquired in 2013 that provides the same services to private prisons. I have worked for nearly half a decade in investment banking in the healthcare sector, putting these kinds of deals together. They don't always have to have such bad outcomes, but with such vulnerable people right in the middle of conflicting corporate interests, they are usually the first group to be compromised. I'm going to write an op-ed from my own experience in what separates bad deals from good deals in this space over on my completely free email newsletter Compounded Daily, so make sure to sign up at the link below if you are interested in reading that. If you want to start your own private equity fund to start profiting off broken business models like this yourself, then go watch my in-depth video covering what these businesses actually do to keep on learning how money works. There is a desperate race to trademark everything going on right now, and it's going to cost you dearly whether you notice it or not. Don't believe me? Well, what do the words superhero, realtor, face, that's hot, and BAM all have in common? They are common words used every day that are actually the legal property of different corporations. And that's not even the craziest thing that companies are silently putting in their vaults of intellectual property.
Kylie Jenner lost the battle to trademark her first name.
In 1998, Namco filed US patent 5718632.
Businesses that use the word face in their name could be met with a legal battle, as Facebook has been given the go-ahead to trademark the word face.
Jim, I'm sorry, you're fired. Get out of here.
You're fired. You're fired. You're fired.
Calls this interocular device. I would call this active eye.
We are always told about the wonders of fair competition, but the truth is, if you run a business, competition fucking sucks. To compete in business, you have to provide a better product, market more effectively, or lower your prices. Getting those first two right is really hard, and lowering prices means less money in your pocket. It would be so much easier if you could just run your competition out of business, and this is genuinely a great business strategy. There's only one problem: it's illegal. And if you aren't smart about how you do it, you are going to find yourself in competition with the Federal Trade Commission in federal court. But there is a way that you can avoid competition and actually have the authorities on your side to defend it, and that's by having a trademark, copyright, or patent to protect your business. These are not all the same, and companies have realized one is much better than the others. A patent protects new inventions or scientific discoveries for a period of 20 years. If you invent a new battery that gives electric cars 2,000 miles of range, you should file a patent so car companies can't use it, without paying you, of course. A patent has to be legally filed with the Patent and Trademark Office. If a patent is very complicated, it can take a long time to get approval. But in the meantime, your invention will be patent pending, which has no legal protection by itself, but it will warn other businesses that they will be wasting their money creating the same product because they won't be allowed to sell it if your patent is eventually approved. A copyright automatically applies to any creative work. If you write a song, make an original video, or paint an artwork, copyright will automatically apply to that work and will stay in place for 70 years after your death. No filing is required for creative works, but it can be harder to legally prove copyright in court if someone does copy what you are doing. A trademark is the best of both a patent and a copyright combined. And there are 3 reasons why applications for this kind of protection have tripled in the last 10 years, according to data from the US Patent Office and Statista. A trademark gets legally filed with the Patent and Trademark Office, so it's easy to officially defend and it lasts forever as long as basic renewal documents are submitted every 10 years. Trademarks are, to use the legal terminology, totally f***ing OP. The only problem with trademarks is that they only apply to elements that are clearly related to the branding of a business. For example, a logo like this or this can be trademarked because they clearly relate to the branding and identity of a business. Trademarks can also be applied to iconography, like Mickey Mouse ears could be trademarked, but a movie like Mickey Mouse Steamboat Willie cannot be trademarked because it's creative work, not branding. Steamboat Willie actually entered the public domain just 2 weeks ago. If you are a crafty businessman, you can really corrupt the intention of what trademarks are meant to do by claiming a catchphrase, sound, image, or even a word as part of your branding. If the overworked trademark officer reviewing the claim approves it, then you have an untouchable business advantage that will last forever. And that's the first reason businesses are rushing to trademark anything they can get away with. It's free real estate. Facebook successfully trademarked the word face. And if you wanted to create your own supernaturally powerful heroes, you can't call them superheroes, because that's a trademark which is jointly owned by DC and Marvel, the only companies that will ever be able to make superheroes without the permission of DC or Marvel. In the age of the influencer, where the line between brand and human are getting blurred, cunning celebrities are jumping in too. According to records from the Patent Office, the socialite Paris Hilton trademarked the phrase, "That's hot." Usain Bolt trademarked his signature move. And Kylie Jenner tried to trademark the name Kylie and got close too. But pressure from the singer Kylie Minogue resulted in the application being rejected. If it does work though, a successful trademark can add significant value to any business. In my own experience as an investment banker, I worked on several acquisitions where the purchasing company was buying a terrible business with bad fundamentals exclusively because they wanted to secure the business trademarks. And driving up the value of their business without really doing anything is just the first reason. So it's time to learn how money works to find out why businesses are desperately trying to trademark everything all of a sudden. This week's lesson was sponsored by Brilliant. This holiday season, instead of downloading Netflix shows that make your mind dull for that long trip, keep your mind sharp with Brilliant. Brilliant is the best way to learn math, data science, and computer science interactively. Using Brilliant is fun, and I personally love using it myself. And it's why I am so proud that I've worked with them for as long as I have. I recently finished a course they offered called How Technology Works, and I learned a variety of interesting things like how video compression works, GPD, and strong passwords. By committing 10 to 20 minutes a day on Brilliant, you can pick up a ton of newfound knowledge easily from the flexibility of your phone, tablet, or desktop computer. Using Brilliant makes you smarter, providing you hands-on learning from basic to advanced comprehension levels. For us busy people, Brilliant is the best way to learn, giving us visual learning that allows us to pick up our phones and move through lessons with ease, much in the same way you'd check your social media. It doesn't feel daunting like a school assignment. It's enjoyable and fun. To get Brilliant for free for 30 days, go to brilliant.org/howmoneyworks or click the link in the description, and the first 200 of you will get 20% off Brilliant's annual premium subscription. Claiming ownership over something as vague as a word is a great shield against potential competitors, but it can also be a great weapon. The largest tech companies have been buying up competition with strong trademarks and patents for years now, because it builds up their arsenal in the dumbest corporate war ever. These companies now file so many patents and trademarks that it's basically impossible for their competition to operate without violating their intellectual property. Earlier this year, patent USD 593087S1 expired, but when it was current, it gave its owner Apple Inc. the patent for an electronic device in the shape of a rectangle with rounded corners. If you have looked at any smartphone made in the last 20 years, it's probably a rectangle with rounded corners. These companies have thousands of such patents and trademarks. So why didn't they force all of its competitors to start making phones in the shape of a triangle? They didn't do it because if they did, then Google would fire back with the millions, yes millions, of trademarks and patents they own, and neither company would be able to make anything. Patents and trademarks have become a nuclear stockpile in a legal game of mutually assured tech destruction. Some companies have found that patents and trademarks are so valuable that they don't even bother running any other part of the business. Adam Neumann, the founder of WeWork, personally trademarked the word we, and then sold it to his own company so they could use it in their branding for WeWork as well as their spin-off brands. We Live, a dorm-style co-living space, We Grow, a childcare service, and Rise by We, a health and wellness franchise. Neumann had to return the $6 million of investor money he used to pay himself for his own registered trademark from his own company. But there are people that are much better at leveraging the value of trademarks. After leaving the company, former Microsoft Chief Technology Officer Nathan Myhrvold started an investment firm called Intellectual Ventures. This investment firm buys up companies that are out of business but still hold valuable intellectual property. They then threaten other companies with lawsuits if they are using something that fits the broad definition of their trademarks, because most companies don't want to deal with a business that exists solely to sue other businesses. Intellectual Ventures also has a large team of employees who work to file as many patents as they can. This company is the largest and best funded example of a patent troll, and businesses like these are the second reason why companies are in a desperate race to trademark everything. It's a game of trademark or be trademarked. A lot of trademarks are specific to a business use case. For example, Facebook has registered trademarks for words such as face, like, and wall. But those trademarks can only apply to uses for social media websites. So Zuckerberg can't sue a drywalling company. Apple is free to use FaceTime since it's not a social media competitor. And you can even like this video? Social media platforms didn't even exist 30 years ago. Now it's $1 trillion market. So businesses have realized that it's a good strategy to trademark as much as they can when a new technology emerges. If it does become a big market, they will make it harder for other companies to compete. And if other companies also have trademarks in the space, they can use the threat of legal retaliation to keep their company safe. Even if the company doesn't create a commercially viable product with their patents and trademarks, they can just sell them or use them to make money through licensing to companies that weren't fast enough to trademark everything first. If a new technology doesn't create a big market, then it doesn't matter, because the price to register a trademark can be as low as $250, which may as well be free to a company worth billions of dollars. No market is pushing the latest rush of patent and trademark filings harder than AI. The work of OpenAI and other generative AI applications has got investors and other business leaders excited about the applications of this technology, so they are going on a patenting spree to carve out their corner of what Bloomberg Intelligence is projected to be $1 trillion market in the next decade. If companies spend the money on R&D to make this technology better, they should be rewarded for taking that risk. But AI is speeding up the race to trademark everything for a more sinister reason as well. And that's because it's going to be harder for small businesses to hide in the future. The world is too big for any company to check everywhere to make sure that nobody is infringing on their trademarks without their permission. Sites like Alibaba, Temu, Wish.com, Etsy, eBay, and even Amazon are full of knockoff products that work off the business model of, it's not illegal if we don't get caught. For a long time, this has worked. Because no matter how many real people have to monitor these sites, they can't keep up with the people posting new products with slightly altered photos and descriptions. But AI could change that. There are already dozens of AI services working with companies that train models to detect websites that might be stealing the branding that they tried so hard to protect. These programs can work 24/7 and detect new listings as soon as they appear. Once these programs have found suspicious activity, holding an official trademark registration helps to simplify the process of getting products, videos, or entire websites removed because the companies hosting the page often won't take any action unless there is a clear official owner of the intellectual property in question. Copyright detection algorithms are not new. If you have ever posted a video on YouTube with a song that doesn't belong to you, then you will know that it almost immediately gets flagged. But new AI tools extend that functionality to other markets like physical products. It's harder for a computer to check if a random picture of a sneaker is similar enough to another sneaker for it to be considered trademark infringement than it is to detect a specific song or movie which will always look or sound the same. Until recently, the most advanced computer algorithms struggled to even tell if a shoe was a shoe. But AI image detection has made advanced image comparisons possible across the entire internet. And they don't depend on the site host to check themselves like YouTube does. The book Artificial Intelligence and Intellectual Property, which was written by 3 law professors, also reveals another reason why companies are rushing to do this right now, which is that AI can be used to detect trademarks, but it's also trained on data which itself could be trademarked. GPT-4 has been trained on terabytes of data scraped from the internet, and a lot of that is going to include works and branding that have value to their creators. Companies know that if they can clearly make a claim over a trademark now, it's going to make it harder for people to use generative AI to compete in their markets. According to a report by the Harvard Business Review, one of the most popular use cases for image-generating AIs is to create a logo. This is useful to small businesses that want to create a new logo or update their old one, but don't have the skills to create their own logo from scratch or the money to pay a graphic designer to do it for them. The problem is every single logo created from AI will be a blend of other trademarked company logos pulled from the internet for training data. The law hasn't caught up with technology yet. One argument is that professional graphic designers will be pulling their own experience creating logos, and part of that experience will be the inspiration they got from looking at other trademarked logos. The other argument is that they aren't directly taking those works and feeding them into a computer, so their creations are original. Whatever side wins, companies want to be prepared. And the best way to be prepared is to build themselves a fortress of trademarks. The people who have been having this fight before trademark laws even existed are comedians. The line between inspiration and joke stealing has been long debated. Go and watch The Men Who Mock Kings over on How History Works to see how they've always secretly been some of the most influential men in the world. And if you want to learn more about the ridiculous use of trademarks in corporate America, I will be writing an article about it from my own experience as an investment banker. So to read that, subscribe to my totally free email newsletter Compounded Daily to keep on learning how money works.
Some of his companies have climbed more than 1,000% since 2020.
Has officially passed Jeff Bezos to become the world's second richest person.
You know, I never thought I would say this, but I feel bad for Sam Bankman-Fried. He works his entire professional career to create the biggest fraud in corporate history, only to be one-upped just 2 months after he was arrested. The $8 billion in customer funds that were lost due to the crash in the fraudulent crypto exchange now pale in comparison to the $92 billion that has been wiped off the Adani Group's collective market cap since its alleged fraudulent activity was uncovered late last month by Hindenburg Research. Hindenburg Research is an investment research firm that specializes in short selling using a very simple four-step process. Step 1, find a company with something going wrong that isn't yet public knowledge, like a serious fault in their growth model, a significant market threat, or just plain old systematic fraud, as is the case with this Adani situation.
Hence, to insulate the investors from potential losses, we have withdrawn the FPO. This decision will not have any impact on our existing operations as well as our future plans.
Step 2, short the company's stock. Step 3, make a public announcement in the form of a research paper accompanied by a big marketing campaign to expose the problems with the company so that other investors also short sell the business, which will push the price down.
And this really goes straight to the heart of the empire of one of the richest people in the world, and it's having an effect across his different companies.
Step 4, exit the short positions at a new low price with a healthy profit. It is a simple process that has made the appropriately named Hindenburg Research and other investment firms using a similar strategy lots of money by exposing corporate frauds. The great thing about this strategy for the short-selling research firm is that even if the underlying problems with the company turn out to be not true, just the market panic caused by a widely circulated accusation of corporate frauds can be enough to push the stock price down for long enough to allow the firm to cash out their short position for a profit. If the allegations do end up being overblown, then the short sellers that followed the lead of the initial short-selling research firm can end up being burned as the stock rallies back to its original price. Bill Ackman, the manager of the hedge fund Pershing Square Capital, put a lot of investors in this position with his failed short play on the multi-level marketing company Herbalife.
Round 1, fight!
Ackman accused the company of being a fraudulent pyramid scheme after taking on a major short position combined with a marketing campaign that even included a documentary, Betting on Zero.
The strategy they came up with is what they call the bottom of the pyramid strategy. And it was a strategy where they decided to target the poorest people in the world. I mean, it sounds incredible, but it's actually true.
The short failed to play out as regulators didn't file any charges against the company, and it continues to operate to this day with the stock price even higher than it was before Ackman's short sale. The failed short play hurt Ackman's reputation, meaning other short sellers will be less likely to follow him into similar positions in the future, making it harder for him to profit off this four-step plan in the future. However, he did say that Hindenburg's Adani report was highly credible, but given his track record, that might not be the endorsement they were looking for. A good reputation for digging up credible problems are very important for making this investment play work. So how is Hindenburg's track record? Hindenburg's last big short play was against Nikola Motors and their CEO Trevor Milton. After the report was released to the investing public, Nikola's stock price fell 40%, and an investigation by the SEC was opened into Milton, which eventually resulted in a conviction for wire and securities fraud. Since the paper was published in September of 2020, Nikola's stock is down over 90%. So when the same investment firm made similar accusations against one of the largest conglomerates in India, it understandably drew some attention. The 7 publicly listed companies in the Adani Group are now down over 50% from the record high prices they were trading at before Hindenburg's report was made public. Investors are now taking sides because there is a lot of money to be made or lost no matter what happens from now on. If it turns out that the short thesis presented by Hindenburg Research is true, then the stocks could fall even further, making a lot of money for the short sellers following Hindenburg's lead. If the report turns out to be baseless FUD coming from an investment firm with a financial conflict of interest against the Adani Group, or if Indian authorities do not prosecute the Adani Group for the alleged crimes, then the stocks could rally back to their previous trading highs, leaving short sellers with a potential 100% loss on their positions. For everybody else on the sidelines, it is going to be fun to watch. So it's time to learn how money works to find out how the Adani fraud actually worked to create so much excess value in the stock price. This week's lesson was sponsored by BetterHelp. Mental health is something that is hard to talk about, but it's something that's incredibly important to me. Before YouTube, I worked at an investment bank where the expectation was that you should always be available, always deliver perfect results, and always put your work first. Nothing was more important than your job, which never felt right and would constantly make me anxious and sometimes even depressed. Talking to a therapist was the only thing that helped me, and I am grateful every day that I took that step. BetterHelp makes it even easier these days to get in touch with a therapist from the privacy of your own home, with a 100% online service. The process is as simple as filling in a confidential online questionnaire, then BetterHelp can match you with one of their over 25,000 licensed and experienced therapists who can help you with a wide range of issues. And you can talk to your therapist however you feel comfortable. Whether it's text, chat, phone call, or video call, you can message your therapist at any time and schedule live sessions whenever convenient. And if the therapist isn't the right fit for you, you can change at no additional cost. With BetterHelp, you get the same professionalism and quality you expect from in-office therapy, but with a therapist who is custom-picked for you, more scheduling flexibility, and a more affordable price. If you have ever even considered that you could benefit from therapy, let me tell you that it will be probably one of the best things you could ever do. So join more than 2 million people who have taken charge of their mental health and get 10% off your first month at betterhelp.com/howmanyworks, which is linked in the video description. The Hindenburg research report had to prove two things to the investing community. Number one is that it had to prove that Adani's corporate leadership acted in a dishonest or fraudulent manner. And number two, it had to prove that this dishonest behavior resulted in the conglomerate's 7 different public companies being overvalued. The report is extremely long and quite technical, so I, along with a few of my friends like Richard from the Plain Bagel, have gone ahead and read it so you don't have to. The report makes 6 main arguments as to why it believes that the companies in the Adani Group are overvalued and are overdue for a significant correction. These 6 points, when taken together, also reveal how the fraud works to enrich the Adani family members at the center of this alleged scheme. The first accusation is that 7 of the companies in the group are simply overvalued by as much as 85% based purely off fundamental financial analysis when compared to other companies in similar industries. This part of the report is pretty weak sauce, because companies can have different valuations based off fundamental factors for a lot of different reasons. Hindenburg didn't mention growth statistics, the company's track record, or market dominance. Also, a company can have a high price-to-earnings ratio if they only made a penny in profit. All of the Adani companies are listed in the National Stock Exchange of India, which will have different industry standards than here in the States. In my own humble opinion, this probably shouldn't have been included in the report, because it was already well known by anybody invested in these companies. So far it's Adani 1, Hindenburg 0. Hindenburg's second point is that the company has too much debt. Certain Adani companies, especially their newer ventures like Adani Green Energy, have taken on a lot of leverage to scale rapidly by making big acquisitions of technologies, patents, machinery, and entire companies in the green energy space. If this plays out well, it will be seen as a genius business move, but it is incredibly risky. If the company can't produce cash flows to maintain its payments on this debt, then the whole house of cards could come crashing down very quickly. Hindenburg also raised another problem with the company's debt. Point 2b, if you will. The company themselves had a lot of debt, putting them in a potentially vulnerable position. But insiders in the company, for example the Adani family themselves and close associates, also had a lot of personal debt that they secured against their stocks in the Adani business. Some of the Adani companies like Adani Power are 75% owned by immediate relatives of the company's CEO, Gautam Adani. Despite the company's name, the Adani Group is not a family business, and having that much ownership concentrated in the hands of the founders should raise some alarms by itself. For sake of comparison, Jeff Bezos only owns 10% of Amazon, Elon Musk only owns 13.5% of Tesla, and Zuckerberg only owns 13.6% of Sol. Oh, and also Meta. The reason the Adani companies have had to rely so heavily on debt financing is because they haven't sold many of their shares to outside investors, which is the other way that companies raise money to fund expansion. Even if the highly concentrated ownership could be explained away by a PR firm claiming that the family just really believed in the companies, it doesn't get rid of the risk of individual margin calls. Of the 75% of Adani Power shares owned by the family, 25% of them have been pledged as collateral for loans taken out to benefit the lifestyle of individual members to pay for their extravagant lifestyle. The terms of these loans will have a rule that if the pledged shares fall below a certain value, the family members must contribute additional capital to make sure that the loan is always secure. If they cannot supply additional capital, the shares will be taken from them and sold to close out the position. Selling shares will lower the prices in public markets, which could trigger additional margin calls. 25% pledged of 75% family ownership in the company means more than 18% of Adani Energy shares could be forced onto the market if the price fell far enough. Currently, every single other investor in Adani Energy outside of the family only owns 25% of the company combined. So this would almost double the total outstanding shares in circulation in a very short amount of time, which would tank the price. Highly levered businesses will be struggling no matter what in the current interest rate environment. And in addition to the excessive borrowing of the family members backed by company stock, this is really the smoking gun that investors look for in short-selling research reports. So it's Adani 1, Hindenburg 1. The assumption in point 2a and 2b was that the Adani family and their associates were also being fully transparent about their share ownership and debt facilities.
Exactly. You go after real criminals, which makes me wonder what What the hell are you investigating me for?
Hindenburg's third point was that the Adani family and their associates were not being fully transparent about their share ownership and debt facilities. Indian regulators require that any public company have a minimum public shareholding of 25%. This is why the Adani family only owns 75% of Adani Power. They can't legally own any more. These minimum public ownership rules are designed to avoid market manipulation and provide a minimum level of liquidity. The YouTuber Max Fosh made a video where he created a company with 10 billion shares and then convinced a random stranger to buy one of those shares for £50. This gave the company a technical market capitalization of £500 billion, and since he owned the other 99.99999% of shares in the company, he temporarily became the world's richest person.
I haven't done anything wrong. I'm just making silly videos. But I was very rich.
That was a fun video, but financial regulators obviously don't want markets to work like this, so they have rules like the 25% minimum public shareholding. The Hindenburg report accuses the Adani family and associates of circumventing this rule by setting up holding companies in offshore destinations like Mauritius and the Cayman Islands to conceal ownership behind these jurisdictions' corporate privacy laws. It's difficult to prove who really owns these companies without a leak like the Paradise or Panama Papers, but as much as 10% of the additional outstanding shares in certain Adani companies are owned by these suspect offshore entities. This could mean that the Adani family owns as much as 85% of the shares in certain Adani Group companies, which would not only violate the minimum public shareholding requirement laws, but also give them the ability to make financial plays like insider trading. Point number 4 made by Hindenburg is that a lot of the most senior positions in various Adani companies are held by Adani family members who are seriously underqualified to have received their position based off merit alone. Apart from Gautam Adani himself, the executive leadership of the company is filled with family members with little to no formal education or industry experience. In a family-run business, this is not a problem. But remember, despite the name, the Adani companies are a public business that anybody can invest in, and there is a fiduciary duty for the company leadership to do what is best by those shareholders. Employing underqualified family members is not in the shareholders' best interest. Normally, if a family member of a CEO applies for a senior role in a public company, permission would need to be granted by an ethics board, the board of directors, or even a shareholder vote depending on the company's corporate constitution. In the case of the Adani family, this wouldn't matter, because they own so much, they can just give themselves permission if they even bothered to ask at all, which public records indicate they did not. In addition to having one of India's largest conglomerates being run by nepotism babies, the allegations made by Hindenburg is that the Adani family members in various senior positions scattered throughout the 7 companies could make trades using the offshore companies from point 3 based off of the information they would have access to from their jobs in point 4. These offshore entities might also have more loans secured against them, making the margin call risk from point 2B even worse. A lot of this depends on proving that the offshore holding companies that own additional Adani stock actually do belong to the family members, which is very hard to do. But what Hindenburg did point out was that the offshore entities were surprisingly good at making trades before the big company announcements. Hindenburg also spent a lot of time in the report connecting various dots that show that it's pretty unlikely that these offshore companies could be controlled by anybody other than the family members. Even if these offshore companies are not owned by the family at all, it's a serious problem for public investors that so few shares in the company are owned outside of the family and some shadowy offshore network. So it's Adani 1, Hindenburg 2. Hindenburg's 5th point was that the Adani family members that got given senior positions in the companies don't have the best track record when it comes to fraud. Gautam Adani's brother, Vinod and Rajesh, in addition to his brother-in-law Samir Vora, have all been implicated in several corporate tax fraud spanning decades. The family started out with a $181 million diamond trading fraud, and Rajesh has been arrested twice on separate counts of customs tax avoidance and forging import documents. Character assassinations like this is common for investment firms taking a major short position against a company. So take everything you hear from Hindenburg with a pinch of salt, because they are not going to highlight the past successes of these men. They are only going to highlight the flaws, although in this case, those flaws are pretty big. Prior involvement in serious and well-documented cases of investor fraud raise even more questions about how these brothers got their executive roles over other applicants with more experience and less criminal records. Hindenburg takes the win again here, so it's Adani 1, Hindenburg 3. Point 6 is how points 1 through 5 work together to build a sophisticated scheme to enrich the Adani family at the expense of lenders and outside investors. The Adani family owns a large share of the companies, which they can inflate in value by insider trading with their offshore entities to fake trading activity and capitalize on material inside information. Once the stock price has been pumped up, the family took out loans by using their overinflated shares as collateral. They used the money from these loans to set up more offshore entities, to which caused the value of the Adani Group companies to grow over $200 billion, temporarily making Gautam Adani, the ringleader of this alleged fraud, the third richest man in the world. The very fact that the Adani family owns so much of the various companies will make it very difficult for Hindenburg to unwind their short position, so their endgame is one of three possible outcomes. Option 1 is that enough other short sellers enter the market that they exit their position without pushing the price back up. Option 2 is that the stocks fall far enough that the Adani family members get margin called and are forced to liquidate their positions, giving Hindenburg the liquidity they need to make an exit. And option 3 is that the scathing report builds up enough public outrage that regulators are forced to intervene and either delist the company entirely or force the Adani family members to liquidate their holdings above the 75% maximum insider shareholding limits. It's possible that this doesn't happen, because a rags to riches story like the Adani Group is almost a source of national pride in India, so authorities might decide to simply look the other way. Nobody knows exactly how this will play out, which is why there is so much activity on either side of the short position. I would advise caution speculating on the outcome of this short play, because everything that either side is saying is backed by large financial interest in the share price going one way or the other. Unsophisticated investors might also rally behind a strong figure like Gautam Adani, who has built a personal reputation as a genius businessman, a trait that all other investors should be very careful of. You can find out why by watching my video on the big problem with really smart people. A special thanks again to BetterHelp for making it possible for everybody to keep on learning how money works.
Oh, crap. This is bad. This is bad. After all I said, they'll probably call this a hate crime.
It's very annoying to people who have an IQ of 160 that they can also be completely useless. But it happens a lot, so.
Cognitive miserliness can cause us to be swayed by irrelevant information and our own feelings. For example, leading us to poor financial decisions when buying a house. It can also explain why apparently intelligent people fall for fake news if they rely too much on the gist rather than the details of a statement.
There's a growing sense that intellectuals of all stripes are producing knowledge cynically, with a certain agenda in mind. And if you're looking for the stuff that comes out of policy institutes, think tanks, and the speaking circuit, you're not wrong.
There is a problem with really smart people that is making you dumber and poorer. Social media platforms like YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, and Facebook have allowed an unrestricted access to the greatest minds in the world. It's also let us interact with these people instead of only being able to read their curated publishing. Being able to watch hours of interviews with world-renowned scientists or tweet directly with influential business people is amazing, but it creates 5 big problems. And when these very smart people start talking about investing in personal finance, those problems end up costing regular people lots of money. Problem number 1 is the issue of false authority. To become a doctor, someone either needs to obtain a medical degree or complete a doctorate, both very difficult academic challenges that demonstrate a high level of intellect in a very narrow field. A doctorate is a project of new research that might research something that nobody outside of that specific field of academia has ever heard of. New research is still very important, but the skills and knowledge that make it possible to publish a study of the abundance of distributions along the minor axis of the galactic bulge don't translate to making someone a genius in another field that they have not dedicated as much time to. For those of you who didn't pause the video to look up that joke, that was the title of Neil deGrasse Tyson's PhD. Neil deGrasse Tyson is a very smart man, but he is a great example of someone who has assumed that because he is an expert in astrophysics, he is automatically the smartest person in any conversation about anything.
Sometimes smart people can act stupidly thanks to the people who are around us.
The false authority bias, or the expert fallacy, is a well-documented psychological trap that us humans frequently fall into, and it's not really anybody's fault. A recognized expert in one field will automatically have a platform that draws people to ask them questions. The smart person will try their best to answer the questions, even if they are slightly outside of their direct area of expertise.
Then there are more transcendental numbers than there are irrational numbers.
Using Neil deGrasse Tyson as an example again, he is not the world's foremost expert on black holes, but he could comfortably answer any question the average person would have about them.
Will like a black hole be able to suck in another black hole?
Ooh,
good question.
It's not past your bedtime or anything?
If the smart person gains a reputation for being able to answer people's questions, they will attract more questions from a larger audience about things that are outside of their area of expertise. Neil deGrasse Tyson is not a particle physicist, but if documentary producers want him to talk about fusion energy, he is going to need to do his best. Eventually, he's asked questions about fields that he has no expertise in, and he makes some bad takes that most people still believe because he is the smart guy on TV.
The real-life Rick Sanchez with no humor about him or wit, or really anything good about Rick Sanchez. The only thing he has from Rick is that he's into science and he doesn't give a shit about anything, I guess.
I am sorry, Neil. I don't want to pick on you, but your Twitter feed and Joe Rogan appearances just make you too perfect of an example. The very smart people don't even want to spread misinformation, but because they are smart, they get asked a lot more questions, which results in them giving more good answers and more bad answers. Anyway, Neil deGrasse Tyson might be the king of overly self-confident intellectuals, but at least he hasn't started telling you how to invest yet, and the false authority problem opens up 4 other problems that are much worse. So it's time to learn how money works to find out how listening to really smart people is costing us a lot of money. This week's lesson was made possible by Brilliant. Figuring out whether someone is truly a subject matter expert or full of shit can be challenging, but a basic understanding of important subjects can help you identify the false authority bias. For example, their course in logic helps you to detect and identify if someone is truly telling the truth or lying. The course provides you with techniques for extracting information from any statement such as a lie. Brilliant covers a lot of subjects, including statistics, which is another tool that you can use for determining whether or not something someone tells you is true. Brilliant offers a fun way to learn. It's much more exciting than reading a textbook, and much easier to retain because you apply what you learn. Whenever I'm in transit or riding the train, I'll pull up Brilliant on my phone. They found out how to make learning something you want to do, instead of a dreadful school assignment. Whether you're trying to learn something new or just trying to stay sharp, Brilliant can help. And to get started for free, go to brilliant.org/howmoneyworks or click the link in the description, and the first 200 of you will get 20% off Brilliant's annual premium subscription. Problem number 2 with really smart people is what we let them get away with. Enron was the greatest fraud in corporate American history. Senior leadership at the company had supposedly grown it from a humble energy provider to a conglomerate with advanced business systems in a range of fields making money in ways that were just too complicated for the average person to understand.
You know, Enron had made contributions to a lot of people around Washington, D.C. And if they came to this administration looking for help, they didn't find any.
A lot of investors bought this, and the firm's leadership even gained the unofficial title of the smartest men in the room. We now know that the only advanced systems those managers were controlling were the accounting practices that falsified revenue figures, which led to the company being massively overvalued by investors. Enron's executives were smart people, and that meant that the average person just accepted that they were doing the right thing. A very smart person has been a central figure in most corporate frauds. Bernie Madoff was a veteran trader that was changing how money was made on Wall Street. Elizabeth Holmes was the brilliant student who dropped out of Stanford to start a biotech company. And Sam Bankman-Fried built a lot of the marketing for FTX around his persona as an eccentric genius. Even Charles Ponzi, the original American fraudster, got away with his scams because he was exceptionally good at convincing people that what he was doing was too complicated for them to understand, and that they should just give him their money and stop asking too many questions. Each of these companies had industry insiders raising concerns about their business practices simply not making sense a long time before their frauds fell apart.
So why do people fall for scams? Well, self-confidence is often a big factor that causes people to fall for scams. People who believe they are too smart or too well informed to be tricked are often quite likely to become scam victims. People also make bad decisions when they become emotional.
By having a leader who was once marketed as a once-in-a-generation genius, it was easy for these companies to quell the concerns or write it off as the jealous establishment trying to raise fear, uncertainty, and doubt about their world-changing business. Telling a real genius apart from someone that needs you to believe that they are a genius is the hard part. But if a company places too much attention on how smart their CEO is, it's normally a bad sign. As a counterpoint to these examples, quantitative hedge funds like Renaissance, Citadel, and Two Sigma use advanced algorithms to try to beat the stock market. But apart from the incredibly complex math and software engineering they employ, anybody working at these firms could explain what they do to an average investor that had even the basic understanding of markets and trading. Problem number 3 with smart people is that success is not always an indication of good advice. We know that the average person puts a heavy weighting on the advice of smart people, but even the smartest people in the world don't know how you should invest your money. An investing strategy is a very personal thing, because it needs to consider your income, objectives, risk tolerance, tax strategies, and current financial position. Without knowing these, it's impossible for even the smartest investor to give good advice. The problem for a lot of people is advice can be expensive, and licensed professionals are also obligated to give people cold hard truths that they might not want to hear, such as you're never going to get rich earning $50,000 a year. People don't want to hear this, so they look to smart people who are not afraid to give good advice to see what they recommend. Someone like Meet Kevin is obviously a smart guy, because he has made millions of dollars investing into real estate and meme stocks, and then millions more by talking about investing into real estate and meme stocks on the internet. The advice he gives carries a lot of weight, because he presents himself as an in-the-know figure that is willing to teach you the secrets of becoming wealthy from humble beginnings like he did. Compare this to a boomer like Richard from the Plain Bagel, who is only going to lecture you about how your portfolio is never going to moon and that you should instead take your time to write out clear objectives and work those into a realistic budgeting and investing plan. I mean, obviously this guy is an idiot. He still works a regular day job and doesn't have a private jet. A lot of flashy financial influencers have used the fact that they are rich and you are not as an indication that they are smart and that you should listen to them.
And that's that I truly believe that influencer marketing is ruining the finance industry, is ruining the industry I work in.
A lot of these people probably believe their own hype, so to speak, and actually think that their path to success is repeatable without the advantages or good fortune they had along the way. The psychologist Paul Piff ran an experiment at the University of California that invited pairs of strangers to play a game of Monopoly. The game of Monopoly is already a balance of skill and luck, but the researchers decided to skew that balance heavily in favor of luck. The game was rigged so that one player would start out with twice as much money, get to roll 4 dice to move around the board faster, and got twice as much money when they passed go. Paul Piff's hypothesis was that the player with the obvious advantage would be embarrassed by the situation and try and help out the other players with a clear disadvantage. The researchers instead found the opposite. Piff said in the report he published that in various ways, through body language and boasting about their wealth, by smacking their pieces loudly against the playing board and making light of their opponent's misfortune, the rich players began to act as though they deserved the good fortune that was largely a result of their luck. After the game was over, the researchers interviewed the winning players and asked them why they think they had won the game. The players gave breakdowns of their strategies and best plays, but none of them attributed their success to luck. In the real world, the same psychological effect can happen, and people that have been given a lot of advantages can attribute their own action to their success and disregard their advantages. Even people that have come from humble backgrounds often got very lucky along the way to achieving success. Their audience also doesn't want to believe that the smart person just got lucky, because that makes their own success feel less attainable. People like the certainty that comes with a guaranteed result from a predefined set of instructions, even though that rarely exists, especially in the world of investing. Problem number 4 with really smart people is what happens when they start believing their own hype. I have avoided mentioning Elon Musk up until now, but he is obviously savvy in his particular field, which is developing systems to scale new companies. But going back to the first problem with really smart people is that just because Musk is great at building companies does not mean he has valuable expertise in all of the other fields that he thinks he does. The culture that he has built around himself is an extreme example of what a lot of smart people experience when their peers assume that anything they do will be perfect. This can do harm, because if the smart people start believing that their judgment is better than the conventional institution of the field that they have applied themselves to, then they can do themselves and those around them a lot of harm. If a really smart person thinks that they are too smart to go with a buy and hold long-term investing strategy and convince themselves that they will be part of the 1% of people that make a profit by trading commodities futures, that doesn't really harm anybody but them. But smart people can work or buy their way into company leadership positions and reject the advice of their employees and consultants in favor of going with their own instincts that are obviously perfect because everybody else tells them how smart they are. Their intuition is rarely better than the combined brain power of the entire company, so problems occur. And those problems also compel the very smart manager to rely on more instincts and snap decision-making and less on good advice from company stakeholders. Anyways, did I mention that I have a Twitter? You should follow me on there while you still can. The final problem with really smart people is when they are not that smart at all and they just use the reputation to get by on unfounded merit. The internet is full of people that talk endlessly about their wealth and success while downplaying or completely ignoring their failures. It's very easy to pay for positive coverage, and even reputable news outlets will run stories about people's business success for a small fee. Building up that personal branding is step 1. with step 2 being cashing it out to promote an online course or sketchy investment opportunity. The power of smart people is that they don't get questioned, and they provide credibility to projects that don't deserve any. So even if someone isn't smart at all, it doesn't take a genius to figure out that making people believe you are very smart is very lucrative. Now, if you still think that you are too smart for any of this to affect you, then you should go and watch my video on why financial fraud has cost you your financial future, even if you have never fallen for a scam in your life. A big thanks again to Brilliant for making it possible for everybody to keep on learning how money works.
That's right, it's great to have shit people. These shit people come with their fancy shitty clothes and their big shitty cars, you know, and these shit.
In its 9 seasons on air, the office of Dunder Mifflin was run by 11 different regional managers.
Everybody, David Wallace and I have talked, and we have decided to promote Jim to the position of co-manager.
Some had their jobs for years, others for less than an hour. But the office never ran better in the rare times when there was no manager at all.
Unleash the power of the pyramid.
I get that this is just a comedy, but sometimes what makes this show so funny is how close to reality it gets at times. If a company is set up properly, people really can just come into work, do their job, and go home without layers of authority on top of them micromanaging their every move, getting in the way of actual business operations, and taking home the biggest salaries in the office. Bad management can ruin even the best ideas and end up costing their companies lots of money in the process.
It's true.
About $3 trillion a year according to recent studies, which is why some companies are starting to rethink if the hierarchical business structure is a thing of the past. A typical business management is responsible for choosing the direction of the company.
I declare bankruptcy!
Training their subordinates and providing them with the tools they need to move the company in that direction, rewarding employees if they excel in their work, and punishing employees that don't meet their standards. These 5 tasks encompass everything that a manager is responsible for, and they are all very important roles in running a successful business, so it's not like the role of a manager is redundant by default. But some companies are starting to realize that these 5 tasks can be done without a manager at all, often with better results. This isn't some socialist propaganda either. These are regular businesses trying to operate in the best way to maximize profits for their shareholders. Some of the organizations we will look at in this video are owned by billionaires who would not benefit at all from the rich being eaten. So it's time to learn how money works to find out if the companies of the future could be run without the managers from the past. This week's lesson was brought to you by Vessi. If you haven't heard of the brand Vessi, let me tell you why I've really started to love their sneakers. Vessi creates 100% waterproof sneakers that are great for the most unpredictable weather. During my free time, I love spending my time doing outdoor activities, visiting the Palace of Fine Arts or Crissy Field Beach in San Francisco. The problem is that my shoes get dirty and wet when visiting these places. That is, until I got my Vessi shoes, which are perfect for the outdoors. They are made from Dymatex, a dual climate knit material that keeps you cool in the summer and warm in the colder weather. And they don't feel like they should be waterproof. You know that fear when water covers your shoes and you know you're gonna have damp socks for the rest of the day? Well, you don't have to worry about that with Vessi sneakers.
Wow.
Best of all, they are comfortable, lightweight, and breathable. And unlike waterproof shoes, they are good looking. They've become my regular go-to shoe because I can wear them just about anywhere and with any outfit. Get a pair for yourself and click the link in the description and use code HMW for $25 off each pair of adult Vessi shoes. To get rid of hierarchical management structures that have been used by organizations for centuries, a company would need to see that a managerless organization is possible and advantageous for shareholders. You not liking your boss is unfortunately not a good enough reason to change how a company operates, and a few of the managerless companies we will look at later are famous for being pretty terrible places to work anyway, so worker satisfaction is not going on the list. Apart from that, there are 4 big advantages to getting rid of managers that shareholders will actually care about. Number 1, it saves money. Businesses should always be trying to cut down on unnecessary expenses, and managers are typically paid more than the workers they are managing. If they can be removed, then that leaves more money to be paid back to the shareholders. This is the obvious one, but less companies think to do this than you might imagine. A 2016 report by the Harvard Business Review found that excess management was costing the states $3 trillion per year. That's like removing the state of California and Texas and making them micromanage each other. But why would profit-driven companies do this? Well, managers are normally the first people consulted about incoming layoffs, and they are also the people tasked with deciding who leaves and who stays. They are obviously not going to pick themselves, even if they are the person in their team that contributes the least. As you go higher up the corporate ladder, it becomes worse because managers start to look out for people directly below them. The anthropologist David Graeber spoke about this in his book Bullshit Jobs, where he singled out people that only exist in organizations to make their superiors feel important.
So how on earth do you have a situation where private firms are making up jobs where they pay people not to do anything? Now that's exactly the last thing you'd think that a competitive firm would do.
Graeber specifically spoke about receptionists, administrative assistants, and doormen, but middle managers can become flunkies of their own. A senior manager delegates to middle managers, who delegate to team leaders, who delegate to staff. If this chain of command doesn't exist, then the senior managers will just be regular managers, and that simply can't be allowed to happen. One of the first things that most private equity companies do after they take over a business is strip out a lot of management, and it's rare to say that this has any downside effects on the company. Number 2, it removes single points of failure. Managers will either knowingly or unknowingly make themselves needless key holders in a business. If you work in an office, think of how many tasks you have done a million times before, but still need a manager's sign-off every time. Technology has only made this worse, as now operations on company systems are tied to managers' logged-in details. Sometimes staff shouldn't be allowed to do certain things, and we are not talking about making the company payroll account open to all employees, but that doesn't involve management anyway. I used to work at an investment bank, and I am not allowed to say too much about what I did there. But a big part of my job was making SIPs, or confidential information presentations, which are fancy documents to send to potential buyers, which are packed full of information they need to know about a company they are considering buying. I made countless SIPs in my career, but every time I needed a print, I needed my MD to sign off on it, even if it was a draft, even if it would never be looked at by anybody external from the business. I am sure you have all had very similar experiences before. If managers are ever asked about what they do around the office, a common responsibility they are unironically proud of is signing off on things. Hierarchical management also creates single points of failure if someone is incompetent or corrupt.
The corporate hierarchy is just an extension of the human need for status and authority.
Advantage number 3, it helps workers stay on task. This one might sound a bit counterintuitive, but let me explain. The job of a good manager is pretty easy, and unless they themselves or their manager gives them lots of meaningless tasks to do, it's very hard to fill up a 40-hour work week with tasks that could be classified as managing. The average manager is responsible for 4.7 subordinates. If a manager was directly managing all equally, that would mean more than 8 hours per week per worker, which is time taken away from their tasks. So either these managers are wasting their subordinates' time, or they are finding ways to fill their own to make themselves look busy. Some managers mix up their time by actually engaging in the same work as their team. This can be an effective form of leadership, but sometimes it can just cause problems if the manager is just a manager and doesn't have the skills needed to do the job they oversee. Graeber talks about the taskmaster. Taskmasters come in 2 distinct varieties: the ones who tell their underlings what to do, and the ones who actively invent pointless tasks just to make sure they can say they have contributed something. The first variety is only pointless if employees in a company would not stay on task without active supervision. In the age of quiet quitting, that may make you think that these managers are essential, but there are other ways to keep people on task that doesn't involve paying people to stand over others with a stopwatch. The second variety, the ones that make up pointless tasks, can be very damaging to a company. How much time do you waste at your job going through appraisals, reviews, assessments, and meetings that could have been in an email, also that your manager has something to put in their calendar? That's time that you are not spending making shareholders money. Advantage number 4, it reduces staff turnover. According to a recent study conducted by Dr. Brian Robinson, the top reason for people leaving their job was poor pay, with 59% of respondents citing this as the reason they resigned. But just behind that, 56% said that poor management was what made them quit. People rarely quit jobs. They quit managers, which is not surprising when you find out that most managers do not receive any formal management training, and most only got their jobs because they were good at non-management roles they had before. Being good at sales, programming, or any other operational job is an entirely different skill set from being a good manager. Sometimes companies get lucky, but not always. The Dilbert principle is the trend for people who are good at their jobs to be promoted until they get to a job that they are no longer good at. I know I have used this example before, but Michael Scott is the best portrayal of this principle ever put to screen. He demonstrated that he was a fantastic salesman that made a lot of money for his company, so he became the logical choice to run the branch when his boss Ed Truck retired. He was not suited to management and ended up causing all the management problems on our list. He would waste people's time, he would cause great damage to the business, and he would do all this while taking home the largest paycheck in the office.
Welcome, 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 welcome. You are all jerks.
Because he was so terrible at his job, he was never going to be promoted again. But the company also believed he had earned his job, so he also continued to barely avoid getting fired. So his poor employees were stuck with him. And this exact situation is far from a work fiction in offices all around the world.
You are the reason I drink. You are the reason I live to forget.
The only reason Michael did not cause more staff turnover was because this was a TV show that needed a consistent cast. In the real world, if people get stuck with a terrible manager who is never going to leave their position, then they quit their job because it's the only escape. Hierarchical management structures also cause staff turnover for a different reason too. Ambitious workers who want to climb the corporate ladder will quickly learn that switching jobs is the fastest way to get a promotion. This is a great strategy for the worker, but it's terrible for the companies because they need to invest money into hiring and training an employee only for them to deliver 2 years worth of service and move on. If a company had no defined hierarchy of management, then workers wouldn't feel as if their career had stagnated because they were passed over for a promotion. Promotions themselves wouldn't exist, so there wouldn't be that motivation to move on. But don't take my word for it. Let's look at some real-world examples of businesses that have made a managerless structure work. You probably think I'm about to start talking about worker co-ops now, and they are a great example. Worker co-ops employ around 20% of the entire world's workforce and are often incredibly successful operations for their owners, who are also the employees. These are often businesses in cottage industries which have a reputation for being a bit alternative, selling organic, tofu-coated, solar power, throw rugs out of their community centers. But these are not the businesses I want to talk about. Instead, I want to start with Renaissance Technologies, which is a hedge fund. Precisely the last business you would expect to do away with rigid management structures.
This is probably the single most successful hedge fund in the history of the industry in terms of its performance record.
Renaissance, and particularly the Medallion Fund, is the most successful hedge fund in history. It delivered an annualized return of 39% after fees between 1988 and 2018. That is 4 times the market return, which is already very good. Just $1,000 invested into this fund at the beginning of that period would be worth $100 million today. The Medallion Fund achieved these returns by employing the world's smartest statisticians, mathematicians, and computer scientists to build computer models to predict the stock market before computer modeling was even possible. Nobody outside the firm knows quite what they get up to these days, and that's exactly how they like it. Renaissance cut off outside investors from their Medallion Fund in the early 90s, and now the business only invests the money of the people that work at the company. The people they hire also get access to all the company's price data and computer models, so they need to make sure that the people stay around, or else their market-beating formulas would eventually leak out to other investors, which would render them useless. The company was able to attract such amazing talent and keep them around long-term because it's effectively run as a workers' co-op. The fund is run for the benefit of the members, who are the employees, and nobody is above anybody else when it comes to official authority. There are people that work at this fund that are more experienced, more respected, and are paid more than others. But their ideas are all treated equally, and nobody can say that something will or will not be done because they are the boss. If you Google Renaissance, you will notice that it still has a management structure and a CEO. But those individuals are mostly there for compliance reasons and to perform certain roles that must be given an official title in an investment firm. The CEO and the first-year analysts all get the same decision-making authority when it comes to how the fund deploys its capital. If the role of a manager is to choose the direction of a company, train their subordinates, and provide them with the tools they need to move the company in that direction, reward employees that excel in their work, and punish employees that don't meet their standards, it's worth seeing how the most successful hedge fund in history completed these tasks without managers. When it comes to training, Renaissance had a very particular philosophy. You can teach someone a job, but you can't teach someone to be smart. The company would often hire people like astrophysicists and world-class chess players and teach them about trading on Wall Street. This training was done collaboratively, and the company took the same approach to developing trading algorithms as scientists would take when working on an experiment. They would draw different expertise from different people, and everybody would slowly learn how they all fit together. Of course, it probably helped that most of the people that worked there actually were scientists. In our own offices, I am sure most of you have learned more about your job from your peers than you have through management-run exercises or seminars. Rewarding high-performing employees and punishing underperformers is something that Renaissance doesn't talk too openly about. The kinds of people that qualify for a job at Renaissance are always going to be brilliant in their field and extremely driven to solve problems. But people still do get fired. It's normally because the employees have collectively forced them out. But working without a manager can be a huge motivator. Letting down the boss is not nearly as bad to most people as letting down a group of their peers. I know I have put more dedication into training for a soccer final than I have into preparing pitch decks, even though soccer is something I do just for fun, and pitch decks used to be how I avoided homelessness. The fear of letting down your team is more powerful than the fear of being fired. Choosing company direction was also a joint effort. An investment fund has a pretty clear goal: make as much money as possible. But employees all decided on what strategies the company would use, what markets they would trade in, and even what investors they would bring on board. You might think that this would make Renaissance a great place to work, but most accounts say the exact opposite. The strong personalities of people who are the best in their fields all working together for long hours in a high-stress industry can cause countless arguments. But even despite that, the company has had staff turnover measured in decades and still managed to be the most successful investment fund of all time. And if that's not a ringing endorsement for the redundancy of dedicated managers, then nothing will be. But maybe we as humans just can't do away with social hierarchies. After all, we only ever learn about the rulers throughout history, which begs the questions. Why do historians only care about rich people? Fortunately, I have answered this question over on my new channel, How History Works. And a special thank you again to Vessi for making it possible for everybody to keep on learning how money works.
People say I am the best boss. They go, God, we've never worked in a place like this before. You're hilarious. And you get the best out of us. I think that pretty much sums it up.
BlackRock.
I actually believe inflation will be abating very rapidly.
We now have $170 billion of dry powder available to invest.
BlackRock and Blackstone are finance companies that control trillions of dollars worth of assets between them.
BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard control $22 trillion in assets, which is roughly the equivalent of the entire gross domestic product of the United States of America.
There's a good chance that some of your money is controlled by one of these companies without you even knowing about it.
And what if I also told you that it's very likely you are responsible for the funding of this company and allowing it to do what it does?
BlackRock was one of the largest investors in the ill-fated FTX, and Blackstone has been blamed for single-handedly causing the housing affordability crisis. But how do these companies actually work? And are they really the most evil businesses in the world? Well, no. Sorry to ruin the fun, but if you remove the ominous-sounding background music and carefully selected headlines, these are just regular investment firms like any other. Not bad, not terrible.
And it's also nice to just give money directly to people to change their lives.
But I think the best way for you to realize this is to get a clear breakdown of how these companies operate. So it's time to learn how money works to find out how these companies make their money and who they answer to, so that you can make up your own mind. I'm all about being able to think critically, and one way you can do that is by learning through Brilliant. Brilliant is a learning platform helping you develop your knowledge in math, science, statistics, and some fun areas like finance and logic. Before the days of reckless speculation in retail finance, financial derivatives were used as tools by big companies such as airlines to secure the future price of oil. Brilliant offers a course in highlighting what these financial tools are and helps you learn about derivatives and fixed income so that you understand how these products work, so that when you learn more about them, you can understand why they're so risky to use in retail trading activities. From a former financial professional to you, let me say this. Understanding options, Greeks, and futures contracts and the risks associated with them will help you understand finance a lot better. Brilliant offers an interactive way to learn. It doesn't just give you a lesson and expect you to retain what it told you. It regularly tests your knowledge to help you actually learn the subject. No matter if you want to learn from your computer or your phone, Brilliant makes the learning experience fun and easy. To get started for free, go to brilliant.org/howmoneyworks or click the link in the description, and the first 200 of you will get 20% off Brilliant's annual premium subscription. Blackstone and BlackRock are both asset management companies based in New York, and they both have Black in their name. But that's really where the similarities end. Blackstone is an alternative investment management company that was founded in 1985 by Stephen A. Schwartzman and his former boss from Lehman Brothers, Peter Peterson. Yes, that's his real name. This is how the company got its name. Schwartz is German for black, and Peter, Petros or Petra in Greek means stone, hence Blackstone. Blackstone raised money from very rich people that wanted to make investments that weren't available to regular folk. The company originally started by underwriting mergers and acquisitions of other companies. Schwartzman was the former head of M&A at Lehman Brothers, so companies trusted his skills to get their deals done. Blackstone's job was to mediate deals between a company that wanted to buy another company. M&A guys will never say this out loud, but it's very similar to what a realtor does, only instead of selling houses for their clients, they are selling companies. The reason that Blackstone needed to raise money was that underwriting M&A deals can be very lucrative. But if something goes wrong, the underwriting company can be responsible for covering damages, and they legally need to prove they have the cash on hand to be able to do that. The early years of Blackstone were very lucrative, as companies were lining up to use their M&A services, but that only made the company a few $1 million in commission for each successful deal. And Schwartzman in particular had much grander ambitions.
Where I'm really confident is when I've thought about something and I've figured out, what a solution is, and then I'm willing to bring that to anyone at any level in society. I've always been like that because I'm just trying to be helpful.
He wanted to raise a private equity fund, which is a fund that invests in companies that are not listed on public markets. Blackstone wanted to get into private equity because the freedom to invest in assets that are not usually available to regular people meant that they could make big returns and charge big fees. The problem was that Schwartzman and Peterson struggled to find investors because people were very happy to invest in their business doing M&A, but neither Schwartzman or Peterson had any direct experience in company buyouts. To initially get around this, Blackstone adopted a merchant banking model, which is just a Wall Street way of saying that they would enter deals with an investor partner. They would provide the M&A services and general business expertise, and the investor partner would provide the capital. This strategy didn't last much longer than a year, but it did allow them to demonstrate to their wealthy investors that they were more than capable at making their own private equity deals, so raising their own money was no longer a problem.
We ended up raising the biggest first-time fund in history with two people who'd never made an investment just by force of will. So it does show you that force of will counts.
By 1988, Blackstone was branching out into lots of different investment vehicles, including a new business venture that would aim to do almost the exact opposite of what their business was doing at the time. BlackRock was formed as a 50-50 partnership between Blackstone and a handful of Wall Street veterans, including Larry Fink, who was a senior executive at Blackstone but moved over to be the CEO of BlackRock. If you are still confused by the names, you should know that Schwartzman and Fink did this intentionally. They were warned not to make the company name sound too similar because it would cause confusion, but they did it anyway because they liked the idea of having a family of investment companies. While Blackstone was focused on working with wealthy investors who wanted access to deals which were not available to the general public, BlackRock was founded with the idea of making investing into public companies as easy as possible for regular people. BlackRock's primary business is index funds. These are pools of assets that BlackRock will blend together and then sell shares of while charging a very small fee for this service. BlackRock offers these shares directly to investors and also sells them on dozens of different securities exchanges all over the world. This can be very convenient for investors who want to have investment exposure to different markets but don't have the resources to purchase foreign assets directly. Together with State Street and Vanguard, BlackRock is one of the big three index fund managers, and is actually the largest of the three thanks mostly to indexes that many of you would be familiar with, such as IVV, which is a weighted index of the S&P 500 and currently has $295 billion in assets under management just by itself.
And the scary part is that if this trend continues, then those fund managers in those three companies will have total control over all the major U.S. corporations.
The benefit of this to normal investors is that they can get a diversified portfolio of investments without having to buy a weighted portfolio of shares all by themselves, which would cost over $2 million at minimum just to have a weighted exposure to a group of shares like the S&P 500. Today, BlackRock controls over $10 trillion in assets under management, and Blackstone, the original private equity company, has $800 billion in assets under management. That might sound like BlackRock has gone on to be much larger and more successful than the company that founded it, but BlackRock only makes a tiny commission on the assets it controls, so even though Blackstone controls less than 10% as many assets, it still makes about the same total revenue and net profit. BlackRock was just another investment to Blackstone, and despite the similar name, Schwartzman's company sold off its shares in BlackRock in the mid-1990s. To date, the companies have little to do with one another apart from their name and shared history.
In fact, when I think about the really bad people, E-Corp, the largest conglomerate in the world, they're so big they're literally everywhere.
So, are these companies evil? Well, all companies have a fiduciary duty to their shareholders, which means that they are legally obligated to make as much money as they can without breaking the law. That means that these companies, like most companies, can often do things that people don't like in the process of maximizing shareholder value. These companies also have a fiduciary duty to the investors that put money directly into the products that they manage. Some people might have shares in BlackRock or Blackstone and have nothing invested into their financial products. Similarly, millions of people invest in the financial products of these companies without actually owning any of their shares. If you are still confused, think of it like a bank and a bank account. It's possible to own shares in a bank without having a bank account with them, and it's also possible to have a bank account at a bank that you don't own shares with. But either way, you would really want to make sure that the bank is doing its best to make sure that your money is well protected. It's possible that a financial product that either of these companies offers has a good year while the company itself has a bad year and vice versa. But obviously the management of both companies want to make sure that all of their investors do well, because to keep their shareholders happy, they need to sell financial products, and to sell financial products, they need those financial products to do well. The biggest controversy with BlackRock is simply the sheer size of its pool of assets. Managing $10 trillion in assets means that the company has significant holdings in most of the largest companies in the world. This means that when it comes to shareholder votes, the management of BlackRock can be instrumental at deciding the direction of a company. This is half true. BlackRock does have major stakes in a lot of very important companies, but they don't own them. They simply purchase them on behalf of their clients, which is anybody who is invested in one of their index funds. The company does still have the power to vote on shareholder decisions, but they try to be as transparent as possible with their votes, and they also have functions that allow index fund investors to vote on which way BlackRock will vote. If a company that BlackRock has 20% stake in is voting on a new CEO, and 55% of the investors in a BlackRock index fund vote for candidate A over candidate B, then BlackRock will vote for candidate A. In truth, most investors in BlackRock funds never bother to vote anyway. I personally find it funny that BlackRock always seems to get so much negative press as an evil empire that is secretly pulling the strings of corporate America, when Vanguard has nearly the same assets under management and operates in almost an identical way. The only logical explanation I can think of is the name BlackRock just sounds more evil to unsophisticated financial content creators.
Second is corporate governance. If you have two large managers owning very significant stakes in many American companies, what does that then mean for corporate governance?
Blackstone, however, might deserve some of the criticism it gets. One of the biggest company's private equity ventures has been residential real estate. Blackstone found that their business could build and scale an investment property portfolio very quickly by taking advantage of shared management costs, top-tier market data, and access to interest rates significantly lower than individual home buyers or investors. Their wealthy clients loved this asset class because it let them put millions or even billions of dollars into residential real estate, but did away with the need for them to find, finance, and manage thousands of properties themselves. The bottom line is that Blackstone can offer their wealthy investors access to the market while charging a lower fee than a typical investor would pay to a property manager. It's a very compelling investment vehicle, and Blackstone has deployed over $280 billion into real estate in total. Typically, Blackstone targets upper-middle-class single-family homes in good areas, and the company itself has noted in investor reports that the average family renting a Blackstone house earns almost double the average national income. The company does also invest into commercial properties like malls, factories, warehouses, and medical centers, which were actually the first pieces of real estate that the company targeted. Schwartzman said that dental offices made great investments because not many people thought to invest in them, and that dentists were great tenants because they had high incomes and didn't want to be kicked out of their office because the cost to refit a new clinic was very high. Blackstone has done well for its investors by buying real estate, but that success has potentially come at a great cost to regular people that just want to buy a house to live in. For individual home purchases, Blackstone has practically infinite capital, and it's often not worth the time of a regional managing director to haggle over the price of a home. This has meant Blackstone often comes into home sales and offers well above asking price to create a quick sale so they can quickly move on to their next purchase. Overpaying for real estate might not sound like a great long-term business strategy, but if Blackstone owns enough homes in an area already, then overpaying for one property can push the value of all their other homes up because realtors and appraisers use those recent sale prices to make price guides for future sales. If BlackRock owns 200 homes in a neighborhood that are all worth $500,000 and then it pays $600,000 for another similar home, then all of those price guides for their existing 200 homes will jump up to that price since it's what the market is paying. That means that they may have overpaid by $100,000, but they just generated $20 million in capital growth for their investors. Artificially increasing the value of their own market means that BlackRock can report fantastic earnings for their investors, even if they would struggle to realize those earnings if they ever had to sell off their property assets. When private equity does this, it's called the mark-to-market fallacy, and it's normally a big red flag when investing in a private company. But for single-family homes, it's easier to say that the house was different to the ones they invested in earlier to justify the price premium. Stretching the truth to investors is one thing, but this whole process has had its part to play in the house price increases that are making it harder for people to simply find a place to live. For perspective, Blackstone only owns 0.2% of all single-family homes in America, and more broadly, all institutional investors collectively own about 0.6% of single-family homes. That's still a lot of homes, but hopefully it shows that what you might have heard about Blackstone buying up all of the property in America and pricing regular people out of the market simply isn't true. Blackstone and BlackRock are just vehicles for all different kinds of investors to put their money to work, and it's these two companies' responsibility to make those investments as profitable as possible. The menacing names of these very large and largely misunderstood institutions are probably where most of the controversy comes from. They are by no means forces for good in the world that their company websites would have you believe, but they are not evil empires after world domination either. If you want something to actually get angry about, it is the companies that are engaged in outright fraud. Because even if you have never fallen for a scam or invested in a company like FTX, this next video will show you how fraud has cost you your financial future. A special thanks again to Brilliant for making it possible for everybody to keep on learning how money works.
Does it ever bother you that the corporation we work for is like evil?
Every corporation is evil. At least we get health benefits.
Yeah. Wait, you get health benefits?
Welcome to Mad Money. Welcome to Cramerica. Other people want to make friends. I'm just trying to make you some money.
Mad Money is a finance television program that has been running for 17 years on CNBC and is hosted by this man, Jim Cramer.
Hey, I'm Kramer. Welcome to Mad Money. Welcome to Cramerica. Other people want to make friends. I'm just trying to help you make some money.
A former Goldman Sachs trader and a hedge fund manager turned reality TV star, he was the OG personal finance personality. Cramer has by all accounts had a very successful career. According to his own records, his hedge fund returned 24% annualized returns over his 14 years managing the fund, which netted him around $10 million a year in take-home pay.
I did my best.
Right.
I did my best.
His experience on Wall Street and strong personality made him a great pick to host a TV show which has performed very well over the years it has been on air.
Information, so what's that balance like?
Well, look, I think if I don't entertain them, people won't watch, because stocks can be inherently boring.
Even if it's not for the best reasons.
I can't reconcile the brilliance and knowledge that you have of the intricacies of the market with the crazy bull I see you do every night.
The showrunners and Cramer himself have said that the stocks they discuss should not be a major part of a viewer's portfolio, and that people's life savings should be made up of a low-risk, diverse selection of stocks, bonds, and real estate. But this sounds familiar, doesn't it?
Wait a minute, I know.
This is just the TV show's version of #NotFinancialAdvice. It's difficult to watch because a confident-looking man that positions themselves as an authority on the subject talking about how a stock is about to make everybody rich is going to make some people buy in no matter how many disclaimers are made. His catchphrase is, "I just want to make you money."
I'm just trying to make you some money.
It's easy to brush these people off as idiots, but that's just because you and I know more than most people about investing. If you can't trust a self-reported financial expert with airtime on a major television network, it becomes difficult to trust anybody.
I don't trust anybody, not in this job.
This wouldn't even be a problem if Cramer was still making 24% returns with his stock picks like he apparently was back in his hedge fund management days. But he isn't. Professional prop traders at major firms do not pick new stocks every single night. Sometimes strategies can take months to research, and something like 90% of them don't end up being recommended anyway. If you bought and sold every position that Jim Cramer publicly told you to, you would have lost a considerable amount of your portfolio.
Oh, jeez, I am an idiot.
So it's time to learn how money works to find out how you can turn terrible advice into market-beating returns. This week's lesson was brought to you by ClickUp. When I started my newest YouTube channel, I was starting to become much more overwhelmed. I thought I was starting to have a similar workload to my banking days, but what I didn't realize is that I was just not organized in my workflow. I've used ClickUp personally, but ever since I started using it for my organization, we've become much more productive in streamlining workflows. Imagine having one extra day every week. More time to go to the gym, start that side project you've always wanted to start, or spend some time with your family. No matter how you'd spend that time, ClickUp is the productivity platform that'll save you one day a week on work guaranteed. ClickUp is a work management platform designed to flex your team's unique needs. Whether you're building product roadmaps, launching a marketing campaign, managing engineering sprints, or supporting clients around the globe, ClickUp is fully customizable to help your organization supercharge productivity, alignment, and visibility. I've started to use ClickUp with my team, and it has saved us so much time and allowed us to create content at a faster pace. To get started, use the link in the description and use code HMW to get 15% off ClickUp's massive unlimited plan for a year, meaning you can start reclaiming your time for under $5 a month. Join the more than 800,000 highly productive teams using ClickUp today. An exchange-traded fund, or ETF, is an investment product that lists units on a public securities exchange. Investors can buy units of these funds in exactly the same way as they would buy company shares. The most well-known of these exchange-traded funds are products like Vanguard or BlackRock's market indexes, which buy and hold a broad selection of companies so that people can diversify their portfolio easily without the need to spend millions of dollars on buying thousands of stocks at one time. Most passive investors don't even know this, but even these passive funds have trading floors. The pool of shares that constitutes the ETF is ever-changing, so Vanguard and BlackRock need to rebalance the index by buying shares in companies that have grown in market cap and sell companies whose market caps have shrunk so that the index remains roughly indicative of the market-weighted makeup of the broad market. These funds are passive because their trading decisions work off very rigid self-balancing systems, not because they don't do any trading at all. But buying and selling low is the opposite of good investing, which is why people like Michael Burry have warned against totally passive funds because they hurt the process of fair price discovery. Other ETFs are actively managed, which means financial professionals or advanced algorithms will make decisions on what to buy and sell in the hopes of outperforming the market. Because of the extra work that goes into managing these funds, they typically charge higher fees, which can eat into an investor's return over time. Cathie Wood's innovation fund, for example, actively picks shares based on an investing theme. In this case, companies that were overhyped as the future of humanity.
The next big thing.
But actively managed ETFs can really do anything as long as they comply with the regulations of the exchange they are being listed on. Total Capital Management has taken advantage of this in the past to create ETFs which aim to do the opposite of other funds that they believe were overhyped. In response to ARK Invest's Innovation ETF, which delivered 588% returns over the 5 years between 2016 and 2021, Total created the Anti-ARK ETF, which went short on every position that ARK Invest was long on. Short ARK had the ticker S.i.R and rebalanced its position daily using swaps instead of regular short positions. You don't need to understand swaps or even shorts to get the basics of what this ETF did. If the ARK ETF went up by 1% on a given day of trading, the short ARK ETF would go down by 1% on the same day.
The cynical geniuses who prey on investors in the form of ETFs have come up with a way to bet against Cathie Wood herself. It's called the Total Capital Short Innovation ETF. Its symbol is S.i.R, S-A-R-K, and it literally shorts whatever Cathie goes long.
Using swaps is not an exact science, and there are other risks, which means this isn't a perfect one-to-one relationship, but it's normally pretty good on a daily basis. The problem with betting a stock will go down is that your maximum upside potentially if that stock goes to zero is 100%, but your maximum risk is practically infinite because the stock could go full GameStop and rapidly increase in price. Just a doubling of a stock's value makes a short position go to zero, so shorting the ARK Innovation ETF was a ballsy move after it returned 588% over 5 years. That was the next benefit of using daily adjusted swaps. It only mattered what it did on a day-to-day basis, and the fund could still exist if the ARK ETF went up by 100% in a year, as long as new investors wanted to get in. The short ARK ETF only tracked the movement of the ARK ETF during the trading day. Between trading days, its price could be affected by new investors buying into the managed fund and the volatility premium of the swaps. Even if the ARK ETF traded flat, the short ARK ETF would slowly lose money if the market moved around too much. If you are confused, don't worry, because this financial product wasn't made for you. It was made for sophisticated day traders who wanted short exposure to high-growth innovation companies, but didn't live in jurisdictions that allowed options trading or short trading. It says so right on Total Capital's website. It was absolutely not the intention of the creators of this ETF for it to be some YOLO diamond hands investment, which meant that, of course, a whole bunch of Wall Street bets types jumped on it and rode away. ARK has lost 66% of its value this year, and Spark is up over 85% and now has over $200 million in assets under management. Sometimes financial markets are just dumb. Total must have seen the popularity of their inverse ETF because they have doubled down on the meme factor by creating an easy way for people to bet their life savings on Jim Cramer without needing to watch his show.
On Twitter all the time from retail guys who are saying thank you. You know, S.i.R is the only thing in my portfolio that's green. You know, you saved my year, you saved my quarter.
The short and long Jim ETFs are much more simple than the short ARK fund, one might assume, so that it's even more appealing to unsophisticated investors, but that's just a hunch. The long Jim fund will make the exact opposite trades as the short Jim fund, and they will have the tickers LGIM and SGIM. To learn how this new fund will work, I think it's best to read directly off of Total Capital's Principal Investment Strategy section on their prospectus filing with the SEC because it's honestly glorious. The fund is an actively managed exchange-traded fund that seeks to achieve its investment objective by engaging in transactions designed to perform the opposite of the return of the investments recommended by television personality Jim Cramer. Under normal circumstances, at least 80% of the fund's investments is invested in the inverse of securities mentioned by Cramer. The fund's advisor monitors Cramer's stock selection and overall market recommendations throughout the trading day as publicly announced on Twitter or as television programs broadcast on CNBC, and then sells those recommendations short or enters into derivatives transactions such as futures, options, or swaps that produce a negative correlation to those recommendations. The fund goes long on stocks or ETFs that represent sectors that Cramer is negative on. The fund uses index ETFs and inverse index ETFs to take the opposite side of Cramer's announced market view. The fund's portfolio is comprised generally of 20 to 25 equally weighted equity securities of any market capitalization of domestic and foreign issuers. If Cramer does not take any view on any of the securities in the fund's portfolio, the advisor retains discretion to sell positions once profit or loss targets are met, or market conditions such as large swings in either direction necessitate a sale, and replace them with securities that meet the criteria of the fund's initial portfolio. Under normal circumstances, the fund will hold positions no longer than a week, but could hold positions longer if Cramer continues to have a contrary opinion. The advisor has discretion to not transact in equity securities mentioned by Cramer or engage in related transactions if such securities or transactions are 1. Not well suited for ETFs, 2. Have an excessive level of risk, 3. Are illiquid, or 4. Negatively impact the fund's ability to meet IRS and Investment Company Act of 1940 diversification requirements. In addition, the advisor has discretion to determine whether Cramer's statements about any given equity security is in fact an investment recommendation, and thus ineligible for inclusion in the fund's portfolio. I have read a lot of prospective filings in my time, and this is just truly hilarious. The thought of some stiff at the SEC needing to read this just makes me happy in a way I cannot express. If you didn't catch all of that, this ETF will hold 20 to 25 stocks or other ETFs at a time. If Cramer says Coca-Cola is a good buy, the fund will short Coca-Cola. If Cramer says social media is a bubble that's going to pop, then the fund will buy an ETF that tracks social media companies. The fund will normally sell these positions after a week to make room for new suggestions by Cramer, who tends to talk about roughly 20 companies a week between his various media appearances. The fund also reserves the right to ignore Cramer if he is talking about a stock or industry that is too risky to get involved in, like non-public companies. It's pretty simple, but will it make you rich? Well, it's hard to work backwards because this is an imprecise strategy. Cramer does have a large audience, which means when he mentions that a stock is a strong buy or sell, the market tends to move that way the following day, especially when he is talking about smaller companies with more easily influenced prices. If you really wanted to get rich, the best strategy would be to find out what stocks Cramer was going to talk about that night and do what he is going to tell his audience to do and then sell it at the end of the next trading day. If you had insider knowledge, you would have generated returns of 555% in 2021. Which would make you the god of Wall Street and also land you in federal prison for stock manipulation and insider trading. The inverse position in the short Cramer ETF is going to be entered into the day after Cramer makes his recommendation during the buying or selling rush. Typically, this buying or selling frenzy cools off rapidly as Cramer's audience forgets about his suggestions and pulls out of their position to put their money into his next buy or sell suggestion. The decision to close positions after a week was no accident. It's the right amount of time to basically do the exact opposite of the average Cramer viewer and make money off them.
That's why I hate those sector ETFs. I'd rather own the best than a mix of the best and mediocre the worst.
Looking back, estimates go as high as this fund returning 100% in 2021 based off Cramer's picks, although that is extremely unlikely to be repeated in the long term. You also face the risk of Cramer turning things around and making better picks. In many ways, stock picking without thorough due diligence is gambling, so maybe Cramer has just had a cold streak at the blackjack table. This ETF was created from the outset to be a joke, and capitalize on the meme stock bubble to earn its creator, Total Capital, their 0.75% management fee. If they can get another $200 million in assets under management in this fund, then they will be making $1.5 million a year to make 20 trades a week and watch Mad Money every weeknight. Now come to think of it, they really will be earning that money. If you want to learn about another man who had his finger on a big red button, go and watch my video on how history works to find out about a guy who literally saved the world and was then almost put in prison for it. A big thanks again to ClickUp for making it possible for everybody to keep on learning how money works.
Right here, right now, I think this thing could even go as high as a don't buy!
Don't buy. Huh? Mom, did you see that?
Don't buy blues!
You build a house that's good, people are going to want to come.
2008 was a tumultuous year for the economy. The housing market collapse created one financial crisis after another, and it often seemed as if the news could only get worse.
And ultimately, our country could experience a long and painful recession. Fellow citizens, we must not let this happen.
Now, in predicting when and how the collapse would occur, my focus is again on the actions of our government.
What I think people are most upset about is that nobody went to jail. You know, if people had gone to jail, they wouldn't be quite so upset about the financial crisis.
Another part of what drove this was belief that home prices would never go down.
The Big Short, with its all-star cast, recounts the events of three groups of traders that bet against the housing market in the years before the subprime mortgage crisis that would eventually result in the failure of key financial institutions.
People have sort of a cursory knowledge of what happened in 2008, but when you start peeling away the layers of the fraud, it's incredibly terrifying.
The Big Short is unique as a high-budget Hollywood production that actually takes the time to properly portray the way that finance really worked behind the scenes, and uses financial events to progress the plot rather than focusing on wild parties, sports cars, and sexy ladies like some other equally fantastic movies that took a very different approach to storytelling.
The real question is this: was all this legal? Absolutely not.
Similarly to The Wolf of Wall Street, The Big Short is a movie based off of a book. Only The Wolf of Wall Street was an autobiography written by Jordan Belfort himself, and The Big Short, Inside the Doomsday Machine, was a standard nonfiction title that described the role of several players in the creation of the credit default market betting against the American housing market.
A bunch of people who borrowed money to buy a house, and are they going to pay off their loans or are they not? And the vast majority of the financial system was betting yes, that they're basically going to repay their loans, and some people bet no.
The Big Short was written by Michael Lewis, a veteran financial journalist, and the book really does read like a 320-page financial article, in that it's very information-dense, but also very well researched and verified. For this video, we will only be looking at the players that are in the movie, but the book does go into detail on some people that were either entirely cut from the film or merged into other characters to make the movie entertaining to a broader audience. Unfortunately, in the process of making it as appealing as possible to cinema goers, the movie did cut out some very important details, and also just straight up got some things wrong.
The biggest disadvantage we had was about the financial instruments and how to explain them. That was really the problem I saw. I thought the characters were incredible.
So it's time to learn how money works to give you guys an investment banker's insight into what really happened in The Big Short. This week's lesson was made possible by Blinkist. The Blinkist app allows you to understand the most important ideas from over 5,500 nonfiction books and podcasts in just 15 minutes. Whenever someone suggests I should read an important nonfiction book, I get a sense of guilt when I realize they're spending a lot more time reading books than I am. Fortunately, Blinkist allows me to get the key ideas from those books in short sound bites so I can be fully up to speed with the lessons they want me to learn without spending days reading a book. A few days ago, I was going on a run and I never thought I'd listen to a book while running. The truth is, I didn't. But I listened to the most important key takeaways from The Art of Impossible, a science-driven guide teaching you how to reach your maximum potential by developing motivation, learning, creativity, and flow. Since using Blinkist, I basically feel like I'm gaining the most important life lessons much quicker since I can listen to many more Blinkist key takeaways in the same time it takes to actually read a book. Now, with Blinkist Connect, one premium plan can be shared by 2 different accounts, so you can share Blinkist with a family member or friend for the price of one. 2023 is the year for you to become the person you would like to be, and Blinkist is here to guide you. Through their tailored content, they help you become a better parent, smarter communicator, or a more important team member. Get 25% off Blinkist Premium and enjoy 2 memberships for the price of one. Start your 7-day free trial by going to Blinkist.com/howmoneyworks. The Big Short told the story of 3 main partners who took a short position or bet against the American housing market and the financial system that had grown around it in the early 2000s. The first of the 3 was the now infamous Michael J. Burry, a physician who gave up being a medical doctor to start a hedge fund, S.i.R Capital, in 2000.
Dr. Mike Burry, yes he does.
Burry had a lot of success in the hedge fund by shorting overvalued tech stocks and returned an average of 25% to his investors over the first 4 years, which is incredible. By 2004, he was managing $600 million for investors, which meant with his returns, he was making about $30 million a year for himself from a traditional hedge fund fee structure of 2 and 20. This means that the hedge fund manager was making 2% of all assets under management no matter what. So 2% of 600 million is 12 million, and 20% of the returns generated over the market. 20% of the excess returns he was generating at this time would have conservatively made him $18 million. His fund was so successful that by 2004, he stopped accepting new investors because his strategies relied on being able to move in and out of markets without influencing the markets themselves with huge order values. The Burry depicted in the movie was a bit of an eclectic guy, but it probably didn't do a great job of showing that he was already extremely wealthy by this point. Steve Eisman, played by everybody's favorite regional manager Steve Carell, had also managed a hedge fund, Front Point Partners, but his name was changed in the movie to Mark Baum. Eisman and his team also worked with Greg Lippmann, a Deutsche Bank trader, who was also betting against the housing market and was portrayed in the film by Ryan Gosling, with his name changed to Jared Vanette. And last, there is Cornwall Capital, renamed to Brownfield Capital in the movie, which had a much smaller pool of capital at play, but ended up generating the highest returns because of a clever play that will make sense by the end of this video. Burry's Scion Capital, Baum's Front Point Partners, and Brownfield Capital all had a problem. They wanted to short the housing market, but that's not possible to do directly. A short position normally works by temporarily borrowing an asset and selling it immediately for the current market price with hope that it will be less in the future. If the price does fall, the short seller can buy back the asset, give it back to the person they borrowed it off of, and make a profit on the difference between the sale price and the purchase price. That's much harder to do with housing, because nobody is going to let you borrow their house to sell it. All of the parties therefore ended up using credit default swaps. Credit default swaps sound complicated, but they are nothing more than regular insurance contracts that you would have for your car or your house. Car insurance is a contract between an insurance company and a car owner that promises to pay out in the event that the insured car gets into an accident. A credit default swap is an insurance contract between an insurance company or an investment bank and the owners of an interest-bearing asset like bonds or mortgage-backed securities. Mortgage-backed securities are supposed to pay out a fixed rate of return to their holders, and if they don't, the insurance company will pay out to make sure they are covered. What Michael Burry was doing in the scene was basically taking out insurance on a car he didn't own. If that car crashed, he would be able to collect the payout even though he never owned the car in the first place. Now replace the car with mortgage-backed securities and you should understand how this scene plays out. The problem for Burry is that he took out a lot of credit default swaps, and just like getting a lot of car insurance, he had to pay out the quarterly premiums on these policies to keep the coverage up. If the mortgage-backed securities never crashed, he would never get a payout, and he would have spent all of his investors' money on the Wall Street equivalent of Geico premiums. One thing that the movie doesn't quite get right is that Burry later tells his investors that he had a number of Wall Street banks create these credit default swaps, insinuating that taking out insurance on mortgage-backed securities was a totally new thing that Burry came up with. Credit default swaps, the insurance contracts, had actually been used since the 1990s, and they were used for a really interesting reason. Mortgage-backed securities were a collection of thousands of mortgages all put into a single pool to be sold off as a low-risk investment to other institutions. Selling these mortgages onto other investors gave the banks making these loans more cash so they could give out more mortgages, which Washington really loved, because it gave more people the opportunity to be homeowners. Making mortgage-backed securities and then selling them on the market is, however, a slow and complicated process done by lawyers and bankers who need to make sure thousands of mortgage contracts are properly accounted for in every single new mortgage-backed security they made. Most lenders outsourced this tedious process to bigger investment banks. This meant that the investment banks had to buy mortgages from the small banks and then keep those mortgages on their books for the 2 or 3 months it would take to properly package them as a new financial product. During that time, the bank ran the risk of those mortgages defaulting, which would cost them money. Normally this wouldn't be a huge deal, but the scale of mortgage-backed securities operations meant that some of these banks had trillions of dollars worth of mortgages on their books at any given time, which presented risk well above their tolerance. The investment banks didn't expect anything to go wrong, at least when they first started making mortgage-backed securities, but you also don't get car insurance expecting anything to go wrong. You get it because a car crash could cost you more than you could afford if you were unlucky enough to be involved in one. Credit default swaps let the investment banks keep trillions of dollars worth of assets on their books and collect their fee for making these products without the risk of anything going wrong. Unless, of course, a company like AIG, which was writing all of these insurance contracts, became insolvent. But that wasn't really seen as a possibility.
These private insurance contracts were called credit default swaps and would ultimately expose the giant conglomerate to $64 billion in potential subprime mortgage losses. And when the housing bubble burst, AIG didn't have enough money to meet its obligations.
Back to Michael Burry. He started taking on these insurance contracts in 2005, which was 3 years before he would eventually cash them out for a profit of over $800 million. He took insurance on some of the riskiest of mortgage-backed securities, which is the next mistake the movie made. It heavily implied that these financial products never went wrong prior to 2008. which they did, especially the riskier securities. This is why the insurance contracts existed in the first place.
In other words, we lose millions.
Something that's never happened before happens.
That's correct.
Riskier assets would command higher premiums.
And the premiums?
Well, we pay roughly 80 to 90 million each year, which is high, but I was the first to do this trade. Watch, it will pay. I may have been early, but I'm not wrong.
A 22-year-old with a DUI will pay a higher premium to insure their 2004 Subaru WRX than a 45-year-old with a perfect driving record will on their 2022 Civic. It all comes down to the chance that the insurance provider will need to pay out. In a later scene, we see Mark Baum's hedge fund FrontPoint buy credit default swaps on BBB-rated mortgage-backed securities. A BBB rating means that these assets are risky and have approximately a 1% chance of failure in a given year, according to rating agencies. Mortgage-backed securities could become safer or riskier in two ways. The first way is if they were just full of really safe mortgages of people with high incomes, good credit scores, and low loan sizes relative to the value of the homes. By the early 2000s, these didn't really exist, and good borrowers were mixed together with bad borrowers altogether.
I think it was, in fact, in retrospect, a great big national, and not just national, global Ponzi scheme.
Banks instead made their products safer or riskier by layering them into tranches. Imagine 3 buckets that could be filled up with cash. The cash would come from the payments that people would make on their homes. All of this cash would go into the top bucket first, and then would overflow into the second bucket, and then to the third, and so on. The final bucket is the last to get paid, so it's the cheapest to buy, which means buying this bucket could generate a really good return on investment. If everybody is paying their mortgages, all of the buckets get filled up, and all of the investors get paid their money. If some people don't pay their mortgages, the last bucket in line might make nothing. But that's the risk that investors seeking higher returns would take. Structuring the mortgage bonds and cascading buckets for money created some desirable properties for investors. The first bucket would be much safer than any generic mortgage ever would be by itself, and the last bucket would offer higher returns than the interest rates on the loans. This created a market for risk-seeking investors and conservative investors, all with one asset class. The diversification that came with blending thousands of mortgages together into a single flow of money meant that returns were much more predictable, which gave a few Wall Street guys an idea. If you could mix together lots of mortgages, maybe you could do the same thing with lots of mortgage-backed securities, which themselves were a mix of a lot of mortgages. This was a collateralized debt obligation, or CDO. The thesis for these financial products was that they offered safety through diversification by getting returns from lots of risky mortgage buckets. They expected 1 or 2 of these buckets to fail, but those losses would be made up for by the high returns generated by the thousands of other buckets that they put into the product. A lot of these CDOs were also layered with their own buckets, and you might be able to see where this is going. Some firms took the lowest buckets from these CDOs and mixed them together to make new CDOs, which became known as CDO squared. The diversification that came from mortgage-backed securities did protect investors from the risk that a single mortgage would default, or that even an entire region would default, but no amount of diversification could protect the system from the hose of cash feeding the entire system being shut off like it was in 2008. Fortunately, it was possible to take out insurance on any of these buckets that investors wanted by using credit default swaps. Now that you know the difference between mortgage-backed securities and collateralized debt obligations and how these products work, I can also point out one other little mistake that the movie made. In the sequence where Michael Burry goes between the investment banks trying to get them to write insurance contracts on mortgage-backed securities, he hands his counterparties a prospectus on the mortgage bonds that he would like to short.
I have prospectuses on 6 mortgage-backed securities I want to short.
Dr. Berry, these should be fine.
Yeah, we're prepared to sell you $5 million in credit default swaps on these mortgage bonds.
Can we make it 100 million?
Absolutely, we can make it 100 million.
The real Michael Burry actually took out swaps on collateralized debt obligations, which were the buckets made from the lots of other buckets.
Right, we bought basically short $8.4 billion of credit default swaps related to mortgages or financial companies.
You must have been pretty confident that this thing was going to blow up.
Well, we had a giant bet for us, and I was extremely confident in the outcome.
Were your investors as confident?
It's not a big mistake at all, but it's something you can annoyingly point out to your friends next time you decide to watch this movie. The finale of The Big Short plays out as the now infamous events of 2008 start occurring, and the incredibly complex financial products that these 3 parties have been betting against start falling in price. At this point, Brownfield, S.i.R, and FrontPoint had 2 ways to turn their short positions into cash. They could wait for the assets that they bet against to collapse and collect their insurance payout, or they could sell those insurance contracts back to the banks that were now desperate to get back that security.
It's Dr. Burry. Looks like the collapse of the financial sector is imminent. I'm gonna start to sell my position. It's $1.3 billion.
They all opted for option 2, because as Michael Burry alluded to in an earlier scene, there was a possibility that these institutions would collapse, and they would never be able to collect on the payouts that were owed to them.
You want to bet against the housing market, and you're worried we won't pay you.
Yes, that's right.
This would be like if you crashed your car, only to find out that Geico had gone out of business before you could claim your insurance money. The reason that Brownfield was able to make much higher returns than Burry and Baum was because they bought insurance contracts on the assets that were much safer, the A and AA buckets instead of the BBB buckets that the larger hedge funds were buying. Because these assets were safer, the premiums on insurance contracts were lower, which meant that the pair could buy more with them with the limited pool of investor money they had.
This is what we did that no one else thought of. Not even Baum or Burry thought to short the AA's. But we did.
The final mistake I think the movie made was that they didn't do a great job of saying that almost all AAA mortgage-backed securities and more than 90% of A and AA securities did not fail, which meant that Brownfield wouldn't be able to collect on their premiums. But because the banks were so desperate to get their hands on insurance, as the financial system was unfolding, they were able to sell the contracts that they paid very little money for back to the banks at a huge premium. In the aftermath of The Big Short, all of the parties were left with a lot of money. Scion Capital was shut down immediately after because Michael Burry made so much money that he could support himself by just managing his own capital rather than dealing with the stress of outside investors, which was portrayed very well in this movie. This is called a family office, and the movie said that he only invests in water, which isn't true. And he has famously traded some well-publicized short positions in Tesla, as well as Cathie Wood's ARK Innovation ETF. None of his trades to date have been as successful as his one in The Big Short. Brownfield, which is really Cornwall Capital, still operates to this day, and has $262 million in assets under management according to their most recent Form 13F, down from their all-time high of $1.4 billion. But it's possible that this drop is due to investor withdrawals, not investment losses. America's angriest hedge fund, Front Point Partners, was shut down in 2011 after one of its senior managing partners, Chip Skowron, played loosely by Jeremy Strong in the film, pled guilty to insider trading and was sentenced to 5 years in prison. These hedge funds made billions of dollars by executing The Big Short, but to some companies, that's less than they make or lose every single day. If you want to learn about companies managing trillions of dollars, you should go and watch my video on Blackstone and BlackRock to find out how they work and if they are the evil empire secretly pulling the strings of global finance from behind the scenes. A special thanks again to Blinkist for making it possible for everybody to keep on learning how money works.
For sale, 742 Evergreen Terrace, detached single-family dwelling. Now, who'll start me off? $1.5. Sold!
People are more aware of financial fraud than ever before. From crypto influencers to suspicious-looking text messages, we are all trained to be on the high alert about everything. Unfortunately, the fact that we now suspect everything is a scam is a big reason why financial fraud is at an all-time high.
I lost the majority of my life savings in a dating scam.
Well, you're tightening the belt this year and saving money, but there are a handful of growing scams that are designed to steal your money.
Dating scams where fraudsters convince people to put their money into fake cryptocurrency investments.
But in 2023, the scams are a lot more sophisticated than you may have realized.
Society loves con artists. Don't believe me? Think about this. We are all celebrating Sam Bankman-Fried being convicted of defrauding millions of investors out of billions of dollars. For now. But the same crypto enthusiasts that lost money when FTX collapsed probably at one point or another celebrated the wealth in excess of the Wolf of Wall Street, another convicted fraudster who stole millions of dollars from investors. The future is clear. In 40 years, the insufferable hustle bros will be liking inspirational quotes pasted over the top of SBF. Okay, that might be funny to think about, but it happens all the time. The reporter Aaron Griffith with the New York Times wrote about the hundreds of fake companies with fake business plans and fake users being created to attract venture capital investment. Firms like Sequoia, Andreessen Horowitz, and Excel had so much money that they couldn't invest into new ideas fast enough. This started to encourage hopeful founders to fudge their numbers a bit to get a life-changing investment. There were companies that used that money and did build out a real business, but there were other companies that had to keep on lying as more and more investors piled in. If you were a company founder trying to be completely honest about your business, you would have found it much harder to get an audience with these investors to pitch your idea because you were competing with other founders who weren't afraid to stretch the truth or flat out lie to tell investors what they wanted to hear. The venture capital firms that lived by the Silicon Valley mantra of growth at all costs didn't even care, because even if the companies they were invested in never made a profit, they could hype them up enough to sell them to strategic investors or dump their trash on the general public through a SPAC. Cases like Charlie Javis, who faked millions of users on her app Frank before selling it to JP Morgan for $175 million, or Abraham Shafi's IRL, another app that had millions of daily users that raised $150 million at a $1 billion valuation, before an investigation by the board found that 95% of its users were also completely fake. From just these two fake apps, that is a total of $325 million that could have been invested in real startups. But there are 5 reasons why fraud beats honesty almost every time. The first reason that fraud has done so well, even though people are more aware of it than ever, is because nobody bothers checking anymore. While good, honest companies and people are held down with honesty and regulations, scammers and fraudsters can just lie about how great their business is. The reason that they can get away with this for so long today is because fewer people are checking. According to the remarks of their own administrators, organizations like the Securities and Exchange Commission, Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, and the Federal Trade Commission don't have enough resources to regulate market activity. According to the SEC enforcement results from 2022, the agency is now relying mostly on whistleblowers to prosecute pump-and-dump schemes, securities manipulation, and insider trading. Now, you all know about government regulators being underfunded, but the private sector also failed as well. FTX, Theranos, and WeWork all raised billions of dollars from sophisticated investors that did very little due diligence to verify the lofty claims of the founders. Low interest rates, a hype around venture capital investing, and the growing popularity of SPACs meant that there was a lot of investor money looking for the next big thing. Eccentric founders had the luxury of shopping around for investors who were all desperate to get their money into whatever company was generating the most buzz. And the companies that could generate the most buzz were the ones that could just lie about doing something that could change the world, if only it were true. From my personal experience working as an investment banker in the healthcare space, less exciting companies that are honest about their realistic objectives are drowned in due diligence by more experienced private equity professionals, while companies making wild claims about changing the landscape of the medical world are waved through by venture capitalists that think they are much smarter than they really are. Now, big companies are getting ripped off by founders with questionable attire, but that's not where most of the fraud is happening. Most fraud is targeted at regular people. And even if they don't make any dumb mistakes themselves, offloading the cost of scams onto people has become more lucrative than ever thanks to 2 other concerning trends. So it's time to learn how money works to find out why the world thinks everything is a scam, except for scams. This week's lesson is sponsored by Trade Coffee. With the holiday season coming up, I can't think of a better gift for yourself or someone else than Trade Coffee. I used to drink coffee just as a way to get me going. But when I started tasting good coffee with Trade, I realized that you really shouldn't sacrifice taste just for energy. And I'm never going back to that disgusting old coffee. Trade Coffee makes coffee exciting, connecting me with over 450 coffees from over 55 roasters, including dark roasts, espressos, blends, and rare roasts. Their matching algorithm curates the perfect coffee match for you based on your taste preferences and surprises you with a new variety every time. For example, it knows what I like, and it matched me with Huckleberry Flores Bellas. It's a medium roast that's sweet and smooth, perfect for what I like. Fresh coffee is better coffee, and the coffee will always be shipped within 48 hours of being roasted. Get a free bag of coffee with any subscription purchase by going to drinktrade.com/howmoneyworks. With free shipping, customizable plans, and anytime cancellation, Trade is making it easier to discover better coffee. Big companies with sophisticated investors knew the risks of doing no due diligence, and investing hype is finally shifting away from firms promising to be the Uber of in-office kombucha taps. But people suspecting everything of being a scam, apart from scams, the paradox of the grift if you will, does a lot more harm to normal people who don't have the time or resources to thoroughly vet every offer they are given. The people being hurt the most by these smaller scale frauds are not who you would expect. The most common victim of financial fraud is not elderly people with deteriorating mental capacity getting targeted by scam callers claiming to be the IRS. According to data by the FTC, these scams do fool millions of people every year, and more should be done about that to educate and protect people at risk. It sucks that every single email, text message, and phone call needs to be analyzed for sketchy links, and it can be exhausting. But at least it's possible with a bit of attention to stay on the right side of these scams. But the fastest growing category of financial fraud is much harder to protect yourself against. And to show you why, we need to talk about influencers. Seeking fame and fortune is nothing new. And people running get-rich-quick schemes on late-night cable are nothing new either. But technological and cultural changes have allowed these people to merge into one. I don't want to reveal my age here too much, but back in my day, celebrities were afraid of being labeled as sellouts. They had to be very tactful about promoting their merch or their fans would turn on them. Today, selling out is the goal. Modern celebrities and influencers are celebrated for launching a new product line and go on interviews where they talk extensively about how much money they make. There is nothing wrong with celebrities making money, and some influencer businesses sell great products, but a lot don't, and a lot get much worse. According to a 2021 survey conducted by the FTC on consumer losses through scams, 61% of all fraud contacts initiated on social media and websites. Email, online ads, phone calls, and text messages were all fighting for whatever was left. The people you watch and trust online are by far the most likely to scam you. Influencers know that their influence won't last forever. Tastes change, their audience will outgrow their content, or they could be caught up in controversies that gets them kicked out of their respective platform. That's show business. But the problem for the new age of celebrity is that the antics that they self-publish onto the internet would make it impossible for a lot of them to get a real job afterwards. So they need to make enough money in their few years of fame to fund their lavish lifestyle forever. It's not impossible to do legitimately, but it's much easier to do by jumping on the latest trends. If you are an influencer and you know your audience is eventually going to get bored of you anyway, it's very tempting to make as much money as possible off them on the way out. And that's the second reason why people think everything is a scam, apart from scams. Fraud is exciting. Reality is depressing. Imagine you had $10,000 to spare, and you are deciding where to put it. A BlackRock broad market exchange traded fund, or a crypto token from a YouTuber. I really hope you all watching know what the right choice is. On a different corner of the internet, you will see people hyping up very risky plays to an impressionable audience while making laser-eye video thumbnails about how BlackRock secretly rules the world. One of the biggest business and finance influencers in the world, Patrick Bet David, has made countless videos talking about the dangers of Vanguard, BlackRock, and State Street while defending multi-level and network marketing, including his own multi-level marketing life insurance company. BlackRock is not a faultless business, but your money will be safer with them than it will be with the average influencer. My friend Richard over on The Plain Bagel made a great video about why investing won't make you rich. It can only build wealth by accelerating diligent savings. But that's boring, and that kind of content doesn't make as much money or perform as well with the algorithm as flashy displays of material wealth and non-compliant claims about making money. Even influencers not peddling get-rich-quick schemes need to over-sensationalize everything to maximize engagement. I know I pick on Graham a lot, but judging by his thumbnails, this guy has been bankrupt 4 times this year alone. Influencers are an easy target for ridicule, and I understand as a now full-time YouTuber myself, it's tempting to use the flames and laser eyes. But it all builds a culture of getting as much attention as possible, as quickly as possible, and then trading that influence for cash. The biggest problem is that there appears to be very few consequences for doing this. People like Logan Paul, who at the height of the cryptocurrency mania promoted several pump and dump schemes, has to date had no problems with regulators who are struggling to keep up in this area as well. He also hasn't even taken that much reputational damage and still has millions of fans watching his videos and buying Prime energy drinks. Another friend of the channel, Patrick Boyle, in an interview with Zeke Fox, an investigative reporter for Bloomberg, and author of Number Go Up, said that the grift is not something to be embarrassed about anymore. It's now seen as high status, because the most visibly high status people are all doing it. Fox also claimed that investigations into this matter almost don't make sense anymore, because the perpetrators of this kind of fraud are so unashamed and open about it that an investigative journalist doing an expose on Dink Doink would be like a food critic writing a review on Taco Bell. And that's the third reason why we think everything is a scam apart from scams. Fraud moves faster than we do. New technologies like cryptocurrencies, AI, and the internet all may have legitimate marketable uses, but it can take years for people to figure out what those use cases are and years more to build businesses around them. It's little wonder then that the new technologies are a golden opportunity for fraud. By promising to know the secrets to using something new to make lots of money, grifters can leverage the natural hype of barely understood tech to sell a guide on how to use it for a profit. The hustle bros that were selling crypto trading guides when Bitcoin was entering the mainstream are now telling you how to use ChatGPT to make millions by automating some vaguely legitimate sounding online business. This problem hits every level of finance, not just core scammers. The venture capital funds that were throwing investor money at blockchain companies are now throwing investor money at anything that claims to use AI. And the influencers that were crypto experts now know how to use ChatGPT to make $300 a day. The rapid pace of new technologies that people are desperate to understand is behind the rapid pace of new frauds pretending to know the answers. The reason that people are so desperate for the answers is also the fourth reason that they are so willing to convince themselves that a scam is not a scam. People are desperate. I don't need to say too much about this one. According to Lending Club data, 62% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. Nobody earning minimum wage can afford to rent a basic 2-bedroom apartment anywhere in the country. People have to jump through up to 17 interviews to get a job. Interest rates are rising, basic essentials are twice what they cost 5 years ago, and most people don't think there is any hope of changing that.
The housing crisis in the United States is real. It is incredibly difficult for people to buy a home.
Sad as 4 in 10 consumers consider themselves worse off than last year.
Anything promising a way out of a no-hope situation looks good to a lot of people. The fifth reason why we now think everything is a scam, apart from scams, is because the outlets that were supposed to be keeping us informed about this have also decided that there is more money in sensationalism. Go and watch the 200-year decline of journalism over on How History Works to find out how we let that happen. I am also going to be writing a full article on fraud culture in finance from the perspective of a former investment banker. So if you want to catch that and other articles written by myself and some of the best finance creators, make sure to sign up in my totally free email newsletter in the description below to keep on learning how money works. Billionaires are not like you or me, but it's really important for them that you think they are. So important, in fact, that some of them are now spending millions of dollars every year for PR agencies to spread the message that they are just regular people that drive regular cars, eat at regular restaurants, and live in regular homes. But in the age of flex culture, why the f are these people trying so hard to look normal?
Why don't you buy a Lamborghini, man?
I didn't have any particular need for one.
I only say that because I've got a follow-up question. Okay. What's with the Honda?
This is a perfectly good car.
You bought a house for $45K?
Yeah.
What is it, like big or is it?
No, it's small.
Is it
very small.
It's a tiny house, That's great right? value, $45K?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's a small house.
I could buy any house in the world, and I don't want any other house than the one I'm in. You know, and that house is in a middle-class neighborhood. I'm happy in a pair of khakis and a sweater, so I don't need fancy clothes. I don't need fancy food.
Do you have an iPad?
I do not have an iPad.
iPhone?
No.
The now convicted fraudster Sam Bankman-Fried once had billions of dollars of customer funds at his disposal to live a lavish life in the Bahamas. In the early days of FTX, Fried and his co-conspirators reportedly drove around in the expensive sports cars typical of crypto bros. According to evidence presented during his trial, SBF would later sell the cars and advise other executives at FTX and Alameda to do the same because it didn't fit with the image of the company that they were trying to present to customers and investors. SBF's shitty Toyota Corolla that paid influencers made such a big deal of was about as authentic as the company's internal accounting department. The car, the haircut, the wrinkled haircut were more carefully managed than customer funds. The group did this because they knew that the image of a boy genius that didn't care about luxuries or power would be appealing to people looking for an honest place to keep their funds. SBF and the rest of the gang were all frauds, but putting a lot of effort into crafting a folksy image is done by most prominent business leaders for 3 simple reasons that are mostly bullshit. If you know these strategies, you will be able to see through what is little more than personal marketing. The first reason that they do this is because even if they aren't running a fraud, acting like an everyman still gets people to give them what they want. Stealth wealth is when rich people buy products that are of high quality but does not flaunt their wealth. They do this because they don't want the attention and problems that come along with people knowing that they are rich. Billionaires doing a Bloomberg or Nast daily interviews featuring their basic car and geeky wardrobe is not the same thing as stealth wealth. Instead of hiding their financial means, these people are just trying to show off as loudly as possible that they don't care about their money, or that their money hasn't changed them. It's not stealth wealth, so let's call it poverty peacocking, and it's a great move for their personal brand and any companies they represent. Humble CEOs are the new fashion. The world's biggest companies are run by men who wear hoodies and turtlenecks instead of tailored suits, and other business leaders are trying to emulate that trend because investors like it. If business leaders very publicly give up flashy luxuries, it also sends the message that they will be frugal running their business, and the data actually backs this up.
What role has luck played in your success?
Well, there's luck enters into everybody's life.
According to a study conducted by the National Bureau of Economic Research, in 2012, CEOs and CFOs who were not frugal in their own spending were more likely to have instances of insiders perpetuating fraud and were more likely to push equity-based incentives to increase their own income. The study separated personally frugal and flashy executives by looking for purchases like a personal car that was worth over $75,000 or a boat that was over 25 feet. Billionaires and executives didn't actually want to give up their luxuries, so they just started lying about it. Buffett does own an old beat-up car, but he is usually driven around in a fleet of Suburbans with a security team. Zuckerberg wears the same gray shirt every day, but they are custom-made by Brunello Cucinelli. Musk does rent a tiny home next to the SpaceX factory, but the Wall Street Journal pointed out that he spends most of his time in an 8,000 square foot, $12 million mansion, and all of these men fly private. They are welcome to these luxuries. It is their money. But there are still two more reasons why they try so hard to pretend that they don't exist. So it's time to learn how money works to find out why billionaires spend millions to try and convince us that they spend nothing. This week's lesson is sponsored by Z-Biotics. Let's face it, after a night of drinks, I don't bounce back the next day like I used to. I have a choice to make. I can either have a great night or a great next day. That is, until I found Z-Biotics. Z-Biotics is a pre-alcohol probiotic that was invented by a group of PhD scientists to tackle rough mornings after drinking. Here's how it works. When you drink, alcohol gets converted into a toxic byproduct in the gut. Z-Biotics produces an enzyme to break this byproduct down. It's this byproduct, not dehydration, that's to blame for your rough next day. Z-Biotics is designed to work like your liver, but in your gut where you need it the most. Just remember to drink Z-Biotics before drinking alcohol. Drink responsibly and get a good night's sleep to feel your best tomorrow. The first time I tried Z-Biotics was when I was just trying to grab a drink with a friend during the week. As instructed, I drank the bottle of Z-Biotics before alcohol. I was amazed at how good I felt the next day. Head to zbiotics.com/howmoneyworks and use code howmoneyworks at checkout for 15% off. Thanks to Z-Biotics for sponsoring this video. The second reason that really rich people go above and beyond to look normal is because it is an effective sales tactic. If you make millions or even billions of dollars in your life, I have good news for you. Unless you made your money as the founder and CEO of a household name company, or you are a celebrity, it's really easy for you to live a life where nobody knows who you are apart from your family, close friends, and the people that work for you. According to Forbes, there are 2,640 billionaires on Earth in 2023, down from 2,668 in 2022. The publication also admits that many billionaires are not included in this number because they could not collect data to accurately report their private fortunes. Even if you are really interested in personal wealth, you would probably know 50 of these people at most, and the rest just look like people in suits. The point is that every other rich person you know about is only known about because they want to be. And why would they give up an easy life to enjoy their wealth in peace? It's because their own success is one of the best ways to sell stuff. Whether it's Musk promising that full self-driving is just around the corner, Trump slapping his brand name on everything, or Kevin O'Leary role-playing as a businessman to pitch FTX, people buy success. People also buy relatability, so the clever billionaires that want to use their image to boost their own company will make sure that people can see them living lives that people can relate to, and aspire to at the same time. The New York Post recently ran an article about Warren Buffett's wife, who was supposedly overheard complaining about how expensive a $4 cup of coffee was at the annual Allen & Company Sun Valley Conference, which is nicknamed the summer camp for billionaires. This story is also picked up by publications like Business Insider that ran it with the title, "Warren Buffett just became even more relatable for a billionaire." If it wasn't obvious, let me ruin the fun for you. Nobody at this conference would have passed along this kind of personal conversation to the press. You are reading about it because they want you to read about it. Buffett's frugality is credited in his investment company's success, so he is selling an image just as much as Trump is with his steaks and O'Leary is with his wacky pants. For Buffett, this is a better story than a bunch of billionaires getting together to talk in private about, well, who the f knows? The only information that seems to leak from these events is how expensive the coffee is. Being relatable is an equally important sales tactic to people who want to sell a get-rich-quick course. An important element of any grift like this is that people need to believe that someone has become wealthy, and that they can do it too. So grifters will often talk about their humble beginnings while standing in front of a rented Lamborghini. This creates a situation where a lot of the people you see promoting their courses on YouTube will be poor people pretending to be rich people pretending to be poor people. Billionaires and get-rich-quick course salesmen presenting a different image of themselves to the world than who they really are behind closed doors probably won't surprise most of you. But there are two ways this lie is hurting the personal finances of regular people. The first way is simply the financial harm that buying into the trope of the relatable millionaire or billionaire can do to people who follow them blindly. Successful people telling regular people to cut down on luxuries to improve their financial situation is fine. But if they are telling them to cut down on luxuries to take on a side hustle so they can spend their money on a course instead, that's obviously bad. And it tragically happens all the time. It's easier for people with something to sell to ask people to cut down on discretionary spending if they have already built up a personal brand around driving a cheap car and living in a tiny house even after they become a millionaire. Being a frugal millionaire is also easier to fake if the supposed millionaires ever get questioned about the legitimacy of their own success. Obviously, grifters building an image so that they can sell a bad investment or overpriced course are going to do serious financial damage to the people they rope into their schemes. But even the billionaires paying their PR teams to get them positive media coverage about how relatable they are still doing damage to a lot of people's personal finances, because they are reinforcing a common trope in personal finance that everybody's financial problems are caused by them spending too much. The lies that very wealthy people tell about their humble cars, basic homes, and average lifestyle makes it easy to guilt people for enjoying little luxuries, because if Warren Buffett drives an old car, why do you need a new one? This does not excuse the reckless spending that a lot of Americans are guilty of, but it does take the attention away from their income. After a certain point, people can't improve their personal financial situation by being more frugal. They need to increase their income. And that's the third reason that billionaires spend too much money on looking poor. It helps them keep their workers in line. The accounting firm Ernst & Young, in a report, estimated that the number of family offices in the world had doubled between 2001 and 2016. Family offices are investment firms dedicated exclusively to managing the wealth of a single family. Where you and I have some shares on Robinhood or Schwab, the ultra-rich keep their money in family offices. An article by Barron's reported that one of the fastest growing expenses for these firms was public relations. Many of these family offices are so big that they now have as much influence as private equity firms, and with influence comes scrutiny. Private equity firms are some of the most hated financial institutions because they have a long history of bankrupting beloved companies and laying off thousands of workers, all to try and turn a slightly better profit.
Right, that's exactly right. What we've seen, in industry after industry where private equity buys up businesses is that they're really responsible for some of the worst, most abusive business practices in the country.
The scrutiny has been very bad for private equity, but the anger is only directed towards the managing partners of these companies. When a family office does the same thing, public outrage over job cuts would be blamed on the family, and that's where a good PR team is employed. It's easy for workers to demand better wages from a company owner who is photographed lounging on a super yacht. It's easier for a company owner to push back against worker demands when all of their public profile is about how they try to save every cent they can in the name of their business. The author of the article concluded that corporations became people, as people too became corporations, and every corporation needs a media relations department. Now, billionaires have been getting very good at this, but there is one that stands out above all the rest. Go and watch my latest video over on How History Works to find out how Rupert Murdoch went from card-carrying socialist to a billionaire by turning conservative news into entertainment. And don't forget, for more hard-hitting reports that can't be made into YouTube videos written by some of the best finance creators out there and myself, subscribe to the totally free email newsletter Compounded Daily in the video description to keep on learning how money works. To keep on learning how money works. Media moguls don't tend to be as well known as A-list celebrities and world leaders, but then again, Rupert Murdoch isn't your average billionaire news broadcasting tycoon. They call him the modern-day Citizen Kane, because his rise from small-time local newspaper to multinational conglomerate CEO has all the twists and turns of a classic rags to riches story. Kind of. Even his private life feels like an episode of Succession with sibling rivalries, high-profile divorces, and the occasional television appearances. But Rupert Murdoch is a whole different beast to Orson Welles' character in the classic Hollywood tale of the newspaper industry. Murdoch's influence on the size, shape, and nature of media is as widespread as it is devastating. Some good, some bad, some ugly. Given that the Australian-born media maverick is close to a century old, it seems fair to say that his time at the top is coming to an end. But will his influence survive the rise of social media and alternative journalism, or is his legacy as dead as legacy media? Well, it's time to learn how history works as we examine the life of Rupert Murdoch. This week's video is sponsored by Ground News. One of the key themes you'll see throughout this video is that Murdoch became a media giant through sensationalism. While it's good for business, it's awful for an informed public. Fortunately, Ground News is the perfect solution for this. For example, the story about how Lachlan Murdoch, Rupert's heir, would be taking over Fox Corporation had left-oriented bias reports about Rupert still exerting his power, and right-leaning takes about how he was passing down a legacy to be proud of. With features that show factuality, coverage details, and bias distribution, you'll know beforehand the level of trust you can have in what you're reading. Before you read any article, you should always have the question answered, what's this author's bias, so that you have the appropriate level of suspicion when you're reading something. Ground News makes reading the news easier and more enjoyable, and you can become smarter knowing that you don't have to surf for both sides yourself. Let Ground News do the heavy lifting for you. Develop a well-rounded worldview, and check out ground.news/howhistory to sign up for less than $1 a month or get 40% off unlimited access to the Vantage plan. Born on March 11th, way back in 1931, he was named Keith, but since a young age, he went by the middle name he received from his maternal grandfather, Rupert. He was raised on a small ranch named Cruden Farm in the south of Melbourne, Australia. But this wasn't some humble John Steinbeck-esque situation. The stone building was adorned with colonial pillars, and the insides were furnished with fine painting, a library, plus grand piano. Here, young Rupert, spent his time riding horses through expansive green farmland. But his mother denies his early years were overindulgent. It was a very normal childhood. I suppose he was lucky to be brought up in attractive surroundings. His parents were both native Australians who had lived in Scotland, specifically Cruden Bay, where their farm got its namesake. Though young Murdoch would not return to his Scottish roots, he did follow in his father's footsteps, who was, at the time, a well-known journalist. In fact, Sir Keith Murdoch Sr. owned a number of local and regional newspapers, such as the Herald in Melbourne and Brisbane's own Courier Mail, plus Sunday Mail, and the simply named News. That's not a bad portfolio for a man whose early career was hindered by a stutter. However, he did receive some recognition during the early struggles of his press career. During his time in World War I, his reporting on the mismanagement of the Gallipoli campaign and the hardships of the troops got noticed. This helped to shake up the military leadership. No doubt, this proved to his son the power of the newspaper. Of his childhood, Rupert Murdoch remarked, "I was brought up in a publishing home, a newspaper man's home. I saw that life at close range, and never really considered any other." From an early age, he was groomed to work in printing, which put him on track for an esteemed education. He graduated from a prestigious Australian boarding school called Geelong Grammar, before moving to London in 1949 to study philosophy, politics, and economics at Oxford University. Apparently, he was a typical student. He drank too much, chased girls, gambled, and even had a bust of Lenin in his dorm. He was so involved with left-wing activism that he participated in various Labour Party organizations, which earned him the nickname Red Rupert. But a few years later, Keith Sr. suddenly died from cancer, leaving a 22-year-old Rupert Murdoch to become owner of a crumbling media empire. Following a quick apprenticeship at the Daily Express, Murdoch returned down under to revive his late father's business. And revive them he did. He learned fast. He immersed himself in all aspects of the daily operations, like writing headlines, designing page layouts, and even laboring in the printing rooms. However, it was his business savvy that rejuvenated the ailing companies. When his father had died, the death duties had eaten up most of the stock he held, leaving Rupert and his family with little to play with. What they did have were some failing newspapers in Adelaide and a remote station in Broken Hill. But by controversially pivoting towards crime, sex, and scandal, circulation soared. He was starting to make a name for himself, so had to keep on his toes. A rival daily newspaper tried to buy his papers from him quietly. But once Murdoch caught wind of their scheme, he ran a front page denouncing the move, along with an editorial about the evils of press monopoly. He caught a taste of being sued too. One time, an Aborigine was accused of murder, but many felt the evidence was dubious, including Murdoch. So his papers came to the defense. This action was unpopular, and his small company was dragged through the courts on charges of libel. In the end, they were acquitted. Not to be hindered, Murdoch spent this next stretch of his career expanding at an impressive rate. By 1956, Murdoch had bought out Perth's Sunday Times, which too was revamped to fit with his commercially successful sensationalism. By 1960, Murdoch had broken into Sydney's market with his purchase of Mirror. He transformed the struggling paper into the city's bestseller. By 1965, Murdoch had set his sights on founding a brand new paper. He was done with buying failing businesses, and instead wanted to make something a success from day one. Australia's first national daily paper was created that same year and aptly named The Australian. No small feat given the wide expanses of land between the coasts, but having all those printing presses dotted around the country made getting the news through the outback much more possible. But Rupert wasn't going to stay in the land of kangaroos forever. In fact, he'd eventually relinquish his Australian citizenship to become a citizen of the US of A, thereby enjoying all the rights and tax breaks of very hardworking billionaires. By 1968, he was 37 years old, with an empire valued at around $50 million, so it was time to make moves in London. Once again, he used his tried and tested tool for success, buying a failing paper, inject some sensationalism, and hey, presto, a money-making machine. For those in the UK, it might be hard to imagine a time when The Sun was just a struggling daily tabloid. For the younger generation, you might not be familiar with The Sun's inclusion of naked women, another controversial tactic that boosted sales. There was one other tabloid that Murdoch bought out, the News of the World. At the time, it was an enormously popular Sunday edition. With a firm hold in London's Fleet Street, Murdoch recalibrated his sights on a new target, a bigger one with more risk and ambition, one that spoke to his long-held love for gambling, America. 1973 was the year he touched down in the US. He acquired Texas-based tabloid The San Antonio News. The year after, he founded a brand new tabloid called The S.i.R before heading to New York 2 years later to buy The Post. With a strong presence in 3 major English-speaking countries, 1979 became the year to consolidate. The name for his holding company was News Corporation, more simply known as News Corp. Though Murdoch continued to add news outlets to his portfolio throughout the 80s and 90s, such as the Chicago Sun-Times, Village Voice, and New York Magazine, his primary focus on print news was coming to an end. That's because the medium of television had developed enough to become the new battleground for news. A quick pause before we get into Fox News and the impact of the 24-hour news cycle as we indulge in the spirit of the Murdoch media machine by investigating his own private life. Let's quickly go over his 4 ex-wives and 6 children. The first Mrs. Murdoch was Patricia Booker, a former flight attendant from Melbourne. Married in 1956, divorced in 1967, with their only child Prudence entering the news publishing dynasty in 1958. Prudence has held several directorial roles in News Corp, but apparently is the only one of his children not directly competing for his business affections. Ex-wife number 2 was Anna Maria de Peyster, a Scottish and Australian journalist who scooped $1.7 billion in the divorce. Her marriage to Murdoch lasted from 1967 until 1999 and produced 3 heirs, Elizabeth, Lachlan, and James, all of whom are executives of sorts. Less than 3 weeks after officially breaking things off with Anna, Murdoch married Wendy Dang, a media executive almost 37 years his junior. She birthed 2 more daughters for Rupert, Grace and her younger sister Chloe. In fact, Grace Murdoch's godfather is Tony Blair, but more on that later. The couple called it quits in 2013. But by 2016, Murdoch had found another wife, Jerry Hall. The former model and actress is still much younger than Murdoch, although he's only a bit older than her former partner Mick Jagger. Their marriage ended in 2022, yet Murdoch seemed like he hadn't given up on love. 1 year later, he proposed to his partner Anne Leslie Smith. However, the engagement was called off, apparently due to her infatuation with Tucker Carlson. Speaking of Fox News hosts, Murdoch is arguably most well known for setting up the 24-hour right-wing leaning channel. He wasn't jumping in the deep end though. He had been dipping his toes in the news media landscape by purchasing independent TV stations as well as 20th Century Fox Film Corp. His printing business also moved laterally by consolidating his academic and literary business into HarperCollins. Like any billionaire worth his salt, Murdoch bought and sold sports teams like the LA Dodgers and even had stakes in the LA Kings, the New York Rangers, plus the Lakers, the Knicks, and even Madison Square Garden. That means his newspapers printed scandals on the players of his teams who played in his arenas that were filmed by his television cameras to capture the moments that would be dramatized in movies, which could be adapted into novels that were reviewed in his newspapers. Whew. No doubt that Lennon bust from his student days would be proud to see him buying up the means of production. Speaking of production, Fox News was a game changer. Granted, CNN was the first network to do round-the-clock news coverage, but it's fair to say that it was Murdoch who took it to the next level. CNN's political influencing was small-time in comparison, though nonetheless damaging, according to the likes of Noam Chomsky. However, Fox News' approach was bombastic and in-your-face. He injected sensationalism into 24/7 news coverage, proving that the business model was viable. Cable news became a fiercely competitive landscape, and Fox News never shied from gloating about its success. It's been argued by many social scientists that the station's political discourse has a profound influence on election cycles. After all, it was the 1997 endorsement of Tony Blair by Murdoch's UK's papers that got the Labour Party into favour for the first time in 18 years. This begs the question, is Rupert Murdoch right-wing or left-wing? Fox News may be pro-Trump, but Rupert Murdoch is infamously opposed to the Orange Man in the White House. In fact, Fox News became too successful for Murdoch's own good. Take Tucker Carlson, the conservative commentator whose show was a ratings killer. That was until the once famed bow tie wearer was unceremoniously booted from the network. Rumors abounded over the cause. Carlson was getting too religious on the show. Murdoch's wife had a crush on him. Powerful shareholders were worried about the influence Carlson had on the direction of the network. Some say an impending scandal needed to be covered up to protect the network. No one knows for sure, but whatever the reason, getting rid of him proved Murdoch was losing his edge. Media commentators theorized that Fox believed it was the time slot that was the main attraction, not the guy behind the desk. Yet Tucker Carlson's first episode on his Twitter show torpedoed that logic with astronomical viewership. The real irony is that the platform he used, Twitter, is built on Murdoch's successful model for 24-hour news cycles. No doubt, legacy media is struggling to compete with the likes of internet shows. Even Joe Rogan has more listeners than Murdoch's radios combined, and with a smaller infrastructure. Murdoch's behemoth of an empire can't compete with the nimbleness of YouTube channels. Gatekeepers to publication have lost their power in a world of Substack. With so many cogs in Murdoch's machine, it's not a surprise that something would go wrong. Sooner or later, someone would live the life and shine a light on the news stories hiding within. The News of the World phone hacking scandal may have been a bigger deal in Europe, but the impact on Murdoch's reputation and empire has global ramifications. Though proof of phone hacking of celebrities and police had emerged between 2005 to 2006, it wasn't until 2011 that the story erupted. Through a high-profile court case, it was alleged that the News of the World, under direct orders, had tapped into people's phones for the purposes of illegally gathering scoops. Typical victims were celebrities, but the most egregious incident involved a murdered schoolgirl. It was claimed that journalists hacked the phones of Amanda Miley Dowler during her disappearance. It was alleged that they deleted voicemails to free up space so they could be the first to print updates on the case. However, by doing this, they falsely gave hope to Miley's family that she was still alive, whilst potentially impeding the police investigation that resulted in the apprehension of a serial killer. That was denied, of course, by the paper's editor, Piers Morgan. Not that it helped. Several News of the World employees were arrested and convicted. Executives were brought before Parliament to be grilled in an inquiry. Eventually, the public outrage forced Murdoch to shut down the newspaper. Murdoch was also criticized for staging a clearly rehearsed, PR-friendly opening speech when it was his time to speak in front of the television cameras. His attempt to garner sympathy fell short when he was custard-pied, leaving rival newspapers to relish in the moment with headlines like "Murdoch eats humble pie." In UK history, this scandal is one of the defining moments that has led to increased skepticism and distrust of the press. No doubt you can think of moments that were equivalent in the US. But this story wouldn't be a modern-day Citizen Kane if there wasn't hubris.
And this is not as an excuse, maybe as an explanation of my laxity. The News of the World is less than 1% of our company. I employ 53,000 people around the world, and I'm spread watching and appointing people whom I trust to run those divisions.
Murdoch started off as a plucky, left-leaning reporter who wanted to follow in his father's footsteps by exposing corruption and sticking up for the little guy. Now, he's the poster child for monopoly, propaganda, and political meddling. It seems the right time for him to retire, though perhaps the infighting amongst his children for the right to inherit the reins of News Corp have been for nothing. Murdoch is too out of touch to keep up with alternative media, and the structure of legacy media is crumbling under its own weight. It could be that Murdoch's vast empire, built up over decades, is simply yesterday's news. Perhaps it's time for Murdoch to sell up some plucky press magnet, or maybe he has one more trick up his sleeve to get back on his feet. But what do you think? Let us know in the comments below. Much of the reason why Murdoch focused on sensationalism was that in order to get advertising dollars, he needed to get views. To understand why the history of advertising has such a tight relationship with journalism, watch our video on the history of advertising. And don't forget to like and subscribe to keep on learning how history works. Bad news. Your hot investments today will be archaic in the next century. It doesn't matter whether your portfolio is filled with real estate, crypto, or anime girl bathwater. Sooner or later, a new industry is going to become this century's economic juggernaut. In the past, spice, cotton, and oil were the big moneymakers, and now it's silicon, space, and AI. So, what were the biggest industries of the past, and what secrets do they hold about the future of finance? Surely, something has been a reliable trade since the dawn of the Stone Age. Chapter 1. Olive Oil Oligarchs. Before money, there was industry. In the Stone Age communities, flint was the hot commodity. Tribes eagerly traded the durable sharp rock with each other because it was perfect for weapons and tools. This harvestable resource was literally the difference between life and death. But it wasn't long before the pointy rock industry was supplanted by agricultural startups. The shift from hunter-gatherers to farmers was the first industrial revolution. Villages transformed into civilizations in the blink of an eye. Slowly but surely, humankind spread across the lands thanks to the hottest items in the market: fruits, vegetables, and livestock. But the real key to success was having produce not available in your area. Once the early version of nations and cities formed, the interest in exotic luxuries took root. Cavemen may have been content with shell beads for street cred, but during the 1st and 5th century, clout came from spices, silks, and sweet, sweet olive oil. By classical era standards, access to an olive grove was like buying Amazon stock back in 1994. With demand growing, the Silk Road trading route started to form, and the Mediterranean became the Wall Street of the ancients. However, China, India, Persia, Arabia, Africa, and Europe traded more than just resources. They swapped coin for art, fashion, and music. As culture exchanged, so did ideas of accounting, finances, and business. To think the likes of Roman Egypt would have not become giants had it not been for cavemen swapping pointy rocks for coconuts. So it's time to learn how history works as we audit humans' accounting ledgers and calculate the biggest industry in every century. Chapter 2: Aggressive Expansion. Land is more than dirt, it's real estate. As soon as humans figured out that they could get more stuff by stealing it from neighbors, the feudal system became the new way of life. But this definition needed a new infrastructure. Spices and silk were good at making friends, but not good at defeating enemies. Whoever had the biggest stick was able to beat off competitors. Enter craftsmen. Anyone who could smith a sword or build a chair had more value than the peasants toiling in fields. Value changed from what you could find or grow to what you could make. This was the real start of manufacturing. The economy became more inward-facing. Self-sufficiency was the name of the game, with local production meeting local needs. Why import fancy vegetables on the Silk Road when serfs can grow something just as good? The luxuries of old had become more mundane, everyday items, at least in the hands of the ruling classes. Now, the big money makers were weavers and carpenters, butchers and potters. These were the richest guys around, until tax day. But as much as technology and culture had advanced since the early years, things plateaued due to the constant squabbling Games of Thrones. Life trudged on like this for a while until some bright spark realized, hey, just because we want to kill each other doesn't mean we can't be business partners. We now turn your attention away from our scheduled programming to bring you a message from our sponsor, Compounded Daily. Friends, each week there's a bundle of riveting tales that regrettably can't make their debut here, all due to the whims of the YouTube algorithm. But fret not. By enlisting in my brand new and absolutely free email newsletter, you'll be in the know with stories like the intriguing inception of a VC fund by our allies at NATO. This newsletter, dear viewers, will traverse the exciting worlds of finance, business, and economics, ensuring you're always in the loop. If the topics discussed here pique your interest, then rest assured, you'll find the newsletter a delightful read. It's not only enjoyable, but also enlightening, offering you fresh insights from yours truly, a seasoned veteran in the investment banking world. Becoming a part of our newsletter family is as simple as 1, 2, 3, folks. Simply use the link provided in the description, make your way to compoundeddaily.com, and then sign up with the email you use the most. Chapter 3: Money is the root of all medieval. Welcome to the birth of the global market, a time when the Silk Road transformed from a mom-and-pop store into an Amazon fulfillment center. Forget farmers and craftsmen. Merchants were the keepers of big business. Thanks to the renaissance of trade, the elite dined on the exotic likes of pepper, cinnamon, and cloves. The spice routes of yore became the new avenues of bustling wealth. Art, music, war. It was back and better than ever. Now was the time for opulence. Luxury silk was imported all the way from Asia, and often worth more than gold. Speaking of which, the mines in Africa uncovered many more precious stones and minerals, fueling currency minting and jewelry making. Mountains of gold coins and jewels decorated the royal courts of medieval Europe and the Islamic world. The Stone Age may have wanted pointy rocks, but the Renaissance was about shiny stones. Lords and monarchs drenched themselves in jewels and bling their Roman relatives could only dream of. But being a merchant was more than opening a shop and being a middleman. You were an explorer with adventure at heart who navigated treacherous routes, outwitted bandits, and returned home with treasures untold. Assuming you lived to tell the tale, your net worth gave you the power of a king. But what happened when the market got crowded? Chapter 4: New World Net Worth. As the 17th century approached, trade was itching for a shakeup. Goods like foreign spices, high-end textiles, and luxury ceramics had become so accessible that the novelty wore off. However, change was on the horizon, literally. Naval technology ushered in the age of discovery, which meant new territory to explore, new goods to find, and new fortunes to be made. Gold and silver from the New World fueled economic growth in Europe, while spices like nutmeg and ginger became statuses of wealth. Even beaver fur and tobacco became hot new commodities. But the sweetest way to flaunt your wealth was sugarcane. Even rum replaced wine, one of the oldest staples of trade, as a new mark of wealth. Soon, British, French, and Spanish colonies no longer had to rely on South Asian merchants for sugarcane because they managed to cultivate it themselves, assuming they had a competent captain on hand to sail their galleons over vast expanses of water. This meant shipbuilding was the next big thing. All other trade depended on it. In the same way that the horseshoe once proved that craftsmen were the economic backbone, now mighty sailboats showed craftsmen were back on top. Ironic, isn't it? Merchants shove carpenters out of the spotlight, but now pay woodworkers top dollar for fancy boats with big holes for their loot. Yet, big as this expansion was, it still required excessive manpower. The moment someone figured out to streamline manufacturing, we'd surely be in the age of the industry. Chapter 5. Cash flows and railroads. Economic momentum went into overdrive thanks to society-altering technology. Thanks to the Industrial Revolution, synthesizing and processing raw materials was easier than ever before. Near the end of the century, steam-powered trains came into their own, which ensured trade routes were bigger, better, and faster than they'd ever been. To say this period was transformative would be the understatement of the 19th century. Products from the Silk Road and the New World could now be made or harvested closer to home, and those that couldn't cost a fraction of the cost to import, assuming you needed to import at all. Manufacturing just got an upgrade. And by manufacturing, I don't mean a village blacksmith working metal. I mean mass production. Factories became money machines, and textiles were the name of the game. And the star player? Cotton. As you can imagine, this did mean a profitable side hustle sprung up around who picked cotton. Though humans have bought and sold each other ever since we could walk upright, the transatlantic slave trade was the closest thing to a new Silk Road. But these factories needed metal to be built, and coal to be powered. Stuff like gold and diamonds always have had their demand amongst the 1%, although during this time, the pineapple in a window was the coolest way to flash your cash. But when it came to being filthy rich, gold and diamonds always have had their demand amongst the 1%, although during this time, the pineapple in a window was the coolest way to flash your cash. But when it came to being filthy rich, you had to be in coal. The beauty was they didn't even have to travel far to dig it up. Britain had enough coal on its own island to more or less keep the show running. Add that to a surge of employment, and this period was the richest everyone had ever been. Sure, smoke and child labor weren't that great, but every cloud has a silver lining. It took a few thousand years for agrarian life to be well and truly over, but there was no going back now. Craftsmen became cogs in machines, and merchants sold those machines to a new class of economic power: owners. Wealth was no longer about what you did with your hands, but what you could do with other people's hands. The next step concerned what you could do with other people's money. Chapter 6. Engine Economy. The expansion of the Industrial Revolution saw the demand for steel to build cities. Construction was a way to make serious dough, but that also meant bankers had a great opportunity to make money. Bankers have always been around since one caveman promised another a return on his shiny rocks. But after World War I came the Roaring '20s. Now you didn't need to toil in a field or a factory to make something valuable. You just needed a piece of paper that said stocks on it. The Roaring '20s meant average people could meaningfully have a thing called disposable income. Economic power was no longer in what you could sell, but what you could buy. We're talking real estate, fashion, technology, and even buying stocks. No longer were those in the hands of the aristocracy. Now, farmers and craftsmen had the power to change society because consumer dollars dictated the market. It was the money of everyday man which chose whether the record player was a trend or a new medium. Even when the Great Depression took the wind out of their sails, things are better than ever by the end of World War II. Steel was still needed for buildings, but now it was needed for bullets and Spitfires. However, the new big industry was not going to be in stocks and resources forever. When people weren't fighting, they were turning to entertainment. Cinema became a gold mine, and records playing on a new thing called radio saw the dollars flood in. And then came along TV, ready to sell advertising space to manufacturers. In the blink of an eye, the manufacturing legacy of the Industrial Revolution pivoted away from the needs of market leaders and turned to what everyday consumers wanted. And they wanted the good stuff. They wanted washing machines, not silk. They wanted automobiles, not pepper. They wanted to take their girl out to a movie on a Friday night. However, this created a knock-on effect. Soon, a new material emerged that gave product makers an edge over competitors: plastic. Chapter 7: Crude Business. With the Industrial Revolution done, economic power shifted back to a new resource necessary for maintaining our way of life: oil. Though black gold was refined long before this era and even helped Rockefeller make over $400 billion in the 19th century, this short period saw the demand for liquid dinosaur skyrocket. The first reason was the car. Post-World War II, more highways were erected, more railroads were torn up, and long-haul trucks streamlined deliveries across continents. Airplanes made any remaining remnant of the Silk Road obsolete, while also growing tourism into a huge part of any nation's annual GDP. What about rocket ships during the space race? All those defense contractors needed sweet, sweet petroleum to keep things ticking along. In fact, you would have struggled to find any consumer product that didn't have plastic. Even chocolate bar wrappers used it. For centuries, farmers, workers, and merchants jockeyed to be number one. Now the Stone Age mentality for treating natural resources was the top dog once again. Even the entertainment industry added to oil demands. Vinyl records needed it. Cassettes needed it. CDs needed it. Don't forget VHS and DVD. Advancements in special effects also saw silicon used in synthetics. All those gruesome prosthetics and blockbusters had to come from somewhere. Speaking of silicon, it became one of the most sought-after materials when IBM, Microsoft, and Apple created demand for semiconductors. The spread of consumer-level computers paved the way for society to become more digital. Knowledgeable jobs like office work became the go-to employment for a stable income. Farming and construction were out. Advertising and business management were in. But by far the newest big industry to emerge was drugs. Mind-altering substances and their illegal businesses have more or less been around forever. But the likes of cocaine, weed, and heroin didn't become billion-dollar industries until the later half of the 19th century. And what about the legal side? Owning a pharmaceutical or healthcare provider could make you as much money as Pablo Escobar. And even he transported his merchandise using the same tech that everything else was using, which all relied on, you guessed it, oil. For a period marked by the emergence of new, powerful industries, every single thing needed petroleum to run. You can almost understand why they thought things were never going to change. Chapter 8: Future Earnings. Depending on who you ask, oil is either going to be phased out or renewable energy is just a trend. Some say nuclear hasn't had its time to shine, while others are hoping we'll crack nuclear fission before climate change kills us all. In any case, energy will be the biggest industry in the future without question. Think about it. No matter what happens with computers, Bitcoin, or AI, let's be honest, AI is going to be a crazy big industry soon. They all rely on computers. Those things ain't powered by coal. Even if the auto industry goes all in on electrical and the entertainment industry focuses on digital, we will still need gas for space tourism. That's right, space tourism. It might sound like a pipe dream, but with how fast tech improves, you could become the first trillionaire by setting up a hotel room on the moon. And that's just the consumer side. Companies are already gearing up to mine asteroids, so maybe the next big resource will become one which hasn't been discovered yet. This means that in the coming century, the biggest industries on the planet won't even be on the planet. And where there's infrastructure, there's business. Bezos, Branson, and Musk are the current big names working to make space travel a viable business. But we may see more billionaires throw their hat in the ring if AI continues trending. Some predict that AI will vastly improve automation to the point that agriculture and manufacturing go the way of the Silk Road merchants. Perhaps we'll see a new renaissance where the next big industries are based on art and culture. After all, merchants are making money selling money. Well, digital money. So why do we need physical goods anyway? Entertainment is subscription-based. Washing machines can be rented. Business is becoming more service-focused. To some, this is merely a case of business evolving with the times. To others, it's the death throes of an economic system about to become obsolete. I mean, it happened before, right? What do you think? Is AI the new game changer, or will the next big natural resource keep humanity on track? Let us know what you think in the comments section below. Every century saw great new technologies being developed, but with every new technology, there's a black box of understanding its capabilities, which opens the doors for a new wave of scammers. Go and watch our video on the history of scams to understand how each scam fit within each of these technological innovations. And don't forget to like and subscribe to keep on learning how history works. Goldman Sachs is what you think of when you hear the words banking, Wall Street, and market crash. The investment banking group is over 150 years old, but has kept its name since setting up way back in 1869. It's a money-making machine that has invested in the likes of Spotify and Dropbox and was the lead bookrunner of Twitter's IPO. It's even committed almost $2 billion to philanthropic initiatives. But the name Goldman Sachs is also synonymous with corruption, market manipulation, offshore tax havens, and insider trading, to name a few of his controversies.
U.S. court today for violating U.S. money laundering laws and the foreign corrupt practices.
The department filed criminal charges in New York against the Goldman Sachs Group and its Malaysian subsidiary, charging each with conspiracy to violate the anti-bribery provisions of the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act.
Yet, for all these good deeds and sins, the giant of commerce wasn't started by a hedge fund manager or stockbroker, but a humble immigrant with a knack for business and a hunger for the American dream. So, how did a German immigrant build what would become an international powerhouse of finance? How unethical is the company? Will it be around forever, or will it finally get its comeuppance? Well, it's time to learn how history works, as we unravel the history of Goldman Sachs. We now turn your attention away from our scheduled programming to bring you a message from our sponsor, Compounded Daily. Friends, each week there's a bundle of riveting tales that regrettably can't make their debut here, all due to the whims of the YouTube algorithm. But fret not. By enlisting in my brand new and absolutely free email newsletter, you'll be in the know with stories like the intriguing inception of a VC fund by our allies at NATO. This newsletter, dear viewers, will traverse the exciting worlds of finance, business, and economics, ensuring you're always in the loop. If the topics discussed here pique your interest, then rest assured, you'll find the newsletter a delightful read. It's not only enjoyable, but also enlightening, offering you fresh insights from yours truly, a seasoned veteran in the investment banking world. Becoming a part of our newsletter family is as simple as 1, 2, 3, folks. Simply use the link provided in the description, make your way to compoundeddaily.com, and then sign up with the email you use the most. Post-Civil War America saw a boom in engineering and growth. New technology like the telegram and railroads were connecting people and states, and the change in civil rights laws saw a change in the way Americans lived their lives. The Suez Canal was built, and the Brooklyn Bridge finished construction. Truly, prosperity was on the horizon. It was the time of the Gilded Age, and Marcus Goldman knew it. The 48-year-old German-Jewish immigrant had come to America as a refugee from his home country to escape hard times, and in search of better opportunities for his family. He arrived in 1848 without knowing anyone and having only a basic skill in speaking English. He initially settled in Philadelphia and began peddling wares as a traveling salesman. But pushing that cart up and down the street wasn't giving his family the life they needed, nor the respect he wanted. His desire was to be a businessman. So in 1869, he uprooted his wife and 5 children and moved them to New York City. He was following the exodus of German Jews because Manhattan was seeing a rise in immigration due to the post-war boom. There were more opportunities, especially on Wall Street. However, Goldman had no real background in finance. Nonetheless, he got his foot in the door by renting a small office on Pine Street with a sign out front that read, M. Goldman, Banker and Broker. This may have been a brash move for some, but Marcus had displayed a talent for numbers all his life. So if he was good at peddling items door to door, then he could peddle numbers bank to bank, right? His start was in buying promissory notes, which are basically fancy IOUs from merchants in need of ready cash and selling them to bankers uptown for profit. At the time, bank loans were hard to get, yet small companies needed help to turn their accounts receivables into cash. Marcus jumped on this demand by supplying a service. The operation was small time, but the specialism in an appealing area of the industry gave Goldman little competition and enough recognition to slowly but surely scale his company. His small loans of liquidity to tanners and jewelers snowballed into a tight-knit, profitable family business for the next 10 years. Then, a new family entered the fold, the Sachs. Marcus befriended Joseph Sachs many years before during synagogue classes in their native Würzburg. In time, Sachs would move to the US too, and some of his 5 children would marry some of Marcus's 5 children. Rosa Goldman became Mrs. Julius Sachs, and Samuel Sachs would marry Louisa Goldman. An interesting side note, they each had a child called Julius, whereas Marcus had Henry and Joseph had Harry. Think of them like the 19th century version of the Brady Bunch. Back to the topic. Marcus's business had been growing so much that he wanted someone to help run it with him, which was how he came to pick his son-in-law, Samuel, who was regarded as a moral and honest man. And thus, on September 20th, 1882, Goldman Sachs was born. By 1896, the firm would have $1.6 million in capital shared among 5 partners. The third partner to join shortly after Marcus teamed up with his son-in-law was Harry Goldman. Later, he would run the company with Samuel when Marcus retired. Their tenure together shaped the company dramatically in the next 30 years to come, including the start of the controversies. The conflict between the brothers-in-law benefited the company. Henry's adventure brought them to new opportunities, but Samuel's conservative approach avoided catastrophe. This was perfect timing because their niche market was becoming saturated with competition. They needed new ventures to stay ahead of the curve. One such venture was to take companies public. In short, when a private company wants to go public, it means that they need to IPO, which is most often handled by an investment bank. This is known as underwriting, which was Goldman Sachs' next big step forward. Initially, they wanted to underwrite railroads, but they were warded off by stiff competition like JP Morgan. So instead, they focused on smaller commercial companies like cigar sellers and even Macy's. But the first company they helped go public was Sears, whose valuation at the time was a modest $40 million in 1906. Of course, it helped that Henry was friends with Julius Rosenwald, the owner of the department chain. IPOing a company at this time was a huge risk. So, to levy the chance of failure, Goldman Sachs partnered up with Lehman Brothers to underwrite $30 million in common stock and a further $1 million of preferred stock. If fortune favors the brave, then Goldman Sachs was fearless because the IPO was a big success. Both firms had a big payday and also saw their reputation attract more clients from bigger firms. It's now 1914, and Goldman Sachs has become an investment bank on Wall Street. They were officially in the big leagues. And with all that cash to reinvest, the Roaring '20s was perfect timing yet again, except for Henry. Even though he facilitated that deal, which brought the family business into Wall Street, his open support for Germany in the run-up to World War I wasn't kosher. No doubt those family dinners were much more fraught than usual, especially since rival JP Morgan had been funding the Allied cause. In his defense, Henry's family and culture were German, so it's understandably why his patriotic reflexes tilted towards his ancestry, even though other members of the Sachs family wanted to support their new home of America. In the end, Henry resigned and the company sailed off into the sunset without him. What a sunset it was. Markets were soaring, optimism was high, champagne was flowing. So Goldman Sachs seizes the moment by investing $1 million into a trading company and selling the shares to the public at 10 times the price. They returned $93 million with their original investment, now worth 10 times the amount. But why stop there? If they can make an investment return like this out of thin air, why not make another, or another? After all, people were willing to buy them. Just like the early days of Marcus Goldman, when he was pushing his cart up the street, the old adage of supply and demand applies now as it did then. Let's hope a market crash doesn't come along to ruin the party. October 29, 1929, the start of the Great Depression, practically evaporates all of Goldman Sachs' money. There were accusations of share price manipulation and insider trading. So was this hubris for market meddling or paranoia during an economic downturn? Perhaps it was character assassination from jealous rivals who were more battered by the market crash? In the next year, more investment firms went bust, and with it investors, investment banks, and anyone else trapped in the house of cards. Yet Goldman Sachs survived. How? Answer: Sidney Weinberg. The third of 11 children from a poor family in Brooklyn, Sidney had been forced to leave high school early to help support his impoverished household. He started working at Goldman Sachs as the janitor's assistant, but 15 years later, his grit got him to the top. It was his wit and charm that persuaded General Electric to go public. His clients liked him so much that they stayed with him even when Goldman Sachs went belly up, and had the reputation dragged through the mud. Over the next years, Goldman Sachs gradually pulled itself back together. Then came the 1950s, when Sidney led them on what would be their boldest move yet, convincing Ford Motors to go public. There was little doubt that the IPO would make an investment banker filthy, stinking rich. But it wouldn't be easy. Ford distrusted Wall Street. It was gambling in a rigged game against ordinary folks. That's why JP Morgan Jr. had failed to take Ford public at one point. But what would be a bigger challenge was Henry Ford was an outspoken, one could say devout, anti-Semite. He continued to be one even after the end of World War II. You'd be right in thinking that a Jewish-owned family company of bankers had no chance whatsoever of getting Ford to change his mind about Wall Street, which is why they didn't. 9 years after Henry Ford died, they approached his grandson, Henry Ford II, to make the deal. It was the deal of the century, and the Jewish company doing business with a company whose founder had been a racist became a sea of change in Wall Street. Now, the only thing more important than money was winning, even if you had to cheat. Gus Levy was born in 1910 in New Orleans to a middle-class household. He made a name for himself as a trader in New York and became a well-regarded partner at Goldman Sachs at the age of 30. His specialty was block trading. The idea is this: when an investor sells a large amount of shares, it can cause the market to react unpredictably. So by privately negotiating a sale at a discount, a trader can then ride the fluctuations of the economy to resell off remaining shares at a profit. Simple, right? It's now the 1960s, and Sidney Weinberg is retiring and Gus Levy becomes heir to the Goldman Sachs empire. For the next decade, he makes block trading a major source of revenue for the company, but trading more and more at a larger scale made them vulnerable. One mistake could cost them everything. Then came 1968, and with it, the formation of Penn Central becomes the largest railroad company in the country with a staggering $1.2 billion in debt. But it needs more to operate. Goldman Sachs is hired to issue $100 million in commercial paper. Not only does the company finally get to underwrite a railroad company, but investors line up when they hear Goldman Sachs is backing this safe investment. Unfortunately for them, Penn Central fails to generate enough revenue to maintain its railroad tracks and equipment. The company goes bankrupt. Those who invested in the commercial paper are almost taken out completely, so they sue Goldman Sachs for misrepresentation. Goldman Sachs was the one who evaluated the risk, and it was them who pushed for the deal, so their hubris cost them 20 cents on the dollar. Yet, they came out on top. How? Goldman Sachs said that the payments were covered by insurance. The 1970s saw more of Goldman Sachs' securities go rotten. Settling million-dollar lawsuits became the norm. But now, the company has gone from boutique investment bank to elite institution. These times in court did little to sink the company. Sure, it was wounded, but it was still standing. Even the death of Levy from a stroke during a business trip did little to tank the company, because even though no secession plan was left behind, it's clear who the next leader would be: John Whitehead. The ex-Navy commander implements his military training into the company culture so that the firm can get back to first principles. One of his drills was to test subordinates to see how long they would wait for a meeting with him. Naturally, some left after a few hours, but in the end, the remaining ones came to learn that if they need to reach a big client, they must be conditioned to wait in their lobby for as long as it takes. Under Whitehead, the client came first. A sense of duty and diligence had re-entered the culture of Goldman Sachs for the first time since Marcus dragged his car up and down the streets of Philadelphia, and it paid off. By 1983, the company was raking in $400 million. That was a staggering 60% increase from the previous year. At the height of his success, he retired to work for Ronald Reagan. Now, the torch was passed to Robert Rubin, who stayed CEO for 2 years, before passing the buck to Stephen Friedman, another 2-year CEO. Why was their tenure so short? Hadn't they just inherited the keys to the biggest money-making machine on Wall Street?
I've been here in '85. I've lived through, I think, 7 CEO transitions. So,
well, it was because someone was after them: Rudy Giuliani. It's 1987, and a senior partner in the company has just been busted for insider trading. His perp walk is splashed all over the papers, so now Goldman Sachs' reputation is in the gutter once again. But they've bounced back before, and their customers know it. So as long as Goldman Sachs keeps making money, then all those corporations on their books have nothing to worry about, right? In fact, Rubin managed to get out of the banking world to enter politics before it was too late, this time working for Bill Clinton. So by 1993, Goldman Sachs' profits were up to $2.7 billion, mainly due to trading by putting their clients' interests first, and having a few backdoor deals, it seems. But that only lasts a decade. You see, even with their $98 billion of assets, senior partners are retiring, so the company needed to find a new stable way to hold on to capital so that they won't be knocked down if too many partners took too much out too soon. You know what they did, right? Of course you do. You've been paying attention. They went public. There was just one problem: Russia. It's 1998, and the biggest country in the world does what no economist thought would ever happen. They stopped servicing their debt. A sovereign country defaulting on its debt didn't fit into any economic model. Other investment banks started hemorrhaging money, so Goldman Sachs dumps their bonds onto the market to accelerate the downfall. Thankfully, the Federal Reserve steps in and bails the billionaires out. It's up to you to decide whether it was worth avoiding another financial crisis, because all that Goldman Sachs cared about was surviving. And with Goldman Sachs back on firm ground at the end of 1999 and at the height of the dot-com bubble, Goldman Sachs goes public. This means everyone is finally able to see the paperwork providing just how much profit the company has been making and how much was paid out to partners. Spoiler alert, it's a lot. Now, Goldman Sachs just needed an even newer way to make money. And what market was booming at the turn of the millennium? Mortgage-backed securities. aka the reason Hollywood made the movie The Big Short. Unless you've been living under a rock, you know the housing bubble triggered the 2007-2008 financial crisis, which was the most serious economic catastrophe since the Great Depression. This crisis bankrupted Lehman Brothers, the very same firm that helped Goldman Sachs all those years ago. It's worth noting that just before the bubble burst, the then boss of Goldman Sachs, Henry Paulson, did what every boss did before him: leave the company at their peak to enter politics. Hank Paulson was made the Secretary of the Treasury by George Bush Jr. That may explain how Goldman Sachs got another round of bailout money, but it didn't explain how they paid out record employee bonuses in 2009. Then again, those profits likely came from the company betting against the housing market while it was selling weak securities to people it knew couldn't pay them back. But is that more tinfoil hat conspiracy? Since then, the Wolf of Wall Street culture has been exposed. The company has gone through the courts with gender discrimination cases and sexual harassment lawsuits aplenty. Former employees have become whistleblowers, claiming the ethos of putting the clients first is long gone. One whistleblower said that clients were referred to as Muppets behind closed doors, and seniors joked about ripping them off. Insider trading continues to dog the company, as does the revolving door with politics. And what about the conspiracy to allow $1 billion of bribes to obtain business from the Malaysian Sovereign Wealth Fund? It's up to you to decide whether Goldman Sachs is the largest money laundering facility in the world, or whether the scale of the operation is always going to attract bad apples. But one thing's for sure: the company that started with a small-time lender helping ordinary folk start their own business has now become an elitist behemoth that chews up ordinary folks and spits them out, all in the name of profit. So, was Henry unfairly thrown under the bus by the company who did business with the Fords? So how did Rudy Giuliani spoil the fun for Goldman Sachs? And was he truly a hero? Well, go watch our video on Rudy Giuliani to learn more about how the mayor of New York lived long enough to see himself become the villain. And be sure to subscribe to keep on learning how history works. estate is the best way to make money, and the quickest way to lose money. At least that's what they say. In reality, the property industry has its ups and downs just like any other market, but what makes it stand out from the crowd is its longevity. But it wasn't always the case that you could buy and sell land. Even before you could slap a price tag on it, the earth under your feet had political sway and power which could affect the course of history. So how did real estate go from being owned by elites to being owned by the public and elites? Part 1. Early foundations. For most of human history, the ground was just dirt and mud. Then someone got the idea to build a straw hut, and hey, presto, real estate was invented. Or at least, a state. The idea of private property took a while to form. It took so long that humans learned to domesticate dogs 800 or so years before permanent structures were erected. Even before we conceptualized how to buy a home, we wanted a pet to live with. But once we figured out how to stop stuff falling over, we were set on figuring out how to integrate buildings into society. The oldest known established city was Jericho in 9000 BC. It's fair to say any concept of property laws would be part of their customs or laws, though archaeologists are confident from their findings that early city-states often had communal aspects and land resource management. This suggests that humans' first focus was on building homes, municipal areas, infrastructure, and of course, palaces. That's because the king or queen or pharaoh or sultan or whoever was in charge owned everything. For most of human history, property rights have been firmly in the hands of the elite. Take ancient Greece. Their concept of property rights was not universal. Only free male adults could own or inherit land, which means women and slaves were out of the game. They were also closely tied to citizenship or social status. So if you think you'll get on the property ladder, spare a thought for the red tape Aristotle had to cut through. But over in Rome, things were different. There, property law was a significant part of the Roman legal system. For their time, it was immensely sophisticated, and has even provided the backbone for a lot of Western law. One monumental idea was to differentiate types of property. Dominium meant you owned the property, and possession meant you owned a bit of it, but you could own all of it one day if certain conditions were met. So in essence, these were the ancient world's equivalent of a mortgage. In Egypt, however, land ownership was stricter. Only the pharaoh or upper echelons of society could get a nice little place out by the Sphinx. Things weren't as comfortable for the masses. Any farmer toiling in a field they didn't own or wasn't owned by their boss had to pay a fee for the luxury to work. Damn. Even before property rights were universal, there were landlords and rent. It would take some time before the value of land changed, but when it did, the world was never the same again. So it's time to learn how history works as we chronicle the history of real estate. This week's video is sponsored by Trade Coffee. As fans of history, you should absolutely be getting your coffee from around the world. Trade Coffee makes coffee exciting, connecting me with over 450 coffees from over 55 local roasters, including dark roasts, espressos, blends, and rare roasts. Their matching algorithm curates the perfect coffee match for you based on your taste preferences, and surprises you with a new variety every time. For example, it knows what I like and matched me with Methodical's Brazil Signature Series. It's rich, full-bodied, with subtle hints of chocolate and nuts. Perfect for what I like. I used to drink coffee just as a way to get me going, but when I started tasting good coffee with Trade, I realized that you really shouldn't sacrifice taste just for energy, and I'm never going back to that disgusting old coffee. Fresh coffee is better coffee, and the coffee will always be shipped within 48 hours of being roasted. Get a free bag of coffee with select subscription plans by going to drinktrade.com/howhistoryworks. With free shipping, customizable plans, and anytime cancellation, Trade is making it easier to discover better coffee. Part 2. Common ground and private property. For the longest time, land was just where your home happened to be. The power you had ended as soon as you left your village. That changed in 1066, when William the Conqueror successfully overtook England following his victory at the Battle of Hastings. Once he kicked King Harold off the throne, he was free to claim England as his own. But installing stability following the Normandy invasion required a cunning move. First, he commissioned the Domesday Book. Initially, it was simply called the Book of Winchester, but by the 12th century, it got its ominous-sounding name because the survey of land ownership was seen to hold as much judgment as the end times. But this record was vital to the paradigm shift which William the Conqueror was about to unleash. He divvied up the land and offered it to his Norman allies, so long as they swore fealty to him. In essence, land is gifted in exchange for military support or resources, all the things a king needs to keep his domain running smoothly. In turn, those allies divvied up their land to people below them, which created a hierarchy of ownership with more tiers and conditions that had ever existed before. As you can imagine, this structure changed society irrevocably. Now was the time of the feudal system. Admittedly, some forms of feudal systems had existed before, such as the Zhou dynasty in China. From 1046 to 256 BC, land was also granted in return for military. However, there are plenty of differences with the European model. For example, in Europe, the power was centralized, whereas in China, the relationship between nobles and peasants were different thanks to Confucian ideas of moral obligations like welfare for others. But at the risk of going off topic, the point is historians agree that William the Conqueror was the first to install real feudalism, all thanks to his radical approach to land ownership. Up until that moment, landowning was still an elite pastime, or at best, a sort of quid pro quo deal. So, although the Chinese beta-tested feudalism, it was the new King of England's utilization of land's power that the concept of real estate started to evolve. In the centuries that followed, other parts of the world adopted this stellar new form of governance, like Japan and the Middle East. Yet the land was not owned in the sense that we understand it. There was no court for you to contest your rights. Instead, you more or less operated on a premise with the ruler. If you got on their bad side, you'd be kicked out, or executed. After all, real estate is a cutthroat business. In the case of William the Conqueror, the king parceled land to the highest lords, who parceled their land down to lesser lords and knights, and so on and so on. Peasants, who were most of the population, worked on lands owned by their lords in return for protection, food, and well, that was pretty much it. Lives were spent toiling in fields owned by someone else. Can you imagine spending all your time and energy making money for someone else only to die and have nothing? How times have changed. Speaking of changing times, the public eventually came to be able to own property. That's because after centuries of the feudal system, give or take a few refinements to law, a revolution was coming that would open up property to the masses. Part 3. Trading territories. The Enclosure Acts in England were a series of pivotal reforms that began in 1604 and continued all the way into the 1900s. It marked the transition from collective rights of land ownership to individual rights of land ownership. You might be wondering why it took so long to put real estate in the hands of every man if property rights were already allocated to groups, so it's worth remembering that throughout the Middle Ages, life was communal. Medieval traditions kept things rural. You were born, raised, and eventually died on the farm you grew up on. In the remote village, your family roots started in however many decades or centuries before. There was no leaving the hometown to find yourself. That's an individualist worldview. Anyone thinking that a serf might have some innate worth on the same level as a heavenly appointed monarch was simply mad. And frankly, the move to a society that viewed people as groups rather than simply the king and everyone else was a pretty radical idea. That changed with the Enclosure Acts. Before these acts were passed, land was categorized into common and waste. Common was under the control of a lord, which gave him rights for farming and grazing animals. Waste was for parts of narrow land, usually in awkward places. Think of cliff edges, bare rock, and inconveniently shaped bordered-off fields. These sucky lots weren't usually used by anyone, so landless peasants farmed on them. But conceptualizing land like this was a big step for real estate, because it meant that types of land had different value. That's why the enclosure legislation was rolled out over the following centuries, to make it easier to understand which land was good for agriculture, productivity, and consolidation. By dividing and redistributing common lands, each lord or knight could fence areas off. It was during this time that people got specific about precisely what they owned. It was no longer a vague, I own all the grass over there, but more specific, I own 28 square miles of up-and-coming real estate. So what gives? Why did people suddenly decide to take out the measuring tape? It's because of the transition to the agricultural revolution. As technology slowly improved and populations expanded and empires consolidated, people started number crunching. In the same way that the Industrial Revolution changed how we live, so too did the Agricultural Revolution upend our ancestors' way of life. However, there was a detrimental effect on the poor. The loss of rights to common land caused widespread displacement and poverty. I guess this was the medieval version of gentrification, but instead of condominiums and Starbucks, it was a fenced field with cows in it. The knock-on effect was people moving to cities for work, which spurred on urbanization or banding together elsewhere. So, though humans have more or less always congregated around city walls or the countryside, these huge consequences put these forms of habitation into overdrive. In effect, they created suburbs and towns, where before it had been cities and villages. To us modern folk in megacities, upgrading to a town or suburb might not seem like a big deal. But remember that these effectively created two new types of residencies. The knock-on effect was markets replacing a reliance on shared resources, which galvanized city growth but killed off hamlets and settlements. In these areas, people could start to live their own lives. They started to have a say over what they did, what they produced, what they sold, and what they bought. Yet, these acts did more than lay the groundwork for our modern landscape. It created a market for private property rights. Now, land was a commodity that could be bought or sold like all other goods. Part 4. Closing the deal. With the emergence of a real estate market, Post-Enclosure Act England, as well as other parts of Europe, built legal frameworks to facilitate the owning, buying, and transferring of land through the legal system. Protections included transparency, security, and smoother administrative processes, everything a buyer or seller needs for confidence. Over time, the system evolved from a humble registry to more comprehensive databases, which included details about a property's ownership history, value, and any other encumbrances. Bit by bit, data was being collected to envision a real estate market so that buyers and sellers could become acquainted with rates. That means rulers had another way to measure their GDP. Now the stage was set to fuel exploration, set up colonies, and trade territories, either for profit, peace, or both. One of history's biggest real estate deals was none other than the Louisiana Purchase of 1803. To cut a long story short, Britain, France, and Spain had been jockeying for a strategic slice of the North American continent for quite some time. But shortly after the French monarchy helped British colonies gain independence, the French public got rid of the royal family. Eventually, the new country of America found itself in an interesting position when Napoleon eventually became the new ruler. Napoleon didn't care about America's friendship with the old France, but he cared about defeating the British once and for all. So, in pursuit of funding an army to take down the crown, he sold off that prized piece of real estate for a bargain price of $15 million. By today's standards, some economists estimate it to be around $2.2 trillion. Some people flip houses. Napoleon flips territories. Unfortunately for Mr. Bonaparte, the deal was a bad idea because he lost the war against the British anyway. As for the US, the deal doubled their country's size and has more than made back its money. And as the world progressed further into the 19th century and beyond, the influence of real estate continued to grow. Home ownership became such a staple of modern life that current generations feel they are missing something if they don't have an asset like their folks. Of course, their parents had it easier buying a house because of the post-war homeowning booms and the emergence of mortgage systems. In America, the Federal Housing Administration and Federal National Mortgage Association standardized and insured loans to mitigate risks to lenders and buyers. As painful as having middlemen can be, there's no question that these ideas revolutionized property rights even more. By the dawn of the 20th century, the power of real estate was understood on every level. And by level, I also mean multi-story buildings. Because as long as it took humans to conceptualize the value of width of a plot of land, they were relatively quicker to calculate the value of its height. Part 5. Sky-high speculation. Skyscrapers are commonplace because it's cheaper to build up than across. No doubt, our ancestors' heads would explode if they saw the towering constructions we take for granted. Think about it. Ancient Greeks were impressed by the height of the Pantheon. The Romans were proud of the stature of the Colosseum. And medieval peasants were in awe of the looming cathedrals of Europe. But nowadays, going higher than most of humankind ever did is just part and parcel of our way of life. If you are on the 5th floor of an apartment building, or even if your home has stairs, you are at altitudes which seemed impossible to the centuries of people before us. Of course, these daring buildings are the consequences of a competitive real estate market. Before, buying and selling was based around farming lands and individual homes. Over the last few hundred years emerged the concept of commercial space, where real estate is sold to businesses, universities, airports, and anything else you can think of. No matter what building you see, it's owned by someone, somewhere. Even those empty London high-rises are purchased by a Russian oligarch living in Monaco. So, as metropolises expand in every direction, and commercial development of malls, stadiums, and highways increased, it was only a matter of time until something went wrong. Now, you don't need me to tell you that housing markets have bubbles, just like any other industry. And you don't need me to read off the name of those disasters. Choose any decade, country, or continent, and you'll find the survivor stories of a bust. Just know that as property rights have been refined with zoning laws and protections for landlords and tenants, so too have investors gambled with the value of what land could be. Speculation drives a lot of real estate markets, which means now people can buy and sell land not on what it's worth now, but what it could be worth in the future. That leaves the market susceptible to foreign influence and market fluctuations. It's a tragic indictment that in our era, it's easier to get a home, but also easier to lose one. But what's even more astonishing is what's coming down the pipeline. Plenty of people are speculating that the next property revolution is digital real estate. Not in the sense of domain names, though the act of buying up web addresses to sell later on does smack of flipping homes, but in the sense of where you could visit. If VR and the metaverse do eventually become more viable, expect to be taking out real mortgages for virtual land. Tempting as it may be to brush off Mark Zuckerberg's underwhelming computer worlds, Minecraft servers still sell for a hefty price. Even Roblox has its own in-game economy, where digital users take digital products to a digital market to trade real money. If that sounds far-fetched, consider how the threat of net neutrality would alter our perception of common internet usage, in the same way that the Enclosure Acts redefine land rights and privileges for groups and individuals. Perhaps in your lifetime, virtual reality worlds will get their own version of the Doomsday Book. Maybe Amazon or WeChat will do the internet equivalent of the Louisiana Purchase. Or maybe this is all a trend that will die off faster than MySpace. Then again, maybe the next real estate boom is in colonizing moons and constructing space stations. NASA is hoping to build lunar homes by 2040. Surely the mortgage rates will be astronomical. If sticking a fence in a field altered the trajectory of mankind, who knows what's in store for use when we can cordon off sectors of interstellar space. One thing is for certain, whether it's off-world or online, there's no commodity more capable of changing society than real estate. Which do you think will happen first? Virtual reality land or outer space property? State your argument in the comment section below. Real estate has built empires. In fact, so much so that the world's oldest company is a real estate construction conglomerate that has lasted over 1,000 years. To find out how you can make a company to last so long, go and watch our video on the history of Congo Gumi. As always, don't forget to like and subscribe to keep on learning how history works.